Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
As for why Professor Elm agreed so readily, there are two reasons. The first is that Ash rescued Totodile and recovered the loss. The second is mainly because Totodile is now in a very close relationship with Ash. Even if he forcibly took it back, it would probably be difficult to give it to rookie trainer as Earl Dervish Pokémon. It is better to agree to Ash as a favor. Great. Thank you, Sarama Hero. Ash hurriedly thanked Professor Elm. After all, he did not reveal his identity to activate the face fruit. Professor Elm was willing to agree entirely out of his own attitude. He must thank him well. Well, Professor Elm, actually I have another unwelcome request. I wonder if I can choose 2 more starter Pokemon. Don't worry, I will make up the Pokemon breeder fee at double the price. I wonder if this will work. After getting his own Totodile, Ash also wanted to help Serena and Sunday get some benefits. As a trainer with the same style as herself, Serena also has no particular preference for any particular series. The Johto region's 3 major Pokemon are just for them to choose. After hearing Ash's words, Professor Elm couldn't help but fall into deep thought and touched his chin with his hand and pushed his glasses up his nose. There is definitely no problem with paying the breeder fee, but the review of the trainer's identity for receiving the 3 major Pokemon is more stringent than the normal way. It just so happens that Miss Sasha should have a Pokemon Pokédex permission reading machine. If it's just to send out Totodile, which has been stolen and recovered by Team Rocket. For Professor Elm, it's not a big deal, but sending out more 3 major Pokemon one after another, even if it doesn't have a big impact, you have to go through process. No problem. Thank you so much, Professor Elm. Sunday, Serena, come over here and give your Pokemon Pokédex to Officer Jenny. Ash agreed readily. Serena and Sunday were not ordinary trainers. The identity check was just a formality for them, especially Sunday. I believe Officer Jenny will be in awe after seeing her true identity. Thank you, Ash. Serena and Sunday did not expect Ash to help them get a Johto region's 3 starter Pokemon. They were both happy and excited, and they kissed Ash on both cheeks at the same time. This time, even Ash did not expect it. His expression was slightly surprised. Sunday was fine. After the Indigo Plateau conference, she had a high degree of intimacy with him. Serena, who is always reserved and shy, did this to surprise him. But anyway, this was a good thing. The 2 women took out their Pokemon Pokédex and walked towards Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, Kong Bo Wong. The 3 of them looked a little confused. Aren't young people playing so wild nowadays? This is too straightforward. Originally, they thought the 3 of them were just ordinary travel companions, but they didn't expect that they were all boyfriends and girlfriends. It really opened their eyes for them, the old people who were still single today. Officer Jenny sighed, while taking the Pokemon Pokédex handed over by Sunday and Serena to check their identity information. Check it out. Officer Jenny's beautiful eyes flashed a strange color. The identities of the 2 women are not simple. Serena is not an ordinary trainer. Her mother is a famous Rhyhorn knight in the Kalos region, and Sunday is the eldest daughter of an ancient family in Kanto. They are both well known in their respective regions. This young man is so lucky to have 2 such excellent Stephanies as girlfriends at the same time. Professor Elm, there's no problem with your identity. You can go and get the Earl Dervish Pokemon after paying the breeder fee. Thank you, Officer Jenny. After the matter was over, Ash and the other 2 followed Officer Jenny to the police station to make a simple record of the case of the Rocket Trio. Following Officer Jenny, they went to the Pokemon Center to register for the Silver Conference to be held in the Johto region. Ash, please show me your Pokemon Pokédex. We need to verify your trainer information before you can register. In the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy sat in front of the computer and said to Ash, Nurse Joy, here you go. Ash took out his Pokemon Pokédex and handed it over. Okay, wait a moment, and the registration will be completed soon. Nurse Joy took the Pokémon Pokédex and handled it skillfully. After a simple scan, the registration process began. Start entering Ash's information one by one. Name Ash. Hometown, Kanto Region Pallet Town. Experience and achievements. Kanto Region Quartz Conference Champion. Mage Evolution Paper Publisher. Kanto Alliance Pokémon Researcher. Nurse Joy's eyes immediately became full of shock. 580. Ash's series of achievements, any one of which is something a normal trainer would never know if he could achieve in his lifetime. What shocked her even more was that the Pokédex showed that Ash had only just completed a year since he left to collect the Earl Dervish Pokémon. In other words, all of his exaggerated achievements were achieved within this year. At this time, Nurse Joy, who had become somewhat numb, completely relied on muscle memory to mechanically enter Ash's information into the website, then handed the Pokémon Pokédex to Xiaoli. Since she had not yet recovered, her tone was a little dull. Ash, I've registered for you. All you need to do next is collect 8 gym badges recognized by the Johto Region Alliance through traveling, and you will be eligible to participate in the Johto Region Silver Conference. Ding! Trigger the Chain Gym mission. Use Flying Pokémon 3v3 to defeat the 3 Pokémon of Violet Gym Faulkner and get the Zephyr badge. Task completion reward. 1,000,000 points. Top quality fly feather. After carrying it, the power of flying skills will increase by 50%, and the speed of flying Pokémon will increase by 20%. Just when Nurse Joy helped Ash complete the registration for the Johto Region Silver Conference, Ash triggered a new gym challenge mission. The task is not difficult to complete. You just need to use all flying-type Pokémon. Counting, Ash has quite a few flying-type Pokémon. Pidgeot, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Zapdos, etc. After he evolves Dragonair, you will have one more. Oh no! Has he become a flying elite? Ash suddenly found that he and Dodo have a high degree of overlap in Pokémon. Except for Flash's Gyarados, he has almost everything Dodo has. Fortunately, Ash has quite a few Pokémon of other attributes. He can't be labeled with such an unlucky title. Putting aside the topic of Dodo, with the flying-type Pokémon lineup in Ash's hand, it would be too easy to get 3 to clear the flying-type gym. Moreover, each Pokémon is too strong. Even if Faulkner, the gym leader of Violet, sends out his trump card Pokémon Pidgeot, it will not be Ash's rival. Completing the task is a piece of cake. Despite this, the rewards for the task are still quite a lot. The best flying feather can not only increase the speed of flying skills, but also increase the speed of flying Pokémon. It is more powerful than other best items. No matter which flying Pokémon equipment is given to you, it is a good choice. Ash took the task and then looked at Nurse Joy. Thank you, Nurse Joy. No, you're welcome. After taking back the Pokémon Pokédex, Ash took Serena and Sunday out of the Pokémon Center and went to the breeding house designated by Professor Elm in New Barktown. Ash, what kind of Pokémon do you think I should choose later? On the way, unlike the Sunday that was already prepared in her mind, Serena was still very hesitant about which Pokémon to choose. Totodile is very good, Cyndaquil is also good, and Chikorita is very cute, which made her a little confused. So she wanted to ask Ash's opinion. Ash smiled and pinched her pouting mouth because of the entanglement. Just pick the one you like later. Each of the 3 Pokémon has its own strengths. Of course, if you really can't decide, you can tell me and I'll help you pick one. To be honest, although Ash's system cannot scan the detailed data panel of Pokémon that does not belong to him, it can only check the basic level. However, after he started his journey and continued to learn, especially after awakening Psychic, his perception has increased exponentially. Ash himself is not inferior to the champion-level trainer in Trainer Command. Now he can even be called a master in Pokémon training. His eyesight is naturally impeccable. Although it is impossible to restore all the data of Pokémon with 100% certainty like the system, there is still a 90% probability of judging the talent potential of a Pokémon. If Serena really can't choose, then it is quite reliable for him to choose for her. Yes, I'll leave it to you. Serena nodded seriously. She absolutely believed in Ash's vision. Quartz Champion helped me choose Pokémon. I want it too. Sunday raised her hand like a primary school student to join in the fun, saying that she also wanted Ash to help her choose a Pokémon from the 3 starter Pokémons with extraordinary talent and potential. Although she had a goal before, she thought she still didn't have the vision to pick out the one with the strongest overall ability among the same type of Pokémon. No problem, leave it to me. Ash smiled and nodded. Pokémon, Totodile. Level, IV.15. Attribute, Water. Qualification, Gold. Skills, Catch, Leer, Water Gun, Bite, Scary Face. Ability, Force. Carrying props, none. On the way to the Pokémon breeding house, Ash also deliberately checked the attribute panel of Totodile that he had captured. The talent is Gold, which is not bad, and it has reached the general level of Ash's team. Of course, the value of a Pokémon cannot be measured by talent alone. Ability is also a key link. Totodile's ability is Forced. When using skills with additional effects, the power increases by 30% and the additional effects are cancelled. It has its own advantages compared to the more common Riptide of Totodile. It is not particularly outstanding, but it is pretty good in general. In terms of skills, there is nothing surprising. They are all what Totodile of this level should master. In summary, it is definitely no problem to cultivate it as a second-team Pokémon in Ash's existing Pokémon team. Of course, if it evolves to the final form and can master new additional abilities, it also has a chance to rise to the first team, but the probability is not too high. After all, compared to some of the 3 major Pokémon, it is a pity that Totodile's final form cannot be Mage evolved. Shaking his head, Ash began to think about Totodile's future training methods and combat system. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the Alliance official breeding house in New Barktown. At this time, a uniformed staff member was standing at the door, seemingly waiting for them. After seeing Ash and his group of 3, his eyes fell on Ash in the middle. As if confirming something, he looked at the 3 people with a smile. Hello, is it Ash, Serena, and Sunday? Professor Elm has already greeted us in advance. Please come in. The clerk made a pleased gesture. Wong Nuos. I didn't expect that Professor Elm looked like a science and engineering man who didn't understand the ways of the world, but he was actually quite thoughtful. Looking at the polite clerk, Ash's eyes flashed with surprise, and then nodded to him. Sorry for bothering you. No trouble, it's all my duty. The clerk's smile looked even more sincere. Under his leadership, Ash and the other 2 walked into the breeding house. Hello, please pay the breeder fee here, and you can go inside to choose your favorite Pokémon. In the breeding house, what caught the eye was not the various Pokémon imagined, but the cashier area of a supermarket. The difference is that there is only one cashier counter here. The clerk led Ash and the other 2 to the smiling, beautiful clerk in uniform and said to him, $789. Ash nodded and took out the Pokémon Pokédex, which integrates multiple functions, including bank card function. After some operations, a total of 4 million Pokémon coins were deducted from Ash's account. Yes, you read it right. Originally, if you wanted to get a starter Pokémon as Earl Dervish Pokémon partner, you had to pay a cumulative breeder fee of 1 million Pokémon coins to the Alliance. And Ash also promised Professor Elm that he would pay double the fee. Normally, if you pay 100,000 per year, you need to pay for 10 consecutive years. Previously, Delia had to pay a huge breeder fee for Ash, and her income level was not too high, which made her life a little tight. It was not until Ash set off to travel that he had the financial ability to not only not need the family to provide travel expenses, but also be able to send money home from time to time, that her life became better and better. Such a high breeder fee is difficult for normal families to afford, which is also the main reason for the prevalence of insect-catching boys. Moreover, not just anyone can pay this money. First of all, you must have a clean family background and no criminal record within 3 generations of your family. Otherwise, you will have no way to pay the money. 440. Hear the crisp and familiar reminder sound of 4 million Pokémon coins being deducted. Sunday is a little better. She comes from an ancient family, and this money is nothing to her. She was touched by Ash's gift, that's all. Serena was shocked and had a hesitant expression on her face. Before paying, She had never thought that the Pokemon breeder fee of the Alliance's 3 families was so expensive. She had always been in charge of the training fee for Finnegan by her mother. She thought it would be at most 100,000 Pokemon coins. This way, she only spent 10,000 on travel expenses every month, and the rest was spent on getting up. She could still make up the money to Ash relatively quickly. But 4 million Pokemon coins, even if she was sold, she probably wouldn't be worth that much money. Thinking of this, Serena's face turned pale. She reached out and quietly tugged at the corner of Ash's clothes and said timidly, "Ash, why don't you forget about my one? Just go out and capture a Pokemon at random. There's no need to choose here. Let that sister return the money." In her opinion, Ash is not her boyfriend yet. Even if he becomes her boyfriend in the future, it's just a relationship of lovers. But a relationship of lovers is not a dependent relationship, let alone a one-sided economic poverty alleviation. There must be give and take between 2 people, and it must not be based on one side paying while the other side is like a leech life ghost. The 3 Pokemon that Ash is going to give her now are already Pokemon that she can't afford to pay back at all. The key is that Ash has spent so much money on her in Sunday. What should he do if he is short of money in the future? Thinking of this, Sally was not sure about choosing a new one. The anticipation of Pokemon was almost gone. He began to dissuade Ash from taking the money back. "It's okay, Serena. This is just a small amount. It's nothing to me. Just accept it. If you really feel bad, it would be great if you could give me a massage every night for the next month." Looking at the considerate Serena, Ash smiled and touched her head. Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, he even displayed the Pokédex of his experience to the interface of the Pokemon coin balance in front of Serena. Looking at the long list of numbers, Serena's eyes were a little dazed. "I can't count them. I can't count them at all." Ash really didn't lie. The 4 million Pokemon coins, Phi, breeder fee was really just a small number for Ash. In addition, Ash made another suggestion, which made Serena feel that she didn't accept it in vain. Ash's efforts. She felt relieved. Her expression became a little hesitant. When she saw the affirmative look from Sunday beside her, she nodded to Ash and stopped talking about the refund. Putting aside all her concerns, she was still very interested and looking forward to being able to choose a Johto region's 3 major Pokemon. "3 of you, please follow me." After paying, the staff took Ash and his party to the breeding house where they could actually choose Pokemon. Behind the cashier counter, there was a courtyard full of various plants. There were all kinds of young Pokemon living in it. Because it was the official breeding house of the Alliance, the quality of Pokemon was very good, and at first glance, there was basically no such thing as something that was common on the street. The most of them were undoubtedly the 3 major Pokemon, and most of them were used to supply rookie trainers who paid a huge fee. In addition, there were many rare Pokemon of other races. Ash took a rough look and found that they were all in good condition. They looked at least purple and could achieve quasi-elite strength in the future. Don't think that Pokemon with such potential are worthless just because all the Pokemon in Ash's hand are of gold qualification and can easily cross the threshold of elite level. Most trainers travel for several years, and they probably only have 1 or 2 elite Pokemon as trump cards. It is no exaggeration to say that the 3 starter Pokemon that many trainers receive when they travel. To a large extent, it will be the Pokemon with the highest talent and the strongest power in his entire trainer career. Do you really think that you can easily capture Pokemon with amazing potential in the wild? Then why do people still pay millions of breeder fees? Isn't that a pure scapegoat? After all, if you can capture them all, you can just casually cultivate a weak wild Pokemon in the early stage for transition, and then catch in the wild when it becomes stronger in the future. In the final analysis, when everyone's perspective is focused on Ash, the Pokemon world they see is too narrow. Little did they know that his experience was undoubtedly the absolute protagonist-level treatment, and he was one of the few people standing at the top of the pyramid in the Pokemon world. He could not represent the general public. It was that simple. After a careful selection, Ash helped Sunday pick the only golden qualified and best-looking Cyndaquil in the entire breeding house. According to his guess, this Cyndaquil has at least the potential of the elite level, and there is even a certain probability of being promoted to the champion level in the future. If the breeder is good enough, it will become the trump card Pokémon in Sunday's hand. Serena, who also has no obvious preference, likes the appearance of all three Pokémon. Ash helped him pick the one with the best talent and potential, Chikorita, which is on par with Sunday's Cyndaquil. Ash was surprised to find that in this breeding house, each of the three starter Pokémon has a top-notch existence. Considering that Serena's Fennekin is a fire type, it is best to choose from the water-type Totodile and the grass-type Chikorita. After careful consideration, he finally chose Chikorita, which has a more docile personality. The staff who originally thought that Ash and the other two were just picking randomly saw the two Pokémon that Ash picked. Although she remained calm on the surface, she was already shocked in her heart. The Chikorita and Cyndaquil that Ash chose were not simple. Their relatives were all trump card Pokémon of Elite Trainer. As the saying goes, like father and son, like mother, like son, the son of a mouse can dig holes. The words were rough, but the truth was true. Although it was not an absolute truth, the strength and qualifications of the parents' relatives were the highest, and the children born from the combination would most likely be very talented and might even be better than the parents. There was only a very small chance that they would be poor. Therefore, Chikorita and Cyndaquil, who had a good background, had always been the top-notch existence in their breeding house. They didn't expect Ash to pick them both at once. Not just one, but both were picked by him. This basically ruled out the element of luck. Ash definitely has a way. Not to mention anything else, his eyesight is really too sharp. Combined with Professor Elm's special greeting and Ash's easy swipe of 4 million Pokemon coins to pay the Pokemon breeder fee without blinking an eyelid, the staff's attitude became more respectful, helped Sunday and Serena complete the registration procedures, and even gave the two girls some extra Pokeballs and related supplies. It can be said that he gave the most benefits within his authority. Leaving the breeding house, Sunday and Serena couldn't let go of the Pokeballs of Cyndaquil and Chikorita that they had just received. Especially Sunday, since she liked Ash. This was the first time that he gave her a present. The three walked on the street. "Are we going to Violet's gym next?" "No hurry. Follow me first." As he said, Ash led the two girls to an open space beside the street. Previously, there were only 3 or 2 teenagers of the same age as Ash and his friends chatting in the open space. The arrival of Ash and his 3 people attracted their attention. "Oh my God, what a pretty Stephanie. This guy is so lucky. Boss, should we go up and chat with him?" As if they had noticed the obscene looks from the guys, the two girls' faces changed a little. Ash also frowned slightly. He was just planning to find an open space for Dragonair to complete its evolution. Unexpectedly, he ran into a so-called bad boy. "Come out, Dragonair." Ignoring the bad boy who cast a malicious look at them, Ash threw the Pokeball. A white light flashed, and Dragonair appeared in the open space. This Pokemon is Dragonair, a super rare dragon-type Pokemon. "Boss, it seems that this guy's identity is not simple. No wonder there are 2 such beautiful girls around him." Ash looked at the confused Dragonair. "Okay, Dragonair, I believe you have been biting for a long time. It's time to evolve." "Woo woo woo." After nodding slightly, Dragonair raised his head and made a series of crisp high chirps. Immediately afterwards, the whole body was wrapped in the dazzling white evolution light. After a while, as the white light faded, the plump orange Dragonite appeared in front of Ash and the other 2. "Wow. Is Dragonite evolving so easily?" "Ash, did you know it was about to evolve?" Ash nodded to Serena. "Yes, it reached the evolution standard a long time ago." "Next, use Twister. Hurry up." After completing the evolution, Dragonite cast a nuclear good look at the 3 bad boys, flapped his wings, and blew up a fierce cyan Twister. Accompanied by a shrill growl, the 3 bad boys were swept into the sky by the Twister, achieving the meteor achievement of the Rocket Trio. As for whether they have the same good luck and strong physique as the Rocket Trio, Ash didn't know. Since he had offended himself, he would have to pay the price. He pulled the 2 girls who were confused and hesitant to speak. Ash and his group set off toward Violet City, aiming directly at the Violet Gym. On the way, Ash spent a lot of time on training plans and leveling up Kartana and Totodile. Oh, experience the feeling of starting from scratch when just starting from Pallet Town. By the way, he will also coach Sunday and Serena, with his current level of being a top Pokemon trainer and an excellent breeder. It is obviously easy to coach Serena and Sunday. Following Ash, both of them made rapid progress. However, in addition to teaching and answering questions, Ash also did not forget to enhance his relationship with the two girls. Serena was a little shy, while Sunday was enthusiastic, bold, and proactive. After all, she had already had a good impression of Ash during the Indigo Plateau Conference. After a period of precipitation, this feeling has not only not disappeared, but has become even more intense. Ash was satisfied while teaching the two girls and collecting tuition fees from them. Time flies, and 2 days have passed since Ash and his friends set out from New Barktown to Violet City. During these 2 days, Ash's Kartana and Totodile's levels have increased rapidly. Totodile has increased from the initial IV.15 to LV19. Kartana has increased from 4.1 to V.12. This is because Ash did not actively look for Pokemon groups, otherwise their levels would have increased even faster. After all, you don't need to be the main force, just participate in the battle and make contributions to gain a lot of experience points. His Jigglypuff has always been upgraded in this way. The three of them arrived at a forest. Loud whistles were heard from time to time in the forest. Following the sound, they saw Stephanie wearing an Electabuzz cheering uniform, holding a baseball bat, and training her Pokemon Chikorita in the way of training with a baseball bat on a blank grassy area in the woods. Ash, look at Stephanie's trainer. How unique it is. Serena looked at the long leaves on Chikorita's head, waving along with the baseball bat in Stephanie's hand, and found it very interesting. She immediately pulled Ash's sleeve and said to him, after all, she had just got a Chikorita, so maybe she could learn from the other party's training method? Yeah, maybe this is her unique training method. Ash nodded, without giving a good or bad evaluation. Nor would he deny it like Ash in the original plot, intending to instill in Stephanie that actual combat is the best way to train Pokemon. After all, that 600 trainer has his own training characteristics. Just train appropriately. No need to step on one and praise the other. There's no absolutely correct way to train. Hey, 3 friends over there. Can you please have a Pokemon battle with me? After simply looking in the direction of Stephanie Casey in baseball uniform, the 3 people who were about to continue their journey were stopped by her. As soon as she finished speaking, before Ash and the others could respond, Casey ran in front of them. Excuse me, my name is Casey, and I have been training Pokemon around here for a while. I just happened to meet you. I see that we are of similar age, and our strengths must be comparable. Please, everyone, I just want to test the results of my training during this period. Is it convenient for you to see? After saying that, Casey put his hands together and asked Ash and the others. Trigger a collaborative task. Accept Casey's 3v3 challenge with Sunday and Serena. Each send out a Pokemon and win all of them. Task reward. Points. 50W. Kartana. Saw light level +3. Just after Casey made a request to Ash and the others, Ash's mind also had a reminder of the system task triggering. Taking the task, Ash nodded slightly for the reward. Of course, no problem. Casey is very weak. In the original plot, Ash also sent Charizard to beat her so hard that she almost doubted her life. This time, for the reward, Ash planned to give her some pointers. Although Totodile and Kartana are not at a high level at this stage, it is still very attractive to be able to get a free task reward to upgrade 3 levels. It can save him some time to level up. In fact, I only have 1 Pokemon of the right level in my hand. How about this? There are exactly 3 of us here. Each of us sends a Pokemon to fight you. It will be a 3v3 duel. How about it? Ash made a suggestion to baseball Stephanie Casey. Of course, no problem. I was worried that you were too strong. After I defeated 1 person, the Pokemon would have no physical strength. Casey agreed without hesitation. For her, being able to fight with 3 trainers with different fighting styles will definitely bring her much more than fighting with only 1 trainer. There was no reason to disagree, and she nodded repeatedly. Sunday, Serena, do you have any questions? Ash did not make a decision without going over the two girls, but took the initiative to ask them what they thought. Although he knew they would definitely agree, there should still be basic respect between people. No problem. Then I have no problem either. Sunday and Serena also decisively agreed to the battle, mainly because they both had very low-level Pokémon in their hands. There is definitely no problem fighting Casey. In that case, the battle rules are 3v3. I will send out 3 Pokémon. Ash, you 3 will each send out a Pokémon to the battlefield separately. Then, the first Pokémon I will send out is this one. Get ready for battle, Rattata. Solation decided on an empty area as the battle site. Baseball Stephanie Casey threw the Pokeball in the posture of flinging a baseball and released her first Pokémon, Rattata, which she had just captured after starting her journey. A common Pokémon that is common in Kanto and Johto region, and one of the Pokémon that Rookie Trainer can capture most easily. Rattata, Serena, you go first in this game. How about it? Ash was put in the last game by default. After seeing that the Pokémon released by Casey was Rattata, Sunday said to Serena, "This Rattata was just captured not long ago, and its level was pitifully low, and it did not cooperate well with the trainer." For Serena, who was battling Pokémon with other trainers for the first time, it was a very suitable rival. Serena was also slightly excited and nodded, "Just leave it to me." After saying that, she imitated Ash and threw the Pokeball in a very professional manner. "It's you, go ahead, Chikorita." Pokémon, Chikorita, level V.15. Pokémon, Rattata, level V.12. Serena's Chikorita was obtained directly from the breeding house. Because its parents are both very powerful, its level is also IV.15. On the other hand, Casey's Rattata is not only common, but also has poor qualifications. Rattata used the tackle trick. Baseball Stephanie Casey decisively issued an attack order to his Rattata. It can be seen that his fighting style is not very cautious, and it is very similar to the stupid things who just set out on a journey in the original plot. Usually, they're the type of flat-headed brothers who start fighting as soon as they disagree. It is very different from the normal and delicate Stephanie. Serena was quite nervous when she fought against other trainers for the first time, but she was more excited and excited. After seeing Casey's Rattata launch an attack, she immediately stabilized her mentality and showed the command level she should have after being trained by Ash. Gently waved his hand and gave the order. Chikorita, move sideways to avoid, and then use Ember Attack on Rattata. Chikorita, who was originally a little flustered when facing Rattata's tackle, immediately calmed down after receiving the command from the trainer. She let out a whimper. Chikorita followed the rhythm of normal training and moved sideways to avoid Rattata's collision. Then 2 1.8 vine whips extended from her neck and quickly whipped Rattata, who had not yet stood firm. Papa Papa. The vine whip hit Rattata and caused obvious damage, but did not directly make Rattata lose his combat ability. Rattata, cheer up. Chikorita, take advantage of the victory tackle. Serena, who received Ash's true teachings, also understood the wise saying of taking advantage of his weakness to kill him. Immediately commanded Chikorita to launch a pursuit. Successfully knocked Rattata, who had not yet stood firm, out again, and lost his combat ability after falling to the ground. Damn it, come back, Rattata. Baseball Stephanie Casey didn't expect Serena to be so decisive and send her little Raphael away directly. She could only reluctantly take Rattata back. Then she looked at Ash and Sunday, who were watching the game, and vowed to win the next 2 games. This is how they win the 3v3 game. Come back, Chikorita, you've worked hard. Serena, who won her first battle as a trainer, had a happy look on her face. She stepped forward and touched Chikorita's little head, fed it a piece of puff, and put it back into the Pokeball. Great, Serena. Congratulations on your first victory. Sunday congratulated Serena on the side. No, it's mainly because Ash taught her well. Serena scratched her head embarrassedly, thinking that Sunday's praise was a bit exaggerated, which made her feel embarrassed. Serena, There's no need to be too modest when enjoying the joy of victory. It's not difficult to admit that you are excellent. Ash stepped forward and said with a smile, "What he said is right. In the original plot, Serena might still follow the style of coordinator, but she is also very talented in commanding Pokémon battles. In addition to her love of learning and the unreserved and careful coaching of Ash, a veritable Pokémon expert. Although Serena is still just a rookie trainer, she has a solid foundation in commanding battles. As long as the Pokémon are of similar level, she can fight against senior elite trainers who have been traveling for 2 or 3 years with her command. Moreover, Serena is currently in a stage of rapid progress, and there is no obvious slowdown trend. She should have a period of rapid growth for a while. Is that really the case? Ash. Serena looked up at Ash with some uncertainty, mainly because she felt that she was really mediocre in comparison with the powerful strength of Ash and Sunday, and there was nothing outstanding worth mentioning. It's basically the level of an ordinary trainer. Serena, you're making it too difficult for yourself. Don't you see who Ash and I are? Sunday saw Serena's expression and immediately understood what she was thinking, and said to her with a smile. Serena also reacted. That's right, if you keep comparing Ash and Sunday and then deny your own talent, it's really wrong. Who is Ash? A mega genius who won the Kanto Courts Conference champion after traveling for a year. He even defeated the Ice Elite Lorelei in the subsequent exhibition match, although he lost the exhibition match on the Little Orange Island, but was enough to make almost all trainers of the same age far behind. They were Elite Four, and many trainers would hardly be qualified to compete with them in their entire lives. And Sunday was born in an ancient family and received family education since childhood. She started higher than ordinary people. If her talent had not been wasted during her time in the Pokémon Academy, her achievements might be even higher now. Compared with the two of them, she is simply a mega newbie. But if compared with those ordinary trainers, she seems to be quite talented. After figuring this out, Serena immediately had a clearer positioning of her abilities, and at the same time, she had more confidence. Serena is also very smart and powerful. Even if she can't reach Ash's level in the future, she can at least be able to follow him and not fall too far behind. As long as Ash doesn't leave her further and further behind, she will keep following him. Thinking of this, Serena's smile also had a hint of happiness in it. However, people's happiness is not always the same. Looking at Master Ash's happy appearance, baseball girl Casey not only did not feel anything, but felt that they were uproar. Hey, that's enough. Can we start our second game? Of course, no problem. Casey, your second match's rival is me. Sunday responded decisively, taking Serena's position and standing on the opposite side of Casey. Next, it's up to you, Pidgey. Pokémon, Pidgey level, IV.15. Baseball Stephanie Casey released her second Pokémon, Pidgey, which is known as the home bird of the Kanto region. Is also a rookie trainer, the easiest to capture, and also one of the most popular Pokémon. Although the final evolved Pidgey species strength is pretty good, it is considered a relatively powerful existence among flying Pokémon. But most Pidgeys have limited potential. In the end, it is likely to stay at the level of Pidgeotto. It is impossible to evolve into Pidgeot. Pidgeotto's evolution level must reach IV.36 to evolve into Pidgeot, but many Pidgeys may not have the potential to reach this level. Normally, there are very few wild Pokémon groups that have the talent and qualifications to support them to complete the final evolution. Take Ash's initial journey as an example. He often saw that in small and medium-sized Pokémon groups, only the leader reached the final form. Even in those groups that are naturally warlike and the competition for the leader position is extremely fierce, it is possible for two Pokémon in the final form to be born at the same time. So it is not an exaggeration for Ash to say that some Pidgeys are difficult to evolve throughout their lives. Casey's Pidgey's fur color is not as dull as that of ordinary Pidgeys, and it has a little luster. Its body shape is also better developed than that of ordinary Pidgeys. If she works hard, she can still help this Pidgey evolve into the final form of Pidgeot. At the same time, this Pidgeys level is also higher than the Rattata that was just released, but not much higher. It is only level IV.15. Pidgey, let me test your strength. Come on, Cyndaquil. After seeing Casey's Pidgey, Sunday decisively took out the Cyndaquil Pokeball that he had just captured in the breeding house and released it. Pokemon, Cyndaquil, level IV.15. The levels of the two Pokemon can be said to be completely evenly matched. On the way here, Sunday has been helping Cyndaquil level up and improving his tacit understanding with it. At this time, Cyndaquil is very close to leveling up. It's just right to use this evenly matched duel with Casey to help it level up. Pidgey, use Sand Swing. Baseball Stephanie Casey commanded Pidgey to use Sand Swing to interfere with Cyndaquil's vision and gain a certain advantage in vision. However, her little trick as a rookie trainer was too immature for Sunday, who ranked among the top in the Indigo Plateau Conference and whose main Pokemon were almost cultivated to the elite level. Cyndaquil, aim at the direction where the sand is coming from and use Flame Wheel. Upon receiving the order, Cyndaquil immediately jumped up and turned in a Flame Wheel to hit the center of the sand. Cyndaquil is worthy of being the signature of the fire type in the breeding house. It's not enough to master Flame Wheel so early, but her keen observation ability in battle is also particularly rare. She clearly judged Pidgey's position just by the direction of the sand. The Flame Wheel came at a high speed, and Pidgey was hit before he even had time to spread his wings, and the flames flickered. Without a doubt, Pidgey lost his ability to fight. To be honest, if Casey hadn't been so smart and let Pidgey try to use sand moving to plot against Cyndaquil, with the aerial advantage of flying Pokemon, he might not have been able to fight with Sunday's Cyndaquil for a few more rounds. After all, no matter how high Sunday's command level is, Cyndaquil's current means of fighting the enemy are really limited. It is definitely not that easy to deal with a flexible aerial unit. At least you have to spend some time to lure Pidgey down, or find a way to consume its physical strength and slow down its flying speed. The gap between the novice trainer and the competition trainer is vividly reflected in this battle. At this time, the baseball Stephanie Casey obviously couldn't accept her defeat in 2 consecutive battles, and each time she lost faster and more miserably than the last. She bit her lip, reluctantly took back Pidgey, and looked at Ash. Next, she will send out her Earl Dervish Pokemon partner. Even though she has already lost the 3v3 match, she must win the last game to redeem herself for the previous defeat. 2 consecutive opponents are so strong. The last one should be a little weaker. Otherwise, the team they formed is too abnormal. At this time, Baseball Stephanie was worried, but she still pulled herself together and used the most handsome 2.5-turn baseball posture to cheer up her Chikorita. Come on, Chikorita, win this last game. Otherwise, we will be shut out, and that would be a terrible loss. Leaf. Chikorita's eyes were blazing with fire when she heard that, and she was very ambitious. It was a battle that depended on its reputation and trainers, so it had to win. Hey, it's Chikorita too? Serena, who was watching the game nearby, was surprised to see Casey's Chikorita, whose leaves were shaking on her head. She regretted going on the field first. Leave it to you, little snakehead. Ash sent out the only 2 Pokemon he had that were of similar level to the opponent, Totodile, who he had captured in New Bark Town. This guy should be the first Pokemon he had captured in the Johto region. Except Kartana, Ash's other Pokemon start with close to gym-level strength, and the slightly stronger ones are already elite or even champion. Isn't sending out such Pokemon pure bullying? Only the idiots in the original plot would be so serious about bullying noobs. Facing Casey, who is just a rookie trainer, he directly sent out Charizard. He almost made him doubt his life. Unless there are no Pokemon of the right level in the team, Ash is not very interested in bullying noobs. Pokemon, Chikorita, level IV.17. Pokemon, Totodile, level V.19. The level difference between the 2 Pokemon is not big. Chikorita's level is slightly lower, but it also has a certain attribute advantage. When Casey found out that the Pokemon sent by Ash was Totodile, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. The original worry on his face disappeared, and turned into confidence and victory. They're all the 3 starter Pokemon, and the level difference does not seem to be obvious. Chikorita still has a little attribute advantage. This game is definitely not lost. Although they lost the 3v3 in the end, they couldn't lose too badly, and they had to save some dignity for themselves. At this time, Casey was also somewhat glad that the Earl Dervish Pokemon that Ash received when he set out on his journey was not Cyndaquil. Otherwise, she would be in danger in this battle. Because Ash and the other 2 showed the Johto region's 3 starter Pokemon, and they looked very young. Casey also subconsciously regarded Ash and the other 2 as trainers who had just set out on a journey this year like her. Chikorita, sweet air. Casey, who sensed the hope of victory, became extremely anxious and wanted to defeat Ash immediately and in the battle. However, thinking that he was almost beaten by the opponent in the previous battle with Sunday and Serena, he did not act too careless at this moment. He even became more cautious and did not launch a reckless attack as before. Instead, she used the sweet scent, which can fascinate rival and reduce his evasion ability. Previously, Serena commanded Chikorita to easily avoid her Rattata's tackle, which caused her to have a psychological shadow on her anti-aircraft skills. No matter how powerful the attack is, it is useless if it cannot hit rival. Well, this is a lesson learned from actual combat. I can only say that Casey has a good talent in the trainer field. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. This is already more difficult to settle privately than most rookie trainers. Most rookie, Wong Li Hao, trainers, including Ash in the original plot, are extremely obsessed with their own command methods and will not turn back until they hit the wall. They have to hit the wall again and again until they are broken and bloody, and they will think about making changes when they feel pain. No wonder in the original plot, Casey lost to Ash's terrifyingly high-level Charizard for the first time. After being encouraged by the Rocket Trio, when she fought Ash again, she commanded Chikorita and Ash's Pikachu to fight back and forth. Of course, this was probably due to the fact that Pikachu was the best actor and the negative impact of the new region level reset was there. The 50-50 fight between the 2 sides could not be said to be completely unaffected by these situations. But in the battle command at that time, Casey did show a command level that was not inferior to Ash, a trainer who had been traveling for more than a year and even won the Indigo Plateau Conference Top 16 Orange Alliance Winter Cup. All signs indicate that Casey has the potential to become a powerful Pokemon trainer in the future. Looking at the performance of Casey and Chikorita, Ash nodded secretly and gave a very good evaluation of 1 person and 1 pet. Of course, she is still too young for Ash now. Facing the sweet scent released by Chikorita with a wide range of effects, Ash calmly commanded Totodile to fight the enemy. Totodile used the recoil of Water Gun to jump into the air. Wow! After receiving the order, Totodile, who has greatly improved his skill proficiency and mastery after a few days of training, opened his mouth and spit out a fine stream of water aimed at the ground under his feet. The recoil directly made Totodile fly high in the sky, completely avoiding the sweet scent released by Chikorita. Can it be played like this? Shouldn't Water Gun be an attack skill? Casey, a fledgling rookie trainer, has never seen such an advanced operation to change the use of skills. The whole person seemed a little confused. 043, Casey realized that Totodile was flying towards Chikorita in the sky and quickly changed his tactics. Chikorita, use Razor Leaf. Although the power of Razor Leaf is not great, it is a typical group attack skill, and it is extremely difficult to completely block it. Totodile, Water Gun attack. Facing the rain of Razor Leaves, Ash calmly gave orders to Totodile. Although the training time was not long, it worshipped Ash's Blastoise as its teacher as soon as it entered the Pokemon home and learned its high-precision Water Gun attack. Although the current Totodile cannot reach the height of Blastoise, it is not difficult to block a Razor Leaf of Chikorita's size. After receiving Ash's order, Totodile controlled the Water Gun to smack down all the Razor Leaves that attacked it. Leer used Bite. Then, with eyes wide open, he stared fiercely at Chikorita who had just released Razor Leaf towards him. It was so frightened that the Pokemon's defense level dropped, and it was also obviously a little timid. Totodile seized the opportunity, quickly approached Chikorita, opened his big mouth, and bit the leaf on Chikorita's head. Fee. That was an important part of Chikorita's body that she relied on to release skills when attacking. If she was directly bitten by Totodile, not to mention losing her fighting ability, her resistance ability would definitely be greatly reduced. Chikorita, break free. Totodile, don't give a chance, catch it. The voices of the trainers on both sides sounded almost at the same time. While Totodile bit the green leaf on Chikorita's head with his mouth, he attacked Chikorita with Vine Whip through the small bulges on both sides of his body. He used his short, fat, but powerful little claws to hit Chikorita twice, making it lose its fighting ability. After the whole battle, the difference in hard power between Totodile and Chikorita was not that obvious. Even because of the attribute Restraint, Chikorita still had the upper hand to some extent. However, the result was that Chikorita was completely suppressed by Ash's Totodile and had no power to fight back. At this time, looking at Totodile and its trainer Ash, who had already played the ordinary skill of Water Gun, Casey was completely numb. No, they were all rookie trainers who had just started this year. Why were Ash and his group more powerful than each other? Could it be that she was just a useless person who was not suitable to be a Pokemon trainer at all? Pokemon, Totodile, level IV.19 increased to 4.20. After defeating Casey's Chikorita, Ash's Totodile level was successfully increased by 1 level, from the original IV.19 to 4.20. At the same time, the familiar system prompt sounded. Collaborative mission completed. Accept Casey's 3v3 challenge with Sunday and Serena. Each send a Pokemon and all win. Mission reward. Points. 50W. Kartana. Totodile level +3. Pokemon. Kartana. Level. IV.12. LV.15. Pokemon. Totodile. Level IV.19. IV.22. As the system mission rewards were issued, Totodile suddenly felt several warm currents in his body. With the blessing of these warm currents, its level and strength were rapidly improving. Wow! At this time, Totodile, who had never experienced this feeling, didn't know what it meant. My head was full of doubts. Subconsciously, he wanted to get the answer from his trainer Master Ash. But they found that Ash still looked normal, as if all this was natural. Suddenly, Totodile seemed to remember the conversation with Master Blastoise in the Pokemon home, and his eyes became much clearer. The look he gave Ash also changed from the original puzzlement to joy and gratitude. The speed of Totodile's level increase as a task reward will not be affected by his own will and thoughts. In a blink of an eye, it reached the limit of evolution, and it was the kind that could not be suppressed at all. The whole Pokemon burst out with a fierce and dazzling evolution light. Is it going to evolve? So fast. Knowing that Totodile was captured at about the same time as them, Sunday and Serena were both surprised to see the evolution light on Totodile. But because it was Ash's Pokemon, they were not very surprised. In this regard, it is very reasonable for Kuni to evolve so much earlier than their Cyndaquil and Chikorita. If it was a little bit outrageous, it should have evolved when Ash first trained it. Or it could have evolved into Feraligatr or directly after 2 consecutive evolutions. It has only evolved to Totodile, which is already very ordinary. It can only be said that due to Ash's rocket-like speed of becoming stronger, the 2 women now find nothing new. As the light of evolution faded, a blue crocodile with a big mouth appeared in front of everyone. Although Totodile has not yet received any mutation props, its golden qualifications are here. Compared with ordinary Croconaw, although Ash's Croconaw has just evolved, it is far superior in size, color, and sharpness of claws. Wow! After the evolution, Croconaw's growl looked much stronger. It shouted happily at Ash. Congratulations, Croconaw! Although he had seen many Pokemon evolve, Ash was still excited every time he saw this kind of scene. He walked up and patted Croconaw's head to congratulate it. Croconaw rubbed Ash affectionately, and pretended to open its mouth to bite his trouser leg. However, due to its obvious change in shape after evolution, it bit Ash's trouser leg. Ash's face turned black, his eyes flashed blue, and he used Psychic to freeze it in place. He grabbed its fate by the back of the neck and took it back with a pokeball. You can bite the trouser leg? Sunday and Serena are fine. After all, they will become a family sooner or later, and there will be plenty of opportunities for practice in the future. But Casey is not like that. Serena and Sunday seemed to have noticed something and blushed. They were shocked in their hearts. Croconaw was really not serious. What, this Croconaw? It actually evolved? After seeing this scene, the expression on Baseball Stephanie Casey's face was obviously a little bit uncomfortable. It hurts. This is really too heartbreaking. Is there anything more heartbreaking than losing 3 games in a row, but one of the main rivals who beat her in a fancy way also got a great improvement in the battle? This is simply rubbing salt into her wounds. Sure enough, I am a rookie, and the Pokemon trainer path is not suitable for me at all. At this time, Baseball Stephanie Casey has fallen into deep self-doubt and can't extricate herself. Don't be discouraged. Casey, your trainer journey has just begun, and this performance is already very good. At this moment, a white little hand was placed on her shoulder, comforting the depressed Casey. Casey turned her head and saw that it was Serena. Serena looked at Casey, who was doubting her life at the moment, and understood what she was thinking. To be honest, before Ash and Sunday enlightened her, she used Ash and Sunday as benchmarks to judge herself. The conclusion she came to was also enough to make her doubt her life. But in fact, the answer obtained in this way is extremely absurd. You know, although the stars dare not compete with the sun, they can still bring a little light to everyone in the dark night. Compared with Ash and Sunday, she may not be as good. But compared with ordinary rookie trainers, her command talent is already very good. The same is true for Casey. Of course, she is not as lucky as herself and can receive Ash's patient teaching. The command ability is better than mine, but among the normal trainers, she can also be called a leader. At least after losing to her and Sunday, she quickly changed her fighting style, which is worthy of recognition. It has surpassed most rookies and even some senior trainers who don't have such awareness. Really, is it really like this? But aren't you all rookie trainers who just started traveling this year like me? As a result, all of you can easily defeat me. Am I really good? Casey asked Serena without any confidence. Poochie. Ha ha ha. Sunday was amused by the cute Casey. Casey, how can you be sure that we are all rookie trainers? Well, Serena is indeed, but Ash and I are not. Ash also smiled and continued. I guess Casey probably saw that the 3 of us are all the 3 major families in the Johto region Pokemon. So you make such a judgment. Hearing this, Sunday nodded in sudden realization. Thinking that she each has an Earl Dervish Pokemon from the Johto region, it is indeed easy to give people the illusion that the 3 of them are all rookie trainers who set out from the local area this year. Hey, aren't you rookie trainers? Ash and the others' words almost burned Casey's CPU. She just thought she was fighting against 3 rookie trainers. The only rookie trainer who really feels the same as her is Serena, and the remaining Ash and Sunday are not. Asterisk. Of course, Casey, I tell you, it's normal for you to lose to Ash and Sunday. Serena took up the topic and began to introduce the 2. The champion of the last Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. The mega genius who won the regional championship after traveling for a year. The top 4 of the last Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. The daughter of the ancient Pokemon family in Kanto. She really deserved to lose. After a while, after learning the true identities of Ash and Sunday from Serena, the frustration on the face of baseball player Stephanie Casey disappeared and turned into shock and surprise. He didn't expect that Ash and Sunday looked so young, but their status and position were so extraordinary. 0. She knew about the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference, although the level of the trainers participating each year was uneven. In terms of gold content, it was even worse than the Silver Conference in the Johto region. But the championship was not something that anyone could get involved in. Those who could win the regional championship at least had the qualifications to challenge the true strength of the regional gym trainer. In other words, the main Pokemon lineup must be at least gym level or above. Trump card Pokemon must even reach the elite level. But according to Serena, Ash had only been traveling for a little over a year. The key point is that when he participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference, his trainer career was less than a year. Abnormal talent, really terrible. Ash, who can achieve such an achievement, is definitely a mega genius. And Sunday was also one of the top 4 in the Indigo Plateau Conference, and was born in an ancient Pokemon family and received elite education since childhood. He is also not comparable to ordinary Pokemon trainers. How can she compare herself with Ash Sunday, a child of destiny and mega genius? Not only is he more talented than her, but he has also traveled longer than her. It is natural that he can easily defeat her. On the contrary, it is not easy for her to entangle the opponent for several rounds without being defeated immediately. At this point, Casey finally understood. In fact, the only person who could defeat her as a rookie was Serena. And Serena's talent was also recognized by Ash and Sunday. This proved that she was only slightly weaker than Serena. Compared with a normal trainer, she was still quite good. At this time, Casey's extremely unconfident mood had completely disappeared, and she turned into a curious baby. Sunday, I heard that ancient Pokemon families have extremely strict requirements for their children and descendants. Can you tell me what kind of education you received when you were a child? Ash, will winning the regional championship 1 year after starting your journey affect your future journey? Do you think the Silver Conference Championship is not that important? 093 inch. By the way, Ash, don't underestimate our Johto Region Silver Conference. It is very difficult. What is your expected target ranking this time? There's another most important question for you. Why did the 3 of you travel together? What is your relationship? Stop, stop, stop. The more you ask, the more outrageous it is. I can answer 1 or 2 of the previous questions for you, but the premise is that you can't ask any more. Ash looked at the baseball Stephanie Casey, who was talking endlessly about 100,000 reasons, and his face turned black. He quickly stretched out his hand to signal her to stop. Then he gave Sunday. Serena glanced at him and began to answer questions. First, Sunday reached out and stroked the blonde hair beside her ears, then smiled and said, "Actually, what you heard are all rumors. The education I received since childhood is basically the same as that taught by the Pokemon Academy, except that there are occasional practical simulations, and the Pokemon raised by the family are all used. Besides that, it is a huge amount of theoretical knowledge. Although it is busier than normal people, it is not too busy. To put it bluntly, childhood is the time to lay the foundation. The real rapid improvement depends on starting a journey. If it weren't for Ash, I'm afraid I would still be working behind closed doors in the Pokemon Academy now. As for the relationship between Serena, Ash, and me, it should be considered more than friends, but less than lovers." After listening to Sunday's words, Serena also nodded in agreement. Are you two like this? Gossip is one of human nature. Casey's eyes lit up, and her attention was completely attracted by Sunday's next words. Did Serena and Sunday fall in love with Ash? Look at Sunday Serena, then looked at the sunny and handsome Ash. As a bystander, she was also in a dilemma for a while. No matter which side she put herself in, she seemed unable to make a decision. Then Ash interrupted her thoughts. I am very happy to win the regional championship, but I am not too excited. After all, this is just a small milestone in my life. As for the difficulty comparison between the Indigo Plateau Conference and the Silver Conference, the Silver Conference is naturally more difficult. However, since I have participated in the Silver Conference, I will definitely go for the championship. I hope I can lift the championship trophy in the Johto region this year. Casey nodded, clenched his fists, and showed his fangs. It's okay in the Kanto region, but it's not that easy for you to win the Johto region this year, because I will also participate in the Silver Conference this year. Ash, let's meet at the Silver Conference for our next match. I will defeat you in the competition. Okay, then I will wait and see. Ash smiled, but didn't expect too much. After all, he didn't face Nana in the story of Indajin and Kong. Ding, trigger the story mission. Defeat Baseball's Stephanie Casey in Silver Conference. Task completion reward. The highest level Pokémon in the current team +3. At the same time, the prompt sound of the system task triggering resounded in Ash's mind, making his eyes light up. The highest level Pokémon in the team gets the level upgrade reward. There is no such task to upgrade the level of a designated Pokémon before. This is really good. The highest level Pokémon in his hand now is Mewtwo. If it can go one step further, it will directly get a level upgrade of 3 levels. Combined with its special ability of Mega Evolution, it will definitely become a leader among the first-level gods. Take it. Such a good task must not be missed. Ash quickly took the task, and then looked at Casey with a more amiable look. Casey is such a good person for helping him trigger the system task and giving such amazing rewards. And Casey alone triggered 2 system tasks for him, and the reward for the second one was so generous. Ash secretly made up his mind that Casey would be the best partner after the Rocket Trio in the future. He was thinking about how to continue to trigger Easter eggs on her in the future. Hey Ash, what's the look in your eyes? I just want to have a Pokemon battle with you. Don't get me wrong. Casey couldn't stand Ash's lamb-like gaze and trembled in her heart and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Oh no, Ash is not going to hit on me. Although he is really handsome, he already has 2 suitors after all, and he is very fickle, not suitable for me. Casey muttered in his heart. What are you thinking, little girl? It's okay now. It seems that he understands that Casey misunderstood him. Ash decisively retracted his gaze and waved his hand indifferently. In the Pokemon world, Stephanie, who can appear in front of Ash, is definitely 1.9 in terms of looks. Casey is no exception, but she is still a little different from the mega beauties like Sunday and Serena. Ash has no evil thoughts about her. After that, Ash left with Sunday and Serena. That's the best. Ash, wait. I will beat you fair and square at the Silver Conference and wash away today's shame. The carefree baseball player Stephanie Casey shouted at the backs of Ash and the others. At the same time, she swung the baseball bat in her hand vigorously. Wait, she must get back at the Silver Conference. Not to mention beating Ash. At least she must beat him. At the very least, even if she loses, she must lose spectacularly. She must let the other party see that she is not easy to mess with. Late at night, after confirming through Psychic that both Serena and Sunday were asleep, Ash got out of the tent and got up to make himself a pot of cold tea and gulped down a few mouthfuls to suppress some of the anger in his heart. As Psychic became more proficient and his perception became stronger, every time he wanted to confirm whether the 2 women were asleep, he would inevitably see some erotic scenes. However, the relationship between Ash, Serena, and Sunday was not that close, and it was obviously very uncomfortable at this time. Walked out of the tent and walked into an open space in the forest. Come out, water! This arrogant guy has been left alone for a long time, and it's time to take out the top-quality mystic water obtained in New Barktown and use it. It's going to mold if it's been kept in the system space. Suicune, who is elegant and handsome, appeared in front of him. His attitude was not too close, but he didn't mean to be deliberately alienated. Although he recognized Ash's strength, whether it was his personal combat ability or his command level as a trainer. At the same time, he also recognized his character. The human boy selected by Ho-Oh must have no problem with his character. It was just because of the humiliating experience of being captured that Suicune always had a hard time getting close to Ash. This was in stark contrast to the other Pokemon in Ash's team. Even Mewtwo, who was so strong, was now obedient to Ash. Although this did not affect Ash's daily command of Suicune. For some people with obsessive-compulsive disorder, the intimacy of other Pokemon in the team was directly maxed out, and Suicune was the only exception, which made Ash somewhat unacceptable. Today, Ash deliberately set aside time to train it well and make it truly return to the heart. Suicune, who was released from the Pokemon home, looked at Ash with confusion. It was not clear why Ash released it in the middle of the night. After all, there were no enemies around. Because it was not close to Ash, it became a lone wolf in the Pokemon home. Although other Pokemon in Ash's team would not deliberately isolate it, they would not be as enthusiastic as they were to other Pokémon. They don't usually communicate much with Suicune, so it didn't know that being called out by Ash in the middle of the night was a good thing for its transformation. Looking at Suicune's puzzled eyes, Ash also guessed that it didn't seem to be very popular in the Pokémon home. After all, in the Pokémon world, as the incarnation of the North Wind, it could attract the admiration of countless ordinary Pokémon wherever it went. As a result, no one was interested in it after arriving at its Pokémon home. This contrast, it is probably a bit unacceptable to it. Ash was both helpless and touched about this. The helpless thing was that the Pokémon in his team seemed to have a very bad impression of Suicune. The touching thing was because of their attitude, mainly because Suicune's attitude towards him was not close. Of course, this trouble will no longer exist after tonight. The face lost when being humiliated and conquered, compared with the actual improvement in strength, is simply not worth mentioning. Most of the Pokémon he captured were arrogant at first, but soon they were convinced by his sugar-coated bullets. Isn't Zapdos a typical example? Ash believed that Suicune would be no exception. If he failed to capture it this time, he would just think that he had made a mistake. At worst, he could think of other ways to improve Suicune's favorability. If it really didn't work, forget it. Anyway, there would definitely not be only one Suicune in the huge Pokémon world. He could definitely capture other Suicune, right? But by then, the good things sent by the system would not be the turn of this Suicune. People always treat others with empathy. If you're not close to me, I will not be so warm to you. Why should I leave all the good things to you and Pokémon DP who is closer to me? He is not the kind of dog who is willing to do shameless things. Ash has always admitted to being called honest, names such as scumbag and water balance master. He hates negative words such as dog and war man. He, Ash, has always let others lick him. Facing Suicune's puzzled eyes, Ash took out the top-grade mystic water that had been stored for several days from the system space. The moment the top-grade mystic water appeared, Suicune's watery eyes suddenly sparkled. As a legendary Pokémon of water type, he is very sensitive to this kind of carrying props that can enhance the power of water-type skills. When walking in the world before, he had seen other trainers' Pokémon carrying it. Later, it has been trying to find a way to improve its long-lost strength. However, such props are extremely precious. Even for humans who have traveled all over the Pokémon world, the attribute-enhancing props on the market are in a scarce contest condition. Not to mention it, which has been searching alone all the time. Even though it cares a lot and tosses and turns, it still can't find the ownerless mystic water. Now it actually saw it here with Ash. And in its perception, the terrifying water elemental power contained in the effect of this string of mystic water is several times stronger than all the mystic water it has seen before. Suicune's eyes were immediately entangled. It is very smart and has traveled in the human world for many years and has rich experience. Naturally, it understands Ash's obvious intention to recruit him by taking out the top-quality mystic water at this moment. Ash just wants to let himself put aside the grudges when he was captured before and serve him as a Pokémon wholeheartedly. For a moment, the two choices of dignity and strength were placed in front of Suicune, making it hesitate a little. After a moment, Suicune made his own decision. 877 lowered his proud head and walked to Ash. How much is the so-called face worth? To be honest, it lost its face when it was subdued by Ash as a legendary beast. It was too hypocritical to be entangled for so long. Now, why not just give up and accept the fate? Not only can the past be put behind us, but also get a top-quality carrying item. And to be honest, Ash's team already has legendary Pokémon such as Zapdos, Lugia, and Mewtwo. Among them, Mewtwo is at the same level as Ho-Oh and has reached the true first-level god level. Even such Pokémon listens to Ash obediently. It is a champion-level, ordinary legendary Pokémon. What is there to be proud of? Ash subdued it. That's because he thinks highly of himself. And Ash is the boy chosen by Lord Ho-Oh. There is nothing shameful in bowing to him and recognizing him as the master. It will even be of infinite benefit to it. Ding! Suicune intimacy reaches the maximum value. Hearing the familiar system prompt, Ash's mouth slightly raised, and he gave the top-grade mystic water in his hand to Sukun. In its joyful and grateful eyes, it was taken back to the Pokémon Home King. Then he returned to the tent, used Psychic to suggest himself to calm down, and fell into a dream. Ash, look! Why are the trees next to you withered? A few days passed in a flash. Ash and his 3 companions were still on their way to Violet City. Suddenly, Serena found that the scenery around them seemed to have changed a little, and asked Ash in confusion. Yeah, Ash, the forest we just passed by was fine. Why did it wither in large areas when we got here? There must be something wrong. Could it be that these trees have some strange infectious disease? Sunday seemed to have noticed the clues of the surrounding scenery and immediately made a bold guess. Ding! Triggering system task. Defeat the Pinsir tribe that invaded Heracross's territory. Help the Pinsir tribe expel Team Rocket and restore the ecological environment of their homeland. Task reward. Holy Gold Beetle Horn. 50% increase in strength after Heracross carries it. Points. 1.5 million. Compared with the past, the attribute skill power of Pokémon is increased. This time the reward is actually Heracross's exclusive props. At the same time, it also improves its own racial attribute power. This is much more abnormal than the power of attribute skills. Take the popular Krypton Gold games as an example. All kinds of fancy props are not as abnormal as changing the body value in the end. Ash just wondered if the environmental changes here were like in the original plot, and Team Rocket was behind it. The system task triggered in his mind confirmed his guess. And if he remembered correctly, he was not far from Heracross when he encountered this plot. He took the task casually and shook his head in the questioning eyes of Sunday and Serena. No, this is definitely not an infectious disease, and someone is deliberately making trouble. Who is it? Is it so bad? This forest is the home of many Pokémon. If they destroy it like this, how many innocent Pokémon will become homeless? If I know who it is, I must teach them a lesson. Sunday was very angry after hearing Ash's explanation, gritted his teeth, and scolded viciously. To put it, I also tightened her little fist. Naturally, it is deeply disgusted. If I didn't guess it was wrong, it should not be expected that our old acquaintance Rockets. Ash shook his head helplessly, and couldn't help but vomit more than a bad place than the Pokémon Alliance prison system. Send it into the jail, and it was faster and smooth when it was released so quickly than when it was region in Kanto. It is likely that people were caught in the morning. As a result, it was released in the afternoon. I guess Team Rocket Giovanni paid money to bail out the Rocket Trio. But it is true that although Team Rocket Trio is not good, the other 2 identities except Meowth are not simple. James is the eldest son of the Sasaki family, a big family in Kanto region. Jessie's mother was also an executive of Team Rocket, and it is even possible that she was a good sister of Giovanni's mother. Later, she sacrificed herself for the organization for some special reasons, leaving only Jessie. The 2 are definitely the second generation of free range. You can get into trouble, be despised, and be beaten, but you must not die in Giovanni's sight, and you must not be locked up in the police station. I think Giovanni immediately activated his energy to bail them out as soon as he received the news that Team Rocket Trio was imprisoned. And compared with Kanto region, Team Rocket's influence in Johto region is much greater. Giovanni's investment of the same executive power as in Kanto is enough to support Team Rocket's dominance in Johto region. But in Kanto, they can only bow their heads and obey. This shows the huge gap in the top power between the 2 places. Thinking of this, Ash decided not to send Team Rocket to the police station during the next trip in Johto region, just to save face for Officer Jenny. If they were arrested and locked up again and again, and then released and arrested again, it would be a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, Ash and his 3 friends did not stay in one city for a long time, and the Rocket Trio often moved to another place. If they were always arrested and released in the same city, how embarrassed would Officer Jenny, who was responsible for arresting Team Rocket Trio, be? Of course, the main cause of these problems is the dark corruption of the upper echelons of the Johto region Pokémon Alliance, which has nothing to do with Miss Junping herself. To put bluntly, she is just a worker. Since it is useless to send them in, they will be released soon. It is better to learn the operation of the stupid things in the original plot and directly beat them out, so that at least Lash Out can be released. As for the little Alliance coin bonus gained by sending Team Rocket to the police station, not to mention that Ash is already rich and has a lot of assets now, there is no need to care about this little money. As a subordinate of the wealthy Mega Pokemon collector Gilyuda, it's better not to have this little money. Team Rocket again. Didn't they just get sent to prison and they were released again? Didn't Officer Ginny promise us to keep them all locked up for a few years? Sunday Serena was very surprised when Ash said that the culprit was the Rocket Trio. What's so strange about this? They were released not long after they were in Viridian City. Sunday, have you forgotten who the boss of Team Rocket is? TBXD. Sunday nodded seriously. With the power of Team Rocket's boss Giovanni, it would be too easy to bail out the Rocket Trio. Even Officer Ginny could do nothing about it. After all, as long as the Rocket Trio didn't commit the heinous crime, even according to the Alliance law, they could be released early by paying bail, not to mention that Giovanni was standing behind them. No matter what, we must teach them a lesson this time and vent the anger of the Pokemon living in this forest, Sunday said angrily. Serena also nodded in agreement. On some issues, the two sisters have always worked together. Of course, they didn't know at this time that they would have to work together to deal with Ash in the future. The Rocket Trio will definitely not let them go, but before that we have other things to solve. Ash smiled at the two women who shared the same hatred. Then, in their puzzled eyes, he took the lead and took the two to the forest not far from here, across a mountain cliff, connected only by a wooden bridge. In the original plot, the Pinsir Forest was poisoned by the rockets, and across the stream from the Pinsir Forest was the Heracross Forest. It was here that Ash subdued the bug-type strongman Heracross who shone in the competition when traveling in the Johto region. Ash will naturally not let go of the Heracross that he had captured in the original plot, not to mention that he now has a mission closely related to the Heracross tribe, even more motivated. Arriving at the Heracross Forest, the situation here is similar to the Pinsir Forest next to it, but it is also different. Although there are also many withered 723 trees, the overall situation is much better. Heading toward the center of the Heracross Forest, there's a big tree that is much taller than the trees next to it. It is about tens of meters high, and the tree is very thick. It takes 6 or 7 people to hug it. On the trunk, there are dozens of rare Pokemon Heracross lying on the trunk, sucking the sweet juice flowing out of the trunk. Are these all Heracross? There are so many. Sunday Serena recognized the identities of these Pokemon at a glance, and was very surprised. Heracross is one of the few Pokemon with a fairly online species strength among bug types, and is deeply loved by bug-type Pokemon enthusiasts. However, due to the extremely rare number in the wild, few trainers can capture it. The Heracross that appeared in front of them at this moment, just a rough estimate, actually reached dozens of them. They were really surprised. Sure enough, the place that Team Rocket was thinking about must have its own outstanding features. The more than 10 Heracross in front of them alone are enough to make bug-type Pokemon fans crazy. Ash's eyes swept over the Heracross sucking sap on the tree trunk, and soon confirmed the identity of the Heracross he captured in the original plot. This guy was hugging the tree trunk on a branch, sucking sweat with a happy face. According to his careful observation, the shell of this Heracross is deeper and more transparent than the ordinary individuals next to it, and the long horns on its head are also thicker. Although the eyes are gentle, compared with the more gentle and even cowardly fellows, it has a little more determination. Obviously a qualified insect Pokemon warrior. These Heracross look very friendly. Yes, Heracross has always been gentle. Although it has a thick horn suitable for fighting, it actually doesn't like to fight with other Pokemon. At this time, a group of Butterfree flew from a distance, heading straight for the big tree where the Heracross tribe was squatting to suck sweet sap. Many Heracross took the initiative to give up a better position to Butterfree, which attracted the onlookers, such as Sunday and Serena, to exclaim in amazement. And behind the 3 people, a rather rough voice came. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and it turned out to be 10 members of the Forest Guard team, wearing uniforms similar to firefighters. "Excuse me, 3 people. My name is Sun Nan, and I am a member of the Forest, BHFG, guard team that guards the surrounding forests. Due to the recent large-scale tree death phenomenon, I came here to investigate. Sorry to bother you." Seeing the 3 people looking at him in confusion, Sun Nan took the initiative to explain to Ash and the others. "It's Mr. Mori Nan. Hello, my name is Ash. The 2 of them are my travel companions, Serena and Sunday. The 3 of us also saw the trees withering around us, and thought that this must not be an ordinary natural phenomenon, and there must be some unknown reasons, so we came here to investigate the Japanese anime." Ash smiled and replied to Morinan, "Is that so? Thank you so much." Morinan seemed very happy after hearing that Ash and the other 2 actually took the initiative to investigate the cause of the withering of the forest trees. As the saying goes, one more person means one more strength, let alone 3 people. Even if the 3 of them are just rookie trainers who just started traveling this year, they are enough to give him a lot of help in this investigation. "You're welcome. Protecting the Pokemon home is the duty of each of us trainers." Ash smiled and replied, thinking of other things in his heart. Since Team Rocket is making trouble this time, can he take advantage of the trio's trouble to recruit the 2 insect Pokemon tribes of Pinsir and Heracross in the forest? Just now, he looked around and saw that there were 2 red-qualified Heracross among more than 10. The one he originally captured was a rare Pokemon with the best gold qualification. The Heracross tribe is so powerful, and the Pinsir tribe that opposes them can't be much worse. Although the forest here looks large, it is still incomparable to the trackless forest environment in his Pokemon home. Not to mention that every tree contains rich and delicious sweet juice. He believes that as long as Heracross has been to the Pokemon home, he will definitely be happy. Getting Ash's affirmative answer, Morinan immediately stood in awe. There are not many trainers who can have such a high level of awareness these days. Especially Ash and the other 2 seem to be just rookie trainers, which is even more rare. In fact, most Pokemon trainers would take a nonchalant attitude when encountering such things. Sometimes the desire to capture Pokemon even hinders the work of the forest guards and rangers. And this group of people is also very difficult to serve. Asking them to provide help for a trivial matter, or complaining to the Alliance official, etc., seriously wasting their patrol power. This forest has been in this situation for several days. The reason why he delayed coming now is not that he deliberately neglected it, but there were other things to deal with before. If the trainers who had been pestering him before had the same awareness as Ash and the other 2, he would have finished his work long ago and rushed over to start the investigation. Judging from his situation, Xiaoli and the other 2 obviously came much earlier than him. I wonder if they can find out something useful? Suppressing his thoughts, Sun Nan asked Ash and the others with a smile on his face. However, he did not have much expectation for whether he could ask for valuable clues. It depends more on whether the hard-earned power of the 3 people can be reasonably utilized in the subsequent work. To be honest, we have found some clues, and we know who is the one who has completed the tree trap. But before that, we need to deal with some things before we can punish the murderer. Ash said with a smile to Sun Nan, who asked him, "What? Are you telling the truth?" Ash's answer made Sun Nan, who did not have much hope for them, overjoyed. Just when he was about to ask Ash what else he needed to deal with, he saw Ash shook his head slightly and pointed to the distance. Following the direction of Ash's finger, several people saw smoke and dust rolling in the distance, and heard chaotic and heavy footsteps. It was a group of Pinsir running towards this side. They bared their teeth and claws and protested with the big horns on their heads. They were about to drive away all the Heracross and Butterfree tribes that were sucking juice. The Heracross tribe was gentle and timid by nature, and did not dare to conflict with the Pinsir tribe. Many Heracross left in fear. The same is true for Butterfree. Only some of the slower Butterfree were blocked by the Pinsir tribe before they could leave, because they were greedy for the last sweet juice. When they were about to be taught a lesson by the pincer, the Heracross that Ash had taken a fancy to stepped forward and tried to protect the Butterfrees that were surrounded. It's the pincer. They don't live in the other forest. How could they run here? Could it be that they are the culprits that caused the forest to wither? When seeing the pincer tribe, Sun Nan made his own reasonable guess. Yes and no. It can only be said that these pincer are actually forced to act. Of course, before explaining this problem, let's help the Heracross tribe to repel these aggressive pincer. Ash reached his hand to his waist and said loudly, "Come out, Charizard." There are quite a few of these pincer, and the average level is above level 35. They should be the elite backbone of the pincer tribe in this forest. Ordinary trainers would not be able to handle it, so Ash chose to send Charizard to fight quickly. At the same time, he did not forget the principle of catching the leader first. Since he wanted to target the two major bug-type Pokémon tribes, the attitude of the leaders of these two tribes was very important. Ash planned to capture it and the Heracross he liked first and let them visit the scenery in the Pokémon home, and then release them to persuade his tribe partners to join the Pokémon home. As for Sun Nan, the Pokémon Ranger, when necessary, Mutwo can use the ability to delete memories to make him forget what happened here. Seeing Ash take action, Sunday and Serena also released their Cyndaquil, Chikorita, and Golem, ready to fight together with Ash. In fact, this is just their usual operation to quickly level up when traveling in the Johto region. When facing groups of wild Pokémon, Ash's Pokémon has always been the main output, and the two of them assist from the side. Together, they commanded the battle, hoping that their Pokémon would quickly improve their combat levels. Is this guy really a rookie trainer? He has the final form of Charizard so soon? Could it be that he is a trainer who traveled from the neighboring Kanto region? It seems that this year's Silver Conference will be exciting. Looking at the powerful momentum of Charizard, this trainer, named Ash, may have a chance to enter the top 16. Thinking that Ash was just an ordinary passerby trainer, Morinan nodded repeatedly, expressing his approval of Ash's Charizard's appearance. Charizard, Flamethrower. Chikorita, Vine Whip. Golem, Rollout. Ash and the other two had a clear division of labor, attacking the pincers that climbed up the trees. Among them, Ash's Charizard acted as the main C, and Golem was responsible for dealing with the pincers that were swept to the ground by Charizard. Serena and her Chikorita were responsible for attacking the pincer on the trees that Ash's Charizard could not reach. Grass was restrained by fire. If she chose the same target as Ash's Charizard, she would be easily injured by its fire skills. Not only could they not help each other, but they might also put Chrysanthemum in danger. If you get a little bit of Ash Charizard's fire, you will definitely be seriously injured. This basic trainer principle, any trainer with a little common sense will not make a mistake. She was trained by Ash seriously, so she naturally couldn't make such a low-level mistake. On the tree trunk, Heracross, who was struggling to resist the pincer's attack, saw Ash and others helping. She also gritted her teeth to restrain her gentle nature and bravely launched a counterattack against the pincer tribe. Charizard, Seismic Toss. Following Ash's command, Charizard grabbed the leader of the pincer from among the many pincers and threw the powerful Seismic Toss to the ground. Go Pokeball. After being hit by the Pokeball, the pincer leader was captured by Ash without any struggle. Seeing that the leader was captured by humans, the remaining pincers could only leave the Heracross forest in disgrace. After driving away this group of pincer and successfully protecting the home of Heracross, Sunday's Cyndaquil and Serena's Chikorita's levels were raised by 2 levels respectively. Although the battlefield was dominated by Ash's Charizard, the Pokémon of the two also made great progress. More importantly, after the successive level increases, Serena's Chikorita burst out with a violent evolution light. Is it going to evolve? At this time, everyone's eyes were all looking at Kikuto, which was completely covered by the evolution light. Especially Serena, who seemed particularly excited. In addition to traveling in the Kalos region for nearly a month, this was her first time to experience her own Pokémon evolution, although she had seen Ash and Sunday's Pokémon evolve before. But this feeling is completely different from witnessing the evolution of your own Pokémon. At this moment, Serena's heart was pounding. Although she knew that there would be no accidents in the evolution, she still couldn't help but have a little worry about this or that. Ash and Sunday, who were both experienced people, looked at each other and comforted her at the same time. "Don't worry, Serena, it will be okay." Hearing this, Serena's worries and impetuous emotions disappeared. The whole person's mentality was completely calmed down, and her eyes were quietly watching Chikorita, who was completely enveloped by the light of evolution. "It's great to be young." The Uncle Sinan from the Forest Guard team looked at the interaction between Ash and the other two, and there was a bit of sigh and reminiscence in his eyes. It seemed that he was recalling his long-gone youth. He also subconsciously reached out and touched his chin with a bit of beard. He was obviously in his prime, but he felt that he was old for some reason. He used to have a few friends standing beside him, talking and laughing, and everyone gathered together to work hard for their dreams. Under the gaze of everyone, the light of evolution that enveloped Chikorita gradually dissipated. A bay leaf, much larger than before, with leaves all around its neck and a sickle-shaped leaf protruding from its head, appeared in front of everyone. The whole Pokémon changed from being quirky and cute to being a little naive. "Great, Bayleaf. Congratulations on your successful evolution." Serena couldn't hold back her excitement and hugged Bayleaf's neck. She buried her cute little face in the soft and silky leaves of the laurel and rubbed it, looking very happy. Bayleaf's expression seemed a little helpless, and she stretched out the big leaf on her head and patted Serena's back. It was obviously a Pokémon, but why did it look like an older sister taking care of her younger sister? After rubbing against Bayleaf for a long time, Serena realized that her actions seemed a little childish. She quickly raised her head and shyly tidied up the messy hair around her ears. Her little face blushed, and she silently retreated behind Ash, as if using Ash as a wall to block the strange eyes of others. This cute move also made Ash smile knowingly, and he subconsciously reached out to stop her and held her waist. How could Serena's wife be so cute? "Hey, Serena is too cunning. No, I can't fall behind the master." On the other side, Sunday, who saw that the situation was not right, also came up immediately, took Ash's other hand. Ash smiled slightly, followed Sunday's guidance, and held her slender waist, becoming a master of water cutting. Uncle Sunan was also stunned by this scene. Thinking that he was still a single dog at this age, he felt very sad. Holding his violently trembling heart, he turned his head away. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as he didn't see it, just pretend it didn't happen. At the same time, he didn't forget to complain in his heart. These young people nowadays are really not taking advantage of their youth to work hard for their careers, but always entangled in these love affairs. But when will the god of love knock on his door? He has been working in the wild for more than 10 years. When will he meet his ideal Stephanie? I wonder if there's a legendary Pokémon that controls love in this world. If there is, I must capture one. After a while, Ash looked at the Heracross, who was happily sucking tree sap with the flying back tribe members, and Butterfree after the Pinsir tribe was driven away. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Some help is not for nothing. You have to use your body to taste it. Yes, I'm talking about you, Heracross. Be captured and bring your tribe to join our Pokémon home family. You should know that the leader Pinsir, who was just captured by Ash, is probably enjoying himself in the Pokémon home now. Thinking so in his heart, Ash walked towards the giant tree. Ash accurately found the one he just helped from a group of Heracross. Its superb qualifications were particularly conspicuous in Ash's eyes. "Heracross, you are not interested in becoming my Pokémon and traveling with me?" Faced with Ash's invitation, Heracross cast a grateful look, thanking Ash for the help he just gave, and then nothing happened. Heracross turned around and continued to suck the sweet juice from the tree trunk. It didn't want to be a human trainer's Pokémon. It just wanted to suck the delicious sweet juice comfortably. Faced with Heracross's reaction, Ash was not surprised at all. Although this Heracross is a little more resolute than the timid Heracross of the same race. But overall, its temperament is still gentle, and it doesn't like fighting. Just now, it chose to stay because it was forced to fight with the Pinsir tribe in order to protect Butterfree. Besides, it is a complete foodie. Even without Butterfree, as long as there is enough sweet tree juice, it can do anything. It is obviously unrealistic to want to subdue it directly with just a little bit of kindness of helping it. But it doesn't matter. Ash is already prepared. Ash took out a can of high-concentration perfect sweet sap from his backpack after several refinements. He bought it at a Pokémon store at a small town before coming to the forest of Heracross. This perfect sweet sap is much higher in quality than what Heracross is sucking at this time, and it is more tempting. The trees in the Pokémon homeland are basically guaranteed to have the same level of sweet sap. Ash slowly unscrewed the can lid, and a sweet and fragrant smell floated out of the can in his hand. The Heracross, who were sucking the sap, paused, and their green eyes, like hungry wolves, looked at Ash. To be precise, they looked at the can in Ash's hand. They wanted to rush over and snatch the can from Ash right now. However, they were timid by nature after seeing Ash's great power just now, so they didn't dare to make a rash move. They had to suppress their greed and drooled. Even the sap in their mouths, which they thought was extremely delicious, was a little tasteless at this moment. Compared with the rich aroma in Ash's hand, the sweet sap they sucked was not as good as it could be. Although it was not completely dregs, it was at least the difference between a home-cooked side dish and a full banquet made by a 5-star chef. The Heracross that Ash had his eyes on was even more greedy than the other Heracrosses of the same tribe. This was also reflected vividly in the original 17 plots. Now, it was almost hooked by the can of premium sweet sap in Ash's hand. What do you think, Heracross? If you become my Pokemon, you can eat premium sweet sap like this every day, and it's the kind of 4 scale. Looking at Heracross's reaction, Ash said with a smile, "These days, if you want to get someone, you don't have to use force. This method is somewhat hurtful, so it's better not to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. The correct approach is to lure them with benefits. Anyway, the Pokemon home is his unique advantage and the ideal place for Pokemon to live." Heracross looked at the premium sweet sap in Ash's hand, then turned back to look at his own tribe and the ordinary sweet sap flowing from the trunk. It only took a 10,000th of a second to think, and then he ran to Ash and surrendered to him. As expected, he took the sweet sap in Ash's hand and drank it all, not even leaving the last drop on the edge of the can. He licked it so clean that even dogs would shake their heads. It's easy to capture a foodie like Heracross who has a clear goal. Both sides got what they needed and were happy. As a partner on the journey, Ash needed it to fight for him. After Heracross moved into the Pokemon home, he could taste the perfect sweet sap every day. If he hesitated for a second for such a good thing, it would be a great disrespect to the food. As for other members of the same tribe, if there is enough sweet sap, it will be good for Ash to capture them all. After all, the characters of its members are a bit cowardly. When they encounter danger in the future, it doesn't have to be the one to stand up and fight every time. A wise choice. Ash nodded with satisfaction. Heracross's actions at this time have already shown its final decision. He reached for the empty Pokeball on his waist and gently tapped Heracross. Without any resistance, Heracross received him into the Pokeball and teleported him directly to the Pokemon home that the Pokemon wanted to connect to. After taking down the leader of Pinsir and the best existence of the Heracross tribe, Ash thought and began to check the attribute panel of Heracross. Pokemon, Pinsir. Attribute, Bug. Qualification, Red. Level, IV.40. Skills, Vice Grip, Bind, Seismic Toss, Bug Bite, Storm Throw, Double Hit, Vital Throw, Sword Dance, etc. Ability, Machamp Claw. Because it has claws that are proud of its strength, its attack will not be reduced by rival. Carrying items, none. In terms of intimacy, it is an existence that was directly collected into the Pokeball after being defeated by Charizard. The intimacy of a leader Pinsir is only maintained at the level of ordinary wild Pokemon just captured by the trainer. Overall, Pinsir's attribute is not very strong. Its talent is only red. In Ash's opinion, as a hatched pet, it must have the golden top-grade qualification. Only in this way can the probability of the cubs born with golden qualifications be higher. Ash had expected this in advance. At this moment, he captured it and planned to use the influence of the leader Pinsir to attract the entire Pinsir tribe to the Pokémon home. The next thing to check is the panel of Heracross. Pokémon, Heracross. Attribute, Bug plus Fighting. Level, IV.35. Qualification Gold. Ability, Perseverance. When in a status condition other than near death, the attack is increased by 50%. Skills, Leer Tackle, Arm Thrust, Aerial Ace, Brick Break, Million-Ton Horn, etc. Carrying items, none. In contrast, Heracross can be cultivated as a Pokémon in Ash's second lineup. Gold qualification, slightly lower level than Pinsir, but also quite good. It is not easy for a gentle Pokémon like Heracross to train to such a high level in the wild. You should know that the Pokémon that can be included in the second lineup by Ash are all Pokémon with excellent qualifications. As for the more powerful first lineup, in addition to the legendary beasts, there are those Pokémon that have powerful second abilities or special abilities. It can be seen how fierce the competition in the first lineup is. Heracross's talent obviously does not meet the rigid requirements of the first lineup, but it does not mean that it has no possibility of promotion. After all, it also has the exclusive equipment of the holy golden beetle horn, which has a relatively powerful effect. If it can mutate the second ability, it may squeeze into the 10th lineup. The Perseverance ability is also quite good, and it can increase the attack by 50% when it falls into the status condition. Combined with the attack species strength of up to 125, it can be said to be quite powerful. At least it's more satisfying to Ash than the Bug Premonition ability. The effect of the Bug Premonition ability is that when the health value is less than 1/3, the power of Bug-type skills is increased by 50%. And Heracross can master not many Bug-type Pokémon by naturally increasing its level, only Pin, Missile, and Megahorn. To be honest, in Ash's opinion, it is not as good as the Perseverance ability. What surprised Ash was that Heracross's intimacy with him was close to the maximum value. It can only be said that the natural fate plus Ash's bribery made Heracross reach the maximum intimacy as soon as he was captured. Please come out for a moment, Heracross. After a while, Ash summoned Heracross from Pokémon Home again. A white light flashed, and Heracross, who looked unsatisfied, appeared in front of everyone, with sap still on the corner of his mouth. Ash really didn't lie to it. As soon as it entered Pokémon Home, it got lost in a trackless forest full of perfect sap. It was like heaven for it. Era. At this time, it waved its claws at Ash eagerly, as if to say, if there's nothing to do, let me go back to Pokémon Home. Heracross, please explain what you saw and heard to your companions, and ask them if they are willing to live in the place you just went. Since San Nan was still beside him, Ash also communicated with Heracross through telepathy. Hearing this, Heracross's expression was obviously a little surprised. Is there such a good thing? Being able to bring all the tribesmen into Pokémon Home. In this way, its people can also taste the perfect sweet sap every day like it. At Ash's signal, Laruz ran toward his Pokémon companions. Following this, he gave them a sincere persuasion. Ash, what's going on? This scene was also confusing after seeing it. Ash smiled slightly and replied, I asked Heracross to negotiate with its companions. Don't worry, if it succeeds, it will be of great benefit to me. The perfect sweet sap is very captivating for all Heracross, but it's a pity that this group of Heracross is too timid, so that after Heracross persuaded them for a long time, they still acted quite hesitant. Seeing this, Ash simply interrupted the conversation between the two sides. He explained his intentions to them directly through telepathy. Let them all live in the Pokémon Home, enjoy the best natural environment and delicious food, and they only need to pay a few offspring. Ash may take the better offspring to the outside world, or train them himself, or entrust them to a good enough Pokémon trainer to help them find a better future. All of the above are beneficial to the Heracross tribe, and they're not opposed to becoming partners of human trainers. Soon, more and more Heracross agreed with Ash's idea, and volunteer to be captured by him into the Pokémon home. The timid Heracross also has a strong herd mentality. After the first one, more and more Heracross volunteered to be captured by Ash. Not long after, the Heracross in the entire forest completed the migration of the tribe. All of them lived in Ash's Pokémon home. On the other side, Sinan, a member of the Forest Guard, witnessed the whole process of Ash's enticement to capture Heracross and all its tribe partners, and was already dumbfounded at this time. No, is this okay? The foodies in the Heracross tribe are too outrageous. Although Ash's act of directly conquering an entire Heracross tribe at this time is suspected of destroying the Pokémon ecosystem, these Heracross were conquered by him voluntarily. As a Forest Guardian, he has nothing to say. However, he is more curious about the perfect sweet sap that Ash took out, which can be bought in many Pokémon stores. But the price is very expensive, and the price of 10 cans requires a full 1,000 fine coins. His salary is already high among ordinary people, but a month's salary is only enough to buy 15 cans. Ash conquered so many Heracross at once. Even if each one only consumed 1 can a day, the accumulated amount would be an astronomical figure. He couldn't imagine how Ash was going to support an entire Heracross Pokémon tribe. As for whether Ash was deceiving the Heracross tribe, Sinan never thought that doing so would not be of any benefit to Ash. Most Pokémon have simple personalities, which makes them very stubborn. If Trainer makes a promise but does not intend to fulfill it, it will be very difficult for them to get along with each other in the future. Moreover, this is a whole group of Heracross. If Ash deceives them, I am afraid that many defectors will appear immediately. With Ash's strength, it is also very easy to defeat Heracross and kill them all. There is no need to use sweet sap to deceive Heracross's trust and then subdue it. That means that Ash can definitely support the entire Heracross Pokémon group. What amazing expense that would be. Hiss! After a simple calculation in his mind, Sinan took a breath of cold air. I just feel that the current rookie trainer is really more perverted than the other. Unlike poor Sinan, Sunday and Serena are not surprised that Ash can subdue the entire Heracross group with a can of sweet sap. Since they set out on a journey with Ash, the two of them have been well informed. You know, Ash feeds the big eater Snorlax without blinking an eye, and the energy cubes that Snorlax eats are several times more expensive than the sweet sap of Heracross. None of these are problems. The matter in Heracross Forest has been temporarily resolved, and it is time to go to the great Gujiao Armor Forest to punish the Rocket Team, the culprit. Ash put away the Heracross Pokeball in his hand with satisfaction, and then came to Serena and the others. Let's go to the Pinsir Forest. The Pinsers broke the pattern formed over the years and came to the territory of Snatch Heracross to suck the sap of the trees, causing the ecological environment to be destroyed. The culprit of the main tree, withering, should still be in the forest of that force now. Sunday and Serena nodded and were about to follow Ash's pace. But they found that the uncle's son Nan from the Forest Guard was still standing there blankly, as if he had not come back to his senses. Uncle, it's time to come back to his senses. Sunday stretched out his hand and waved in front of son Nan's eyes, successfully calling his mind back. The group of people went straight to the forest where the Pinsir lived. A group of people crossed a wooden bridge, crossed the valley that separated the Pinsir Forest and the Heracross Forest, and came to the Pinsir Forest. Walking along the Pinsir Forest, more and more dry trees can be seen on the road. At the same time, the buzzing sound of machinery can be heard in the ears. The four people looked at each other and nodded, knowing that the culprit at this time was deep in the Pinsir Forest, and their pace could not help but speed up a little. More than 10 minutes later, several people came to the center of the Pinsir Forest. Here, there is a huge tree bed similar to the center of the Heracross Forest. At this time, a mechanical Pinsir is climbing the giant tree, constantly absorbing the sap from the giant tree. The Pinsirs who had just been driven away from the Heracross Forest by Ash and his group. At this time, they can only surround the giant tree and watch all this happen helplessly. They dare to snatch the territory of Heracross, but they dare not attack the pincer robots that look much larger than them and full of power. They can only watch their homes being destroyed. 623. Although Ash conquered their leader, leaving the pincer tribe completely leaderless, this Pokemon is really a bit of a bully in nature. If it were a Pokemon tribe with a more aggressive temper, they would definitely destroy the robot, even if they were seriously injured. So, the culprit for the withering of the trees is actually this pincer robot? Is it because it sucked all the sap from the trees, so they withered for no reason? Serena and Sun, who witnessed the crime process of the pincer robot made by Team Rocket, suddenly realized it. At the same time, in the control room of the pincer robot, the three members of Team Rocket were imagining their future life. James, after sucking the sap from this giant tree, we have to go to the nearby Heracross forest to absorb the sap. Jesse, the money from selling the sap should be enough to pay off all our debts. Meowth, we should be able to make some money. BHFB, I seem to have seen a beautiful and happy life waving to us. Meow. The Rocket Trio, who were released from prison after paying bail by Giovanni's connections again, were not only penniless, but also in debt because of their previous actions. In order to pay off the debt as soon as possible, they chose to borrow money from Peter to pay Paul, and borrowed some money from here and there to create this pincer robot. They set their sights on acquiring the expensive sap. In their calculations, they only needed to drain all the sap from the trees in Pincer Forest and Heracross Forest. The money from the sales would be enough to pay off their debts, and they could even have a lot of money left. At the same time, they still had this robot left. Pincer robots are used to do other bad things. For example, they can go a step further and target pincer and Heracross tribes. After all, these pincers look easy to bully. If they catch them all and hand them over to Giovanni, their status in the organization will be greatly improved. The Rocket Trio is full of energy as they imagine a bright future that is waving at them. Hey, look, isn't that the little brat? And there is an uncle from the forest guard next to him. At this moment, James, who was stretching, saw Ash and his four companions in the distance and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Meow, why do we run into them everywhere? Otherwise, we'd be in trouble if we were sent to the police station again." Meowth was immediately shocked when he heard what James said. James seemed to have thought of many embarrassing pasts. They have been fighting with the little brats for so long, and they seem to have been treated very badly every time. "What are you afraid of, Meowth, James? Don't forget, we have the powerful pincer robot in our hands now. Since we have met him, this is a good opportunity to teach the little devil a lesson." And then snatched his Pikachu and retaliated. Jesse looked at the panicked man and cat and punched them in the head with a dark face. "Ouch, it hurts." Yes, we have robots. We don't have to be afraid of the little devil and the others." "Attack Meow Pincer." James and Meowth also reacted and controlled the pincer robot with Jesse to stop sucking sap, jumped down from the tree, and prepared to attack. Seeing the pincer robot suddenly jump down from the tree, it was about to attack several people. Sunan looked a little stern, stepped out in front of Ash and the other two, and his face was full of righteousness. "I will hold this robot back. Ash, you three should leave quickly and go to the city to find Officer Jenny. Ask her to bring more people to support." After saying this, Sunan felt a little regretful. He was just here to investigate. He was confident that he was familiar with the surrounding environment. The Pokemon here also knew him and would not attack him, so he did not bring the strongest Pokemon. Now, the group is in such a passive situation. I should not have asked Ash and others to help him. Since the mistake was caused by him, let him do it. Due to the butterfly effect brought by Ash, the Rocket Trio is still using the pincer robot, but it is a circle larger than the pincer in the original plot. It is completely different from being controlled by Meowth using remote control outside. The current pincer robot has increased several times in size, and the huge space is enough to fit all the Rocket Trio in it. So it has changed from the original remote control to real person driving. It is a robot built by the Rocket Trio at a huge cost. They hope to use this robot to suck tree sap to fill the debt deficit. Therefore, the whole robot's sense of oppression is much stronger than in the original plot. No wonder son Nan pretends to be ready to die. Uncle Mori, Nan, you don't have to do this. Let me handle the next thing, Ash said softly, and stepped forward to protect Uncle Mori, Nan, and the two girls behind him, and then reached for the Pokeball on his waist. Come out, Blastoise. Then you better be careful. Ash sent out another sturdy Blastoise after Charizard. A little hope rose in Mornin's heart. What if this boy can really repel the pincer robot? Although he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Ash and the other two, who would be willing to die generously if there were other options, even if the death was very valuable. At this moment, Maureen felt grateful for surviving the disaster. Hey, this is a little brat's Blastoise. What a big Blastoise. If we catch it and present it to Boss Giovanni, he will definitely be very happy. Promotion and salary increase. Executive position. I want to replace that damn Persian Meow. At this time, the three members of Team Rocket were also attracted by Ash's Blastoise, which was larger than other Pokemon of the same species and looked particularly strong and powerful. With his blood boiling, he did not realize the difference in strength between himself and Ash's Blastoise, but he seemed to have regarded Blastoise as a sure thing. Pincer Robot, Crazy Fury Swipes attack. The three members pushed the joystick hard to control the Pincer Robot to enter the attack mode. At this time, the sharp and powerful claws of the Pincer Robot were driven by the electric engine and turned wildly. It emits a powerful buzzing sound and looks particularly intimidating. The Pincer Robot rushed towards Ash and others. Blastoise Mage Evolution, stop it. Seeing that the Rocket Trio did not retreat but advanced, Ash also smiled. Although the Rocket Trio's Pincer Robot looks intimidating, it is actually just a paper tiger. It is okay to deal with normal Pokemon. For those high-level Pokemon, it is really vulnerable. Ordinary human technology weapons are still a little weak against supernatural forces such as Pokemon. Otherwise, the Pokemon trainer profession would not have become the mainstream of the continent, and it would be normal for each region to continue to compete with overheat weapons. Of course, it is not that there are no human weapons that can threaten high-level Pokemon. For example, not long ago, Shamudi Island, the Pokemon collector Gilroda, who had been brainwashed by Ash as a servant through Psychic, built a mega airship. The capture device on it is enough to catch the second-level god at the level of the Divine Bird. The Rocket Team's top brass also have some weapons that can threaten god-level Pokemon, similar to the evil organizations in each region, and the Pokemon Alliance has its own trump cards. However, the Rocket Team's trio obviously has no access to such high-level technology. Cammy, after receiving the order, Blastoise's body lit up with the dazzling light of Mega Evolution and transformed into Mega Blastoise. He did not use the huge hydro pump on his back, but adopted the same attack method as the Pincer Robot. With heavy steps, he approached the Pincer Robot step by step, and the fierce collision between the two beasts was about to break out. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of tackle that resounded through the world, Ash's Blastoise and the Taishan robot controlled by the Rocket Team fiercely tackled together. The two thick front paws also clasped each other. Cammy, after stopping the Rocket Team's Pincer Robot, Blastoise let out a low roar growl. Then he stepped hard on the ground with his legs, and the power was transmitted to his claws, directly lifting the Rocket Team's Pincer Robot. The scene looked particularly visually impactful. Then Blastoise slightly stockpile and threw the Pincer Robot directly into the sky. The thick muzzle behind released a huge high-pressure water column, which was the ultimate move of water-type Pokemon, Hydro Pump. The seemingly solid shell of the Pincer Robot hit by the powerful Hydro Pump became tattered. It was broken into pieces in a short while, revealing the Rocket Team trio in the control room. What a disgusting feeling. Accompanied by the extremely familiar exit lines, the Rocket Team trio was blasted away by the Hydro Pump attack, turned into a meteor, and disappeared into the sky. With the three of them, who were as strong as Ash's Megatrue rookie, they would definitely not be in trouble, but they would definitely suffer. It was incredible. Uncle Maureen stared at Ash's Blastoise with amazement, and his expression was extremely shocked. Although he knew that Ash's Blastoise was quite different from the normal Blastoise, he didn't expect it to be able to Mega Evolve. This is the hottest topic in the Pokemon world recently. It is said that Mega Evolution Stones are extremely precious, and there are few ways to obtain them. Also, although he had heard that Mega Evolution Pokemon were very strong, after Ash's Blastoise evolved, he was sure that Blastoise might be able to defeat the Rocket Trio's Pinsir Robot. But he had never expected that Blastoise would win so easily. A simple power confrontation, followed by a Hydro Pump, completely solved them. He felt that the strength shown by Ash's Blastoise was already stronger than the trump card Pokemon of the normal gym leader. The final evolution of Squirtle, one of the 3 great Pokemon in the Kanto region. In addition to Charizard, which had appeared before. Who knows, Ash might have a Venusaur hidden. With these powerful Earl Dervish Pokemon partners, Ash will surely achieve very good results in this Johto region Silver Conference. After all, even trainers who have been traveling normally for several years rarely have the strength that Ash has now. According to his estimation, Ash at least has the strength to make it to the quarterfinals. If he works a little harder, plus Blastoise's explosiveness, he might have a good chance of making it to the semifinals. It can only be said that the young are really formidable. Uncle Morine sighed in his heart, thinking back to when he was young. He traveled for more than 10 years and participated in the Silver Conference every year, and his best result was only the top 16. Later, when he was older, he decisively gave up his obsession with being a professional trainer. With his Earl Dervish Pokemon partner, he successfully applied for the official Alliance Forest Guard and ate a government meal. It is also another way to interpret his love for Pokemon. Come back, Blastoise. Ash put the somewhat excited Blastoise, the Pinsir robot that defeated the Rocket Trio, back into the Pokeball. Great, Ash. The 3 guys who destroyed the forest environment finally received the punishment they deserved. It's much more satisfying to see them than to send them to the police station. It's a pity that the ecological environment that has been destroyed by them will be difficult to recover again. Only time can slowly dilute the negative impact of their actions. Sunday, and Serena came forward and gave Ash a big hug. Then he looked at the dry and withered trees around him and said with a depressed look, "It doesn't matter. You have done a great job. The rest can only be left to time. Thank you very much for the help you 3 gave me." At this time, Uncle Morine finally recovered from the shock and walked up to Ash and said. At the same time, he put his hands together and bent down 90 degrees to express his gratitude to the few people. "It's okay, this is what we should do. Although I can't solve the ecological environment problem here, it's okay to help the Pokemon that may be affected." Ash shook his head and slightly turned sideways to avoid Uncle Mornin's gift. The following words surprised Uncle Morine and Sunday Serena. The problem of ecological environment will indeed make the life of Pokemon extremely difficult in the future. Do you have any solution? At this time, Uncle Morine seemed to have anticipated something. Ash probably wants to conquer all these Pinsers. Looking at the withered trees around, it will be difficult for Pinsir to survive in this lifeless forest. In this case, he still holds the attitude when Ash conquered the Heracross tribe just now. As long as Ash is upright and lets the Pinsir tribe voluntarily be conquered by it, then Morine has no objection. Otherwise, even if Ash is powerful, he must stand up to stop the other party. This is a matter of principle. At this time, seeing that the Pinsir robots that originally occupied their homes were driven away by Ash, Ingia seemed very happy. They gathered together and celebrated, and many of them cast grateful eyes at Ash. Although the home was messed up by the Rocket Trio, they were fortunately able to defend it, but there might be no delicious tree sap to drink in the future. Ash looked around and found that the youngest and lowest level Pinsir among the group of Pinsirs actually had gold qualifications, which was an unexpected surprise. "Come out, Pinsir, it's up to you next." As he said that, Ash threw out the Pokeball and called out the Pinsir who had been enjoying himself in the Pokemon home. Seeing the leader return, the Pinsir tribe immediately came over and surrounded it. Next, Sun An was stunned to see the Pinsir leader leading the Pinsirs to line up and let Ash capture them. Sure enough, there is no Pokemon tribe that this boy cannot kidnap. Ding! System completes the task. Successfully defeat the Pinsir tribe that invaded the Heracross territory, and help the Pinsir tribe expel Team Rocket and help them get a new home. Task reward: Holy Gold Beetle Horn. 50% increase in power after Heracross carries it. 100 W points. Just after Ash finished all this, the familiar task completion prompt sounded. It is worth mentioning that because Ash failed to help the Pinsir tribe reshape the ecosystem, but migrated them all to the Pokemon home, Ash's 50 W points were deducted from the task reward. Overall, Ash still made a lot of money this time. The value of an entire Pinsir community compared to 500,000 points. Even a fool would know what to choose. Uncle Sunnan will say goodbye now. We have to continue our journey. I wish you good luck in your work. Yes, Ash Serena's Sunday. Thank you for your help in this forest. I also wish you a pleasant journey. I hope you can gain something from this trip and achieve good results in the Silver Conference 11. Good luck in your work. That's really smooth. You brought in the 2 largest Pokemon tribes living here. I can worry less in the future. The Rocket Team incident came to an end for the time being. Ash and his 4 companions walked out of the Heracross forest and said goodbye at a fork in the road. Looking at the backs of Ash and the other 2 who were going away, Sinan touched his unshaven chin. I just felt that everything that happened today was too magical. If I tell my colleagues about it after I go back, they might laugh at me for having a disease. How can a rookie trainer who has just started traveling be comparable to the strength of a senior trainer who has achieved decades of success? How can a rookie who can easily gain the recognition of the 2 major insect Pokemon tribes? Trainer. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he certainly wouldn't have believed it. What a wonderful experience. Uncle Sunan sighed, sorted out his chaotic emotions, and slowly walked towards another intersection. At night, after a busy day, the 2 women went to bed early. Ash crawled out of the tent and covered the tents of the 2 women with Psychic, and then came to the open space outside the camp. Then he reached out and took out Heracross's Pokeball and called it out. As a creature that was just captured by Ash today and was busy sucking perfect-level tree sap in the Pokemon home, Heracross didn't know what being called out meant. It was a little confused and thought that Ash had prepared more delicious desserts for it. Thinking of this, Heracross immediately became excited and took the initiative to get in front of Ash, with a pair of black eyes full of flattering meaning, rubbed his paws together and made a similar flattering gesture. Although it was in Pokemon Home, has already tasted delicious tree sap, and now it is looking forward to trying more sweets. Take it and drink it. Ash rolled his eyes helplessly and took out a can of prepared sweet tree sap from his backpack. He had expected Heracross's greed. As expected, Heracross immediately stuffed his cheeks after taking the can. The sweet tree sap bought in the store is concentrated after all. Even if it is the best quality tree in Pokemon Home, it is still slightly less sweet than the processed ones. 1.7, although it is not much, it is still very important for Heracross, a gourmet master. After Heracross was full, Ash gave it the holy gold beetle horn to carry. What made Ash speechless was that the sudden increase in strength seemed to make Heracross happier than the sweet tree sap he had just eaten. With the idea of out of sight, out of mind, Ash decisively took Heracross, the foodie, back into the Pokeball. At the same time, he contacted Mutwo, who lived in Pokemon Home, through telepathy. With the increasing number of Pokemon in his home, he needs Mutwo to help maintain order, and remind it to pay special attention to possible disputes between the Heracross and Pinsir tribes. Of course, unless there are special circumstances, they will solve them by themselves. After all, fierce internal competition is also one of the ways to improve strength. After taking down the Pinsir and Heracross tribes, after resting for a day, Ash and his 3 companions set off for Violet City. Not long after walking, they entered the enchanted forest where many haunters and Jengars lived in the original plot. Ash, I always feel that this forest is a bit gloomy. Not long after entering the enchanted forest, Sunday and Serena felt chilly around them, as if they were being stared at by something unclean. They couldn't help but feel a little creepy and unconsciously hugged Ash's arm. They got as close to Ash as possible, as if only in this way could they get a little sense of security. Indeed, Ash nodded, and within the range of his psychic perception, he could feel a lot of breath around them. The owners of these breaths were Haunters and Jengar. With so many ghost Pokemon hiding in the dark and staring at them, how could it not be gloomy? In other words, Ash's blood was strong enough, and with the psychic applied to him, he didn't feel much. Normal people would feel uncomfortable as soon as they enter the enchanted forest. The previous reactions of Sunday and Serena are good examples. After hearing Ash's words, Sunday subconsciously associated it with something supernatural. The hand holding Ash's arm became stronger, and the whole person shivered. Really? Is that true? Ash, don't scare me. Sunday, who usually looks smart and capable and speaks a lot of great principles, showed her most vulnerable side at this time. On the contrary, Serena, who usually looks easy to bully, behaved much better and turned around to comfort Sunday. Sunday, it's okay. Ash is here. He has psychic and will definitely protect us. But her slightly trembling voice showed that her emotions at this time were definitely not as calm as she seemed. Obviously, she was also obviously a little scared, but the fear was forcibly suppressed by her. Don't be too scared. It's not a ghost, it's just a ghost Pokemon. Ash smiled and touched the heads of Sunday and Serena and said to the trembling girls. Then his eyes lit up with psychic blue light. The powerful psychic easily broke the gloomy environment and caught the Haunter and Jengar, who were hiding in the dark and preparing to play a prank on the three people. They were neatly piled on the ground. The scene looked somewhat spectacular. Was it them? Fear comes from the unknown. After Ash caught all the Haunter and Jengar hiding in the dark. The Haunter and Jengar who knew the object of fear just now. The fear in Sunday and Serena's hearts disappeared immediately. Since it's not a real ghost, there's nothing to be afraid of. Aren't they just Haunter and Jengar who want to play a prank? Ash still has a ghastly in his hand, and its strength seems to be much stronger than the ones in front of him. There is nothing to be afraid of. Just now, the two of them were just scaring themselves. But why are there so many Haunters and Jengars living in this forest? At this time, Sunday and Serena had new doubts in their hearts. Ash also felt that it was not very reasonable. The confused forest was not an environment that Pokemon like Haunters and Jengar liked. Like Haunters and Jengar, Normal's favorite is dark and abandoned human buildings, which is also the origin of most urban legends in the Pokemon world. Trainers rarely see Haunters and Jengar in the forest environment, especially in the confused forest where the trees are not dense and it is difficult to find a place to cool off after the sun rises. And even if it exists, it is absolutely impossible for them to appear in groups like in the confused forest. There is obviously a problem, and it is a big problem. Ash touched his chin and fell in a deep thought. Ding! Trigger the mission. Solve the mystery behind the Forest of Confusion. Mission reward. 1.5 million points. Jingermage Evolution Stone. Just at this moment, the system mission triggering message sound suddenly appeared in Ash's mind. It made Ash's eyes light up and also proved his guess that there was indeed something wrong behind the Forest of Confusion. I'm afraid these Haunters and Jengars did not appear here in groups naturally, but were caused by humans. Since the mission has been triggered, it is necessary to meet the people behind the Forest of Confusion. The huge amount of points plus the Jingermage Evolution Stone that he could not get in the Kalos region is still very attractive. After taking the mission, Ash told his guest to Sunday and Serena. When they heard Ash's guess that there might be someone behind these Haunters and Jengars, Sunday and Serena seemed quite angry. If it weren't for Ash just now, the two of them would definitely be scared by these Haunters and Jengars who were about to start playing pranks. Who are the guys who are so immoral that they release Haunters and Jengars in the forest to scare people? What is his purpose? It can't be just for fun. Ash has an immature answer to Sunday and Serena's doubts. If we talk about who seems to have the motivation to release so many Haunters and Jengars here, it is undoubtedly Ling Na's Tina, who lives in the Forest of Confusion and makes a living by renting hoot-hoots that can see through the illusions of Haunters and Jengars. After all, she is the most direct beneficiary of so many Haunters and Jengars in the Forest of Confusion to scare passersby trainers. From the motive alone, the probability that the person behind the scenes is Ling-Nas-Tina is still very high. In addition, in the original plot, the behavior of these haunters and Jengars does not make sense at all. They just use illusions to scare people, and there is no other aggressive behavior. As we all know, haunters and Jengars love to play pranks, but many times when the objects of their pranks react excessively, they may also launch attacks. However, with so many haunters and Jengar in the Forest of Confusion, there has never been any report of anyone getting hurt, which is very unusual. The key is that after renting Hoot Hoots from Ling-Nas-Tina, you only need to see through their illusions to safely pass through the Forest of Confusion. After passing through the Forest of Confusion, there will be a Jean Ling grandmother who claims to be Ling-Nas-Tina's sister waiting outside the Forest of Confusion to take back the rented Hoot Hoots. Such a professional set of procedures, the doubts in it are really too big. In order to prove his guess, Ash stepped forward and used Psychic to cast hypnosis on the Haunter and Jengar he subdued. Sure enough, they got exactly the same answer from the hypnotized mouths. They are indeed the Pokémon raised by Ling-Nas-Tina, responsible for finding passersby in the Forest of Confusion, and then using illusions to scare them, so that Ling-Nas-Tina can better carry out the business of renting Hoot Hoots, and the passersby who are scared out of there with will not care about the ridiculously high rent of Hoot Hoots. As long as she has enough money, she will rent it without hesitation. Even if she is a little short of money, Ling-Nas-Tina will still rent it out with various touching excuses, adhering to the idea that it is a B***************** D to not make money. After all, this is a real no-cost business, and the seemingly loss-making behavior of renting is easy to make those travelers trainer like her. After going out of the enchanted forest, they will spontaneously promote her, making her business flourish. Ash, what were you doing just now? Are you looking for the person behind the scenes through these haunters and Jengars? Seeing Ash step forward and use Psychic on haunters and Jengars, it seems that he is doing something. Sunday, Serena, and the other two girls vaguely guessed why Ash did this. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Ash nodded affirmatively. Then Ash, have you found out anything? Sunday and Serena couldn't wait to ask Ash. They also wanted to know who had the bad taste to release Haunter and Jengar in the Forest of Confusion to scare ordinary travelers. What is the benefit of doing this? Seeing that Sunday and Serena were obviously impatient, Ash deliberately kept silent and kept it a secret. This also caused the two of them to complain, and the two pairs of beautiful eyes rolled their eyes at Ash one after another. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. The person behind the scenes didn't put Haunter and Jengar here to scare passersby out of bad taste or any other reason. In fact, her main purpose is to make a profit. If it's for the purpose of profit, then he might as well open a ghost Pokemon horror house here. How can he make a profit now? Or just charge tolls without asking any questions? In that case, won't the traveler trainer report to Officer Jenny and arrest him directly after he goes out? After hearing Ash's explanation, Sunday and Serena seemed even more confused. They really couldn't imagine how the person behind the scenes would use these Haunter and Jengar to make a profit. You can't imagine this, right? These Haunters and Jengars are all raised in the Forest of Confusion by a woman named Ling-Nas-Tina, who uses illusions to scare travelers passing by. And Ling-Nas-Tina opened a Hoot Hoot rental store in the Forest of Confusion that can see through illusions. As long as you rent a Hoot Hoot from her, you can see through the illusions created by Haunters and Jengars and pass through the Forest of Confusion safely. As for the rental fee, do you think those trainers who have been scared half to death by Haunters and Jengars will think it's expensive? I'm afraid they would just pay out all the money they had at the time. Ash explained to the two girls, Sunday and Serena, who seemed very confused. Hey, you can actually play like this. Although it was a robbery, the robbed person was willing and even grateful for it. I'm a waste of learning. After hearing Ash's explanation, the two Sundays' eyes widened with shock. This is simply a genius robbery plan. Who would have thought that the good guy, who rented Hoot Hoot to himself, helped him get rid of the pranks and threats of Haunter and Jengar, and successfully passed through the Forest of Confusion, was actually the initiator of all this. Even the two of them found it unbelievable after listening to Ash's careful analysis, not to mention the parties involved. This is much smarter than those guys who robbed openly. As long as the secret is not discovered on the spot, it is impossible to arouse suspicion, let alone Officer Jenny's investigation. After all, in this world where all kinds of Pokémon with special abilities live, it is normal for some special wild environments to appear. If all of them need to be investigated, Officer Jenny of the police station will be very busy. 1. This is too abominable. According to what Ash said, how much money does this Ling Na's Tina cheat of passing travelers every year? Sunday said with obvious teeth gnashing. In fact, she doesn't have such a strong sense of justice that she has to fight all the crimes she can see. It's just that those Haunters and Jengar almost scared them. She was very dissatisfied with Ling Na's Tina, the instigator of all this. If Ash hadn't been there just now, she and Serena would have just left their souls here. This matter must not be let go so easily. Serena also nodded and agreed that the real culprit behind the scenes must be brought to justice. No to Ming. Otherwise, who knows how many people will be cheated of their money by her in this cunning and alternative way. With such thoughts in their hearts, Sunday and Serena looked at Ash at the same time, wanting to see what Ash had to say. If Ash didn't care and didn't want to waste too much time in the Forest of Confusion and planned to go directly to Violet City, they would have no problem. Sunday, Serena, why are you looking at me like that? Of course I did nothing wrong. I almost got cheated, so I must uphold the attitude that everyone has a responsibility to fight crime. Not to mention the mission reward. Even if there is no reward, Ash is happy to intervene. It's not a just excuse to fight crime. I just want to add some fun to the boring trip. Besides, if I don't care, it will be a scam. Great, Ash. Then what should we do? Should we report it directly to Officer Jenny? After seeing Ash agree, both women seemed very happy. Although he had not spent much time with Ash, Sunday, who knew Ash's character better, raised his eyebrows. He felt that Ash would not let the real culprit behind the scenes go so easily. He had to teach him a lesson to satisfy himself. That's right, in Sunday's eyes, directly handing over Ling Na's Tina, the real culprit behind the scenes who had deceived countless travelers, to Officer Jenny was too easy to let her go. Sure enough, facing Serena's inquiring eyes, Ash shook his head decisively. It's not enough to just report it to Officer Jenny. He had to teach them a lesson before sending them to Officer Jenny. The three of them put their heads together and started to discuss. Absorb suggested that Ash, who had made the final plan, came to the Haunter and Jengar who were still bound by his psychic and could not move. A kind smile appeared in their trembling expressions. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate with my actions, I will let you go. I will untie your bonds later, and you will have to listen to my arrangements in the future. Of course, you can also try to escape and bet whether I can catch you all again. Have you thought it through? Nod your head if you have. As he said, Ash slightly loosened his psychic bondage, and the Haunter and Jengar who were captured by him nodded quickly. They were afraid that Ash would regret it in the next second, and they would not be able to get away. As for escaping, they didn't even think about it. The psychic that Ash used to capture them just now was very strong, but it was not so strong that they could not resist at all. What really scared them was when Ash sent Ghastly to use hypnosis on them. Although it was not out for a long time, the strength of that Ghastly was far greater than the strongest Pokémon they had seen before, and hypnosis made them powerless to resist. They had no doubt that as long as they dared to escape, Ash only needed to send that Ghastly to catch them all. In the whole process, he didn't even need to show his brilliance. The Psychic, with a powerful ghost Pokémon, has the best hunting ability, and there is nowhere to escape. After all, the reason why they can be so powerful in the Forest of Confusion is that they rely on the mysterious and treacherous ghost Pokémon. But this feature is like a deception in front of Ghastly and does not play a big role. Very good. Let's take action. As long as you perform well, I will definitely let you go. Looking at the Haunter and Jengar who were already scared by his psychic, he dared not say two things, and he said he would never go north and never go south, and Ash nodded with satisfaction. Then he released psychic restraints on them, gave them a few instructions, and then waved his hand, indicated that they could leave for now. Haunter and Jengar left with a sense of relief, as if they were afraid that their parents would give them 2 less legs. However, Haunter and Jengar seemed to have no legs. Ash, what did you say to Haunter and Jengar? After seeing Haunter and Jengar leave, Sunday and Serena asked Ash curiously. Just now, when Ash was giving Haunter and Jengar the task, he was still a little far away from them, and the key was that his voice was not very loud. As a result, they only heard some words vaguely and could not fully understand. Now their hearts were like being scratched by kitten's claws, and they were extremely curious about how Ash was going to deal with Ling Na's Tina. He was also planning to do something with these Haunter Jengars that belonged to Ling Na's Tina and were raised in the Forest of Confusion. Facing the curious eyes of Sunday and Serena, Ash smiled mysteriously. Keep it a secret for now. Tisk, what a bummer. Sunday and Serena, who thought Ash would tell everything, snorted in unison and did not continue to ask. Just like following anime, since it is a plot that they will soon see with their own eyes, it is definitely okay to keep the mystery appropriately. It can also make them look forward to the development of the plot. Spoilers about Immortals are the most shameful. Habitually expanding the psychic perception range to the maximum. Ash easily found the location of Ling Nastina's wooden house in the original plot of the Forest of Confusion after completely covering the entire Forest of Confusion. It is about 5 or 6 kilometers away from here, according to what Haunter and Jengar said. Every time they encounter a travel trainer entering the Forest of Confusion, they will use illusions to drive them intentionally or unintentionally to the direction of Ling Nastina's wooden house, so that Ling Nastina can easily harvest these fat leeks by waving the scythe in her hoot-hoot. Let's go, Sunday Serena. Let's go over and meet the culprit behind this time. Ash waved to Sunday and Serena, and the 3 of them walked towards Ling Nastina's wooden house. After walking for a while, Ash Shirshing could already see Ling Nastina's cabin not far away. The cabin was simple and plain, giving people a warm and relaxing feeling, and looked like an ordinary person living in the Forest of Confusion. It had to be said that the old woman's tricks were actually very crude. It was a pity that those travelers who had long been frightened by the Haunter Jengars saw this cabin, probably like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw, and they had no time to think about it. However, how could ordinary people live in a forest full of ghost Pokémon? Even if she fed a large group of hoot-hoots that could see through illusions, the Forest of Confusion, which was rampant with ghost Pokémon, was not a place for people to live. When approaching Ling Nastina's cabin, Ash and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then they all pretended to be panicked, walked up quickly, and knocked on the wooden door. Who is it disturbing the most beautiful woman in the Forest of Confusion to rest? Don't you know that sleep is very important for women? And after Ash and the others knocked on the door, a somewhat old and hoarse voice came from the house. After a while, Ling Jin, who claimed to be the most beautiful woman in the Forest of Confusion, opened the door. Looking at the panicked Ash, Sunday Serena and the other 2 nodded imperceptibly, secretly happy that they could make a lot of money again. But there was no expression on her face, but she looked extremely concerned. What's wrong? You are so panicked. Did you encounter something terrible? Why don't you come into my room and have a cup of tea? As she said that, Ling Jin invited Ash and the other 2 to come in. To be honest, when they saw the real culprit behind the scenes, Ling Na's Tina, who claimed to be the most beautiful woman in the Forest of Confusion, Ash and the other 3 felt a little nauseous. They were not too obsessed with looks, but Ling Na's Tina was really ugly. She was short and old, with obvious wrinkles on her face, so many that she could kill countless flies. If she went in person, why wouldn't she need Haunter and Jengar to help scare the travelers? But Ash and the others couldn't complain right now. They could only resist the urge to vomit and followed her into the cabin. After listening to your description, I seem to understand. It should be the ghost Pokémon that often teases travelers in the Forest of Confusion. These ghost Pokemon are extremely unfriendly to humans. They just tease people at the beginning, but they are likely to attack travelers later. There is a trainer who was sent to the Pokemon Center after coming out of the Forest of Confusion. As a result, the rescue was ineffective and the young life came to an end. After hearing the experience of Ash and others, Ling Naztina laughed secretly in her heart, calculating how much money she should extort from the three people, while pretending to help them analyze. She also deliberately exaggerated the aggressiveness and danger of Haunter and Jengar in order to make Ash and the other two more afraid, so as to increase the probability of her Hoot Hoot being rented out. How dare she let Haunter and Jengar hurt people? If it was just a prank and intimidation, the Pokemon Alliance might just regard it as the trick of naughty ghost Pokemon. But once a vicious incident occurs in the Forest of Confusion, Officer Jenny and the Alliance will definitely send someone to investigate, regardless of whether anyone calls the police or not. Her relationship with the Haunters and Jengars cannot withstand scrutiny. Every day, she only dares to find time to go out secretly to feed the Jengars. As long as you observe her closely for a period of time, you can find out what she does. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she has repeatedly told the Haunters and Jengars that they can only scare people and must not actively attack passing travelers. If Officer Jenny spots them, it'll be a big problem for her to feed the Haunters and Jengars. There is no problem in the short term, but if it takes a long time, there is no guarantee that the Haunters and Jengars who are not fed will not do what she expected. Anyway, she can make money, so why should she choose a more dangerous path? The gain does not outweigh the loss, and there is no need to do it at all. It is nothing more than a little performance when the unlucky guy finds her here. As expected, after she said the slightly threatening words, Ash and the other two had fear and worry on their faces. Then Ling Naztina, what should we do? We have urgent matters to attend to. We must pass through the Forest of Confusion as soon as possible and go to Violet City to challenge the gym. Ash's acting skills are also very good, pretending to be panicked. Ling Naztina thought to herself that the fish had taken the bait, and her smile became even bigger. Don't worry about this. You can rent a Hoot Hoot from me to pass through the Forest of Confusion. The special ability of Hoot Hoot can just break the illusion of ghost Pokemon. But these Hoot Hoots are cultivated by me with a lot of effort, and now all the other Hoot Hoots here have been rented out, leaving only the last one. The rental fee may be a bit expensive. You should consider whether to rent it. Ling Naztina finally showed her true colors. This set has been successful for her over the years. Yes, of course. I'm just asking, how much is the rental fee? 10,000 Pokemon coins. This is the lowest price I can offer. Ling Naztina grinned. She was very shrewd and gave a price that she thought was high enough after looking at the clothes of Ash and the other two. Ash and the other two cursed him in their hearts as a profiteer. This was already a month's travel expenses for an ordinary trainer. And it was the travel expenses level that only trainers who could get Earl Dervish Pokemon from Alliance could have. It's good to have 5,000 Pokemon coins in a normal month. Many bug-catching boys and karate boys pay for their own profits and losses. Ling Naztina is really black-hearted. After hearing Ling Nastina's offer, Ash and the other two's faces changed, and they all looked a little embarrassed. Well, please wait a moment. We need to discuss it internally. Ash said to Ling Naztina in a slightly embarrassed manner. It's okay, you guys try to discuss it. Ling Naztina tried to make her smile amiable, but her old and gloomy face made her look not amiable at all. Instead, she looked like an old witch. For a single person, it would be very painful to take out 10,000 Pokemon coins at once, but Ash and his group were 3 people. If they put together, according to her experience, they would definitely be able to take out 10,000 Pokemon coins. Sure enough, from Ling Nastina's perspective, Ash and the other two gathered together to discuss with Hoot Hoot for a long time, and finally put together the coins and handed them to her. Ling Naztina, who received the money, immediately smiled and pointed to the last Hoot Hoot standing on one leg not far away. Ash and the other two looked at the Hoot Hoot in the corner in the direction of her finger. There was a bit of hesitation in their eyes. But Grandma, that Hoot Hoot doesn't look very reliable, and it doesn't seem to like to listen to people. Why don't you go out with us? After all, you're the owner of this ant, right? When Ling Nastina heard Ash's doubts and the obvious worry on his face, she was secretly happy. It seems that this boy is really scared by my haunter Jengars, which makes it easier for me to control them. In principle, I will definitely not act with the guests who rent Hoot Hoot. Ash can also understand the meaning behind Ling Nastina's words. In principle, it is not absolutely impossible. It's just that you have to pay more. Well, if Ling Nastina is willing to go and take us out of the Forest of Confusion, we can add another 5,000 Pokémon coins to the original amount. Ash said hesitantly, with a look of pain on his face. It's only 5,000. It's really too little. Ling Nastina complained in her heart after hearing what Ash said. But thinking that Ash and the other two had to discuss for a long time before they could even take out 10,000 Pokémon coins. 5,000 Pokémon coins must be the last value they can squeeze out. Anyway, she has no more Hoot Hoots to rent out, so it's not bad to accompany her on a trip and earn 5,000. As the saying goes, it's AB asterisk 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 D who doesn't take advantage of a bargain. As for danger, all the haunters and Jengar in the Forest of Confusion are raised here by her personally, so what danger can there be? Of course, according to Ling Nastina's idea, haunters and Jengars are not allowed to come after paying. Since the guests have spent money, they must feel that they are getting value for money. Otherwise, what if they regret and want to refund the money? It must be said that the trap set by Ling Nastina is a perfect grasp of the weaknesses of human nature. If Ash and his friends were not careful and realized that this forest did not have the innate conditions to attract a large number of haunters and Jengars to settle again, I am afraid that they would leave the Forest of Confusion directly after teaching the haunters and Jengars a lesson. It is really abominable that Ling Nastina, a senior fraudster, continues to be at large and is even regarded by the victims as a great benefactor who helped them escape from the predicament. In the end, Ash and his 3 friends invited Hoot Hoot and Ling Nastina at the price of 15,000 Pokémon coins, 797, and the group set out from Ling Nastina's wooden house, ready to pass through the Forest of Confusion and go to the outside world. On the way, Hoot Hoot led the way, jumping and jumping, looking very excited. Ling Nastina followed behind Hoot Hoot, looking around nervously from time to time, as if she was afraid that there would be a ghost Pokémon attacking. She is a real mega acting school. Since she is so tall, Ash and his friends can't spoil her fun, right? The 3 of them also followed Ling Nastina closely, looking suspicious and cautious. They can only be said to be acting schools. Grandma, what's going on? Just before we arrived at your cabin, we encountered a lot of ghost Pokémon messing around and all kinds of scary illusions. Now it seems that nothing has happened after walking with you. Halfway through the journey, Ash asked in surprise. Ling Nastina, who was walking in front and leading the way, was directly scared out of her wits. Before renting her Hoot Hoot, Jengar and Haunter had always used illusions to scare people. But after renting, they disappeared directly, even if Ash and his friends didn't think there was anything wrong now. After the momentum has passed, if we look back and calmly review the situation, we may find some problems. After all, there are too many strange things here, and people can't help but think deeply. At this time, Ling Nastina secretly cursed Haunter and Jengar in her heart for not showing up, while she had to stabilize Ash and the others, in order to prevent them from reacting too quickly and discovering the trick. Maybe these ghost Pokémon found other travelers entering the forest and went to tease them. It may also be that they knew we had Hoot Hoot and couldn't tease us, so they didn't come to make trouble for themselves. Ling Nastina explained with far-fetched reasons, but she kept praying in her heart that Haunter and Jengar would show up quickly. Otherwise, there's a high possibility of flaws. We must let Ash and the others see the value of renting Hoot Hoot. Otherwise, it would be a small matter to ask her to return the money. If they find clues afterwards and directly hold her accountable, it will be very bad if the Alliance officials send investigators or Officer Jenny. She was still hoping to continue this business, and when her grandson set out on a trip, she would go to the black market to prepare a super rare quasi-god or other rare Pokémon for him as Earl Dervish's partner. In this way, with a nervous mood, Ling Na's Tina led the way with Hoot Hoot, and the group walked towards the outside of the confused forest. However, until they were about to leave the confused forest, the imagined attack of Haunter and Jengar still did not come. Seeing the increasingly confused expressions on the faces of Ash and the other two, Ling Nastina's back was covered with cold sweat, and her clothes were almost soaked. At this time, Ling Nastina cursed the Haunter and Jengar who had not appeared yet. I thought that I must teach them a good lesson after this incident was over. They failed her at the critical moment. But now the most important thing is to find a way to stabilize Ash and the others who seem to have some doubts. It is definitely not feasible to directly solve the person who raised the problem. Once a murder case occurs in the confused forest, it will definitely attract the attention of the Alliance. Even the notorious evil organizations dare not commit murder easily. If it really doesn't work, we can only return the money to them. Let's say that we were lucky this time and didn't encounter Haunter and Jengar. It's embarrassing to accept their money. 01411001 Philo 0943322220. At that time, Ash and the other three should not continue to investigate further because she and Hoot Hoot accompanied them through the Forest of Confusion for free. After all, they got a free guide for free, and the work was done without spending money. There's no need to spend time and energy to investigate meaningless things because of a little doubt in their hearts. Damn, her 15,000 Pokemon coins. If she had known that she would work in vain today, she might as well not come. At this time, Ling Nastina's heart was bleeding, and at this moment, various terrible scenes finally began to appear around the Daywalker. Seeing this scene, Ling Nastina's mood immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. These damn guys are finally here. Now, she can keep her money. At the same time, she can rest assured on this road to wealth. However, Ling Nastina was not happy for a while before she found that something seemed to be wrong, because these Haunters and Jengars were all coming for her. And they didn't just scare people with illusions. The Haunters and Jengars even used Shadow Ball attacks. Although they didn't hit her directly, it was scary enough to hit her nearby. The most recent one even exploded not far from her feet. The smoke and dust made her face dirty, and she ate a mouthful of heal because she didn't have time to close her mouth. No, this is totally wrong. How come it didn't go according to her script at all? According to her idea, Haunter and Jengar should use illusions to scare Ash and his friends, and then Hoot Hoot will use the foresight illusion. Then Haunter and Jengar were horrified and fled everywhere. She then escorted Ash and his friends out of the Forest of Confusion and happily put the 15,000 Pokemon coins they got into the house. Then she could return to the cabin and continue to wait for the next sucker to visit this place. Why are the actor Haunter and Jengar ready now? But she became the target of the threats and attacks? Could it be that one or the other was blinded and mistook her master for Ash and his group? That's impossible. What went wrong in the process? At this time, Ling Nastina was confused and had to start her own operation to protect herself. Hoot Hoot, defeat all these Haunter Jengar. Goo. Hoot Hoot, who received the order, went up very bravely and soon lost his fighting ability under the righteous fight of Haunter and Jengar. The key is that this Hoot Hoot is just an intern with mediocre strength. Otherwise, he would have been picked up by others long ago, and he would not have stayed until the end, leaving only this Hoot Hoot. And even its predecessors, facing the beat-up of Haunter and Jengar, are also unable to bear it. Seeing Hoot Hoot being thrown back without the ability to fight, Ling Nastina was completely confused. In desperation, she turned to Ash and others for help. However, Ash and his reaction was to hide together and tremble, and 17's eyes showed that they were helpless. Ling Nastina, we don't have any way. Otherwise, we wouldn't have paid to rent Hoot Hoot and you to escort us out of the Forest of Confusion. Why don't you hold on for a while, and we will escape and find Officer Jenny to help." After hearing what Ash said, Lingna's Tina was even more bitter. Let's not talk about whether Officer Jenny will investigate her relationship with these Haunter Jengars and completely cut off her financial resources. Looking at the appearance of these Haunter Jengars who don't recognize their relatives, I'm afraid that before Officer Jenny comes, she will have to be beaten up by these rebellious Pokémon. Thinking of this, Lingna's Tina gritted her teeth slightly. In the face of great threat to her life, she did not care about exposing her relationship with Haunter and Jengar in front of Ash. She screamed and roared in her hoarse voice. "Stop! Stop! Stop! What are you doing? I am your master." After she revealed her identity, Haunter and Jengar really stopped attacking. This also made Lingna's Tina breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that her life was finally saved. At the critical moment, these rebellious Pokémon can still recognize her as the master. Haunter, Jengar is ready to use hypnosis on them. Lingna's Tina, who knew that her identity had been completely exposed to Ash and others, understood that if she did not kill them, she could only hope that the hypnosis used by Haunter and Jengar could delete the memory of Ash and others just now. Although she didn't spend too much time training her Haunter and Jengar, they were perfunctory, weak, and pitifully proficient in skills. She was not sure whether she could accurately delete the memory just now without causing irreversible damage to Ash's other memories or even the brain. But now she was at a dead end, and she didn't care whether it would cause sequelae to Ash and the others. The most important thing was to keep her own money. The key this time was not just about money. If the situation could not be controlled, after Ash and the others went out to report, she would not only be unable to make money in the future, but also have to spit out all the money she had earned before. Moreover, at such an old age, she would have to go to jail and be included in the Alliance's blacklist. In the future, no matter how much money her family paid to the Alliance, they would not be able to receive the Pokémon of the three families. Her grandson was completely useless in the future. So for the sake of the whole family, Ash and the others could only make some sacrifices. After all, her behavior of earning money from travelers by setting up private road cards has touched the bottom line of the Alliance to some extent. It can only be said that Ash and the other two happened to run into the abnormal riot of the Haunter Jengars. This is not her fault. Everything is arranged by God. However, what made Lingna's Tina confused was that after she issued the order, the Haunter Jengars not only did not follow her orders. Instead, they stayed away from Ash as if they were hiding from the plague, God normal, and did not dare to get close at all. Ash's eyes were enough to make them tremble, and Ash and the other two did not act directly. Sunday made an okay gesture to Ash, indicating that the scene where Lingna's Tina told the truth just now was recorded by her with Pokémon Pokédex. With this video, Lingna's Tina will definitely not escape the sanctions of the Pokémon Alliance. Ash nodded and waved to the Haunters and Jengars. "Okay, you can all leave now. Don't scare the travelers anymore." Ash had asked Psychic about this when he subdued them all. The relationship between Lingna's Tina and these Haunters and Jengars is mainly that of breeders and breeders. There is no solid relationship between the two using Pokeballs, so there's no need to waste time looking for their Pokeballs to release them. Just leave here. 360, of course, you will have to rely on yourself to find food in the future. Hearing Ash's words, the Haunters and Jengars were like death row prisoners who had received a gold medal of immunity from death, and they almost cried with joy. They all made a thank you expression to Ash and fled the forest of confusion. Since she would cut off all ties with Lingna's Tina in the future, she would not continue to provide them with Pokemon food. And they don't feel comfortable living in the forest of confusion, so it's better for them to leave as soon as possible and find a new home. Because these Haunter Jengars are too low in level and their qualifications are not very good, there's not even one golden top grade one. So it is difficult for Ash to have the idea of introducing them to the Pokemon home. This situation directly stunned Lingna's Tina. Thinking of the fact that Haunter and Jengar just failed to show up at the last moment, and the target of attack strangely changed from Ash and the other two to her. Combined with Ash's current performance, Lingna's Tina instantly realized that she was fooled by Ash, and it was a very miserable trick. She will pay a heavy price for this, and all the Pokemon coins she has defrauded so far will be confiscated, and she may even have to go to jail. Ling Na's Tina pointed at Ash, her voice trembling. You're kidding me. How can I get evidence without you? Ash nodded with a smile, and then took the Pokemon Pokédex that had been in the recording contest condition from Sunday. The video of Ling Na's Tina exposing the relationship between Haunter and Jengar breeders was played. Sunday also recorded the video of her tricking Ash and others into paying to rent Hoot Hoot in the cabin. This formed a complete chain of evidence. Ling Nastina's old, wrinkled face immediately entered the red temperature contest condition when she heard this. She didn't care that she didn't have Pokemon on hand at all and rushed towards Ash with a strange cry. Delete the video from me. However, before she ran halfway, she was bound by Ash's psychic and was frozen in the middle of the road, unable to move. Super. Psychic, you are actually a psychic. Ling Nastina was shocked. At this moment, she finally understood why Ash could foresight her trap, and why he could easily make Haunter and Jengar turn against her. It turned out that Ash was an out-and-out psychic, and his strength was terrifying. This time, she lost with conviction. She had set her sights on the toll of Ash and the other two, but she never thought that Ash would directly smash her rice bowl. And not only did he smash her rice bowl, but he also had to spit out all the benefits she had eaten before and then sent her to the police station. At this time, Ling Na's Tina, who watched Sunday call the police, was like a bereaved mother. She thought to herself, how could she be targeted by this little evil star? Dajuo beep. Officer Jenny's actions were very fast. About half an hour after Ash used Pokemon Pokédex to call the police, the sound of sirens could be heard by her ears. Soon, Officer Jenny, who lived in the city closest to the Forest of Confusion, rode a familiar Taijun motorcycle. Under the double pressure of the bloody video recorded by Sunday, with Pokemon Pokédex and the silver bracelet brought by Officer Jenny, Ling Na's Tina, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the Forest of Confusion, finally couldn't bear the pressure and pleaded guilty. According to her account, she had made a total profit of 20 million Pokemon coins through this method over the years. Trainers with money would cheat more, and those without money would cheat less. Because I wanted to go to the black market to get a Quasi-God or a Pokemon as rare as a Quasi-God for my grandson as Earl Dervish's partner. So I kept it all and never spent it. I lived frugally in the Forest of Confusion, and I would send my extra money to my grandson who was still in Pokemon school. Now, it's good, and I've returned to the time before liberation. All the stolen money she cheated was confiscated by Officer Jenny, and all the money will be returned in full after the investigation of all the victims. As for Ash and his team, they also got back the 15,000 Pokemon coins they had paid to Ling Na's Tina not long ago. By the way, since this case was basically solved independently by Ash and his team, Ms. Junping only played the role of arresting people and preparing for trial in the whole process. So Officer Jenny applied to the Alliance for a reward of 10% of the amount involved in the case, which is 2 million Pokemon coins. And this money will naturally be paid by the Alliance officials. Looking at Ling Na's Tina, who was handcuffed and held in front of Taijuan's motorcycle with her face crossed, Ash and his team were in a particularly good mood. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, Ling Jin will probably spend the rest of her life in prison. After all, she doesn't have such a strong backing as the Rocket Trio, and no one will be willing to pay a huge bail to bail her out. The key is that her crime is not just to pay the bail to be released. Even if the Rocket Trio kidnapped and sold Totodile, one of the 3 major Pokemon in the Johto region, the amount involved was only 1 million Pokemon coins. Ling Nastina's amount involved was several times more than the Rocket team. Even if this guy has connections, it's probably not very useful. And she is thinking about buying a Quasi-God Pokemon as Earl Dervish's partner and enjoying the grandson of a great start. She will also face the situation of having no way to obtain the 3 major Pokemon from the Alliance, and can only become a trainer who starts with a bug catcher. It can only be said that the wheel of fate is reborn, and everything is destined. The grandson of Ling Na's Tina, who had the hope of getting a Quasi-God start, became a bug-catching boy who had to find a way to catch Caterpie or Weedle to support his early trainer career. Is it pitiful? Actually, it is not pitiful at all. Who made her have such a mother-in-law? And Lingna's Tina did this mainly for him. When he took the living expenses sent by his mother-in-law every month, did he ever think about those trainers who were scared to death by Haunter and Jengar, and at the end of the day they were cheated of a month or even several months of travel expenses by Lingna's Tina, the mastermind, but had to be grateful to her? Isn't it pitiful? It can only be said that some criminals in ancient times were executed by the whole family, which is not completely unreasonable. Since you have enjoyed the wealth and glory brought by your family's crimes, you must be prepared to be implicated. As the saying goes, under avalanche, no Icarus is innocent. Lingna's Tina finally got the punishment she deserved, and those trainers who were deceived by her can also recover their losses. The key is that the Forest of Confusion will no longer be a dangerous place that travelers are afraid of in the future. Looking at Officer Jenny Taijun Sanluan carrying Lingna's Tina away, Sunday, and Serena said with a little emotion. At the same time, the doubts about what Ash said to Haunter and Jengar were finally solved. I have to say, Ash's trick is really smart. He directly gave Lingna's Tina a taste of his own medicine, forcing Lingna's Tina to eat the bitter fruit she brewed herself. Or Lingna's Tina exposed herself when she had no choice and directly obtained the most powerful evidence. This matter was concluded without any room for maneuver, and she was sent to prison to cry behind bars. I can only say that it is worthy of Ash, who is really damn meticulous. Ding! After a while, the Alliance had deposited $2 million into Ash's account. Although this amount of money was not much for him, it was also an unexpected fortune. After receiving it, he felt very happy. Officer Ginny was really a kind person. The reward from the Alliance was distributed so quickly. It was estimated that Officer Ginny had helped him as soon as he left the Forest of Confusion and was still on the way to the police station. Otherwise, with the slow work style of the Johto Region Alliance, it would be considered efficient if it didn't delay Ash for 10 days or half a month. After receiving this unexpected fortune, Ash showed the information of the account to Sunday and Serena and shared the joy together. In fact, this amount of money was nothing to him, but the main point was an emotional value. After the three of them were happy for a while, they decided to wait until Violet City to have a good meal to celebrate the good mood of Ash and the other two. Ding! Complete the mission, solve the mystery behind the Forest of Confusion, and personally send Lingna's Tina to prison. Mission reward: 1.5 million points, Jingermidge Evolution Stone. After receiving the bonus from the Alliance, the system's rewards also followed one after another. Compared with the former, this reward also made Ash happier. Soon after leaving the Forest of Confusion, Ash and his three companions came to a town famous for juggling. The residents in the town basically make a living by performing Pokémon. When Ash and his companions arrived, a street performance competition was being held here. The three companions of Ash, who were not in a hurry to travel, simply stayed here for an afternoon just to watch the Pokémon performance. Especially Serena, who was very fascinated. It can be seen that she has a very strong interest in Pokémon performances, which is much higher than her interest in battles. Ash looked at Serena's slightly open mouth and surprised expression, and thought to himself that Serena might be going back to the old path in the original plot. In the original story, after parting with Ash, Serena went to the 55B Edge region to challenge the contest there. Ash, the Pokémon performances here are so interesting. What do you think of becoming a street artist who specializes in Pokémon performances in the future? It feels much more interesting than being a Pokémon trainer. During the short break between the programs, Serena tugged at Ash's sleeves and said to Ash with little stars in her eyes, "It's a good idea, but I know there's a more formal and cooler profession than street artists, and it is also based on Pokémon performances, and the main purpose is to show the charm of Pokémon itself." Ash smiled at Serena. "Ash, do you mean Pokémon coordination trainer? I heard that this profession has recently become popular in the Hoenn region." "Correct answer, but there is no reward." Ash snapped his fingers as if you got it right. Serena rolled her eyes and snorted. but there was nothing wrong with what he said. It is said that led by Hoenn champion Wallace, Hoenn Alliance is vigorously promoting the Pokemon contest to other regions. Similar to the Trainer Challenge Gym, the Coordination Trainer needs to challenge the contest to win the Ribbon Medal to participate in the Grand Festival for all outstanding Coordination Trainers in the region degree, thinking that such a competition is really suitable for her. Okay, please welcome our next performer, Mimi and Huahua from the Lily Group. Before the atmosphere between Ash and Serena completely turned into a love bubble, the words of the temporary host of the street performance broke the ambiguous atmosphere at this time. Ash has another performance. Come and watch the performance. Serena hurriedly pulled Ash's arm, raised her smooth chin towards the empty space that served as a temporary stage, and quickly changed the subject. She was afraid that if the atmosphere continued, she would not be able to hold on. I can only say that Ash is really good at teasing people. He can keep talking nonsense when watching a performance. No wonder he can attract so many Stephanies who are devoted to him. Ash also understood that too much is as bad as too little. His relationship with Serena was close to that of lovers. He believed that even if he sneaked into Serena's bedroom tonight, she would half-heartedly obey him. But there would be some grudges in his heart, and Ash naturally didn't want to see such a thing happen. So he had to make sure that everything happened naturally, and Serena accepted him wholeheartedly without reservation. The three of them focused their attention back on the open space that served as a temporary stage. At this time, the two Bellissime twin sisters who looked almost identical, even the delicate conversions on their bodies were extremely similar, were dancing under the command of a tall Stephanie. Spinning, jumping, waltz steps, every move of the Lily Group Mimi and Huahua was completed in perfect sync. It attracted warm applause from the surrounding audience. At this stage, Johto region has not yet formally coordinated the performances of these street artists, which are very novel to them. Compared with the battle, it can be said to be a different flavor. Sunday and Serena, who were following Ash, couldn't help but have stars in their eyes. As girls, they have little resistance to these cute Pokemon. What's more, Mimi and Huahua look almost exactly the same, and their movements are surprisingly consistent. This performance touched their hearts and won the love of the two girls. Ash is not very interested in these. After all, he has seen countless visual feasts in the contest performances in his previous life. Those top coordination trainers have played Pokemon contest performances to perfection. The performance in front of him can only get a pretty good evaluation from Ash at most. In contrast, he is more concerned about the Jengar Evolution Stone he just got after completing the task of Langna's Tina, and the use of the Heracross Evolution Stone he got in the Kalos region before. Heracross has not been with him for a long time, but because Ash prepares the best sweet tree sap for him every day and provides it with the perfect habitat of Pokemon Home, there is no problem with intimacy, so the problem of Mage Evolution is not big. Ash also integrated the corresponding Mage Evolution Stone into the Mage Bracelet after taming Heracross. As for Jengar's Mage Evolution Stone, considering that Ghastly, who has the Everstone, has no intention of evolving at all, this stone seems to be useless. Ash also did not integrate it into the Mage Bracelet. After having a powerful Ghastly in the team, he would not put the cart before the horse and cultivate Tinsong Jengar from scratch for a Mage Evolution Stone. Even if it is a Ghastly of top quality, he has to think twice. After all, what he lacks the least now is top-quality Pokemon. There are top-quality Pokemon in the Heracross tribe and the Pinsir tribe, plus the two egg-hatching artifacts Volcarona from the Unova Alliance. It is no exaggeration to say that the hatching efficiency in his Pokemon Home is much higher than those of the well-known breeder houses. It only takes a certain amount of time to achieve the goal of mass production of top-quality Pokemon. On the other side, outside, listening to the praises from people around, Ollie, as the trainer of Mimi and Huahua, smiled particularly sweetly. She felt very proud and a little proud for a while. She was ready to try the difficult moves that she had practiced with the two Pokemon for a long time, but was still not very proficient in. She had a hunch that Mimi and Huahua, who were in hot contest conditions at this time, might be able to successfully use that move. Mimi, Hua. Next is the Flying Moon. With Ali's order, Mimi and Hua both jumped onto the prepared prop trampoline. According to the essentials of the training, they began their performance, but this time there was a fatal mistake. One of them did not cooperate well, and Hua flew out directly. It came straight towards Ash, and it was about to hit Ash's head. Ali on the stage had to cover her eyes with both hands and dare not look. As a result, a psychic blue light flashed in Ash's eyes, weakening the impact force around Hua, and he caught it quickly. This scene shocked many viewers. Catching Hua, who lost balance in the air with one hand. Ash's arm strength is simply terrifying. What's even more rare is this sudden reaction ability. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have directed Mimi and Hua to perform unskilled performances in public. I'm really sorry. I didn't hurt you. Putting down her hands, covering her eyes, Bellissime trainer Ali, who was relieved, didn't care about the frustration of the failure of the micro-movement and quickly came to Ash, bowing to him repeatedly to apologize. The angle was already more than 90 degrees, and she was so full of apology that she wanted to bury her head directly on the ground. Fortunately, the clothes she wore were not loose. Otherwise, from this angle, just a glance would be enough to easily see her naked. It's okay. Just pay attention next time. The child is fine. Ash smiled and shook his head and handed the trembling Bellissime in his hand. At this time, Hua, who almost hit Ash, obviously had not recovered yet and was a little confused. It was not until she returned to the arms of Trainer Ali and was comforted by her that her eyes gradually regained their spirit. It seemed that she did not have any psychological barriers because of this failure. Ali, who had been observing Hua with the corner of her eyes, was relieved to find that its contest condition had been completely restored. She looked at Ash with gratitude. Today's fact is really thankful for your help, or I will treat you to a meal. We have a lot of special foods here in Dongmen Town. Will it be too expensive? No. Please be sure to come. Ali shook her head and insisted that she must treat Ash and others to a meal. Unable to refuse the kindness, Ash had to agree. The main reason was that if he followed Ali, a local, he might be able to taste the most authentic special foods in Dongmen Town. The first rule of travel is to eat local special foods, so you really have to find local natives. In this way, Ali led Ash and his 3 companions to a small street with a large flow of people, but most of them were locals and ordered a local specialty. It was indeed arranged for Ash and his companions. During the period, Serena, who wanted to become a Pokémon coordination trainer, kept pulling Ali, a performer who emphasized the charm of Pokémon, and asked some questions about Pokémon performances. It can be seen that Serena really likes Pokémon performances. Ali also rarely saw that travelers from outside the town were so interested in her street performances, and she answered many of Serena's questions as a teacher. Then she also told Ash, Sunday, and Serena about her troubles. Her Bellissime group has been worried and distressed about the specially designed performance action of flying over the moon for the annual performance competition in Dongmen Town. In training, they can succeed 5 times out of 10 times, but when performing in public places, Hua and Mimi have never been able to perform it successfully once. Just now, she saw that Mimi and Hua's performance contest condition was so good that she thought they were about to complete the breakthrough from 0 to 1. I didn't expect that it was still just her illusion. In the end, not only did it fail, but it almost hit Ash. Thanks to Ash's quick reaction, he caught Hua in time and resolved the crisis. This is true for both him and Hua. 0. Ding! Trigger the plot task. Help Ali's Bellissime combination breakthrough performance action Leaping Moon. Task completion reward. 100 W points. Any Pokemon level +5. Ash's eyes lit up when he received the task information, prompt flashing in his mind. It was really a long-awaited level-up task. Speaking of which, if Mutwo can get this random level up, it can break through the 100 level limit and become one of the most supermodels among the first-level gods. Of course, even if it is replaced with other Pokemon, it will be a big improvement. After all, there are many elite level and above Pokemon in Ash's current Pokemon lineup. After taking the task, Ash looked at Ali, who was obviously a little worried. Zero. If you are worried about this, Ollie, maybe we can help you a little. Although we are not Pokemon Street performers like you, we are all training Pokemon. I think there are some similarities between the two. Seeing that Ash was willing to help, this performer named Ollie, Sunday, and Sally teamed up to chime in. Yes, Ash is a very good trainer and the champion of the last Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference, currently traveling to the Silver Conference in the Johto region. After hearing the introduction of Sunday and Serena, Ollie's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, so awesome. Although she's not a trainer, she knows a little about the grand event of each region trainer. The champion of Kanto Region Indigo Plateau Conference. Although the quality of the contestants is slightly lower, the gold content is not as high as the champions of other regions. But in their Johto Region Silver Conference, it is at least the top 4. This is already a very outstanding trainer. Maybe Ash really has a way. It's strange to say that the Elite Four of the Kanto region are all terribly strong, and their level of battle experience is almost equal to that of the Johto region. Each of them has the capital to compete for the championship in other regions. But the champion of Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference is a bit weak. There is a sense of decline after prosperity. Ollie, who knew Ash's level of training Pokemon, agreed quickly. That's too much trouble for you, Ash. What do you think we should do next? Where do you usually train, Bellissum? Ash swallowed the last bite of food and looked at Ollie and asked. It's in our backyard. Then we'll go there later and see how to help Mimi and Hua Hua complete the leap to the moon. After everyone finished their meal, the 4 of them went to her home under Ollie's leadership. Serena, are you interested in the Pokemon show tomorrow? If you're interested, I'll ask Ollie to help you sign up. On the way to Ollie's house, Ash asked Serena. 337. She knew that Serena was very interested in the contest coordination trainer, so why not start training from now on? Of course, he mainly wanted to ask Serena's opinion now. If she was willing to participate, that would be the best. If Serena didn't want to participate, Ash wouldn't force her. Although he regarded Serena as his future girlfriend, she was also an independent individual, not his attachment. Ash couldn't impose his will on her. However, judging from Ash's understanding of Serena and the strong interest Serena had just shown in the Pokemon show, Serena should still be willing to participate in the competition. Of course, at this stage, Serena and the Pokemon she has are probably still a little low. If she wants to perform well in the show, she needs an emergency special training. Is this really possible? Isn't it too troublesome? As expected by Ash, Serena's face showed some excitement after hearing Ash's proposal. Obviously, she is still looking forward to participating in the Pokemon show competition. She is just worried that if she participates in the middle of the competition, it will trouble Ash and her new friend, the street performer Ollie. No trouble, definitely not troublesome. I think the organizers should also be willing to see more contestants from outside Dongmen Town. This is also a recognition of the event they hold. Ash quickly patted his chest and promised Serena, if she starts to get involved in contest performances now, laying a solid foundation can help Serena avoid many detours in the future. Yes, Serena, there is no requirement for the registration deadline for the Pokemon Show Conference. You can participate as long as you register before the competition starts. And there is no requirement for the identity of the registrants. As long as you own Pokemon, you can participate. This is a competition program that reflects the openness and inclusiveness of Dongmen Town. Please give me the information later. I will make a phone call when I get home and ask a friend to help you with the procedures. At this time, Stephanie, who heard the conversation between Ash and Serena, turned her head and smiled at Serena. That's really troublesome for you. Ollie, thank you very much. Serena is a polite Stephanie and hurriedly thanked Ollie. You're welcome. Ollie shook her head. This was just a piece of cake for her. Then she looked at Ash and Sunday and asked them if they wanted to participate in this performance competition. Especially Ash, his reputation is not small. Although he has nothing to do with Pokemon performances, he will definitely add a lot of color to this competition. But the two shook their heads and refused decisively. Their goal is to become all-attribute Pokémon Master. Not very interested in exhibition matches. Chatting along the way, The group arrived at Ali's home. It was a small courtyard located on the outskirts of Dongmen town. Although the back garden was not big, it was enough for Mimi and Hua Hua to show their skills and conduct regular street performance training. Ash, what do you think I should do next? After arriving home, Ali hurriedly began to ask Ash for advice. Ash touched his chin and suggested, "Let Mimi and Hua Hua perform a flying moon during training first." "Yeah, no problem." Ali nodded. Mimi and Hua Hua both shouted and jumped off her shoulders one after another. When they came to the equipment for their daily training, they raised their heads and waited. Trainer Ali's instructions: "Mimi, Hua Hua, Leaping Moon, get ready." Without any other foreplay, Ali came up and directed the Leaping Moon, a very difficult move. Mimi and Hua Hua performed the moves with a little unfamiliarity. But fortunately, they succeeded in one try. And the effect of the performance was unexpectedly good, as can be seen from the surprised expressions of Sunday and Serena as the audience. At this time, the two women's faces were shining, and they kept praising the two Bellisums for completing this contest and the high-difficulty action performance with perfect tacit understanding. Especially Serena. She really likes it. Ash, you see, they can easily perform it in many situations during training, but when performing, they have never succeeded once. Originally, I saw that Mimi and Hua Hua's contest conditions were very good today, and I thought they could achieve a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The result was still the same, and it was not only a failure, but also almost caused more serious consequences. Stephanie said to Ash in annoyance. Ash touched his chin when he heard this. I think Mimi and Hua Hua's movements are still a little unskilled, but generally they are standard. This is why they can use the moon jump in many situations during training. From a technical point of view, they only need to practice more, and there will be no problem. As for the fact that they failed to succeed once during the performance, it should be mainly related to their psychological problems. This problem also applies to Pokémon battles. There are people in the world who are very good at gym battles and hit passers-by with heavy punches. As a result, they start to get nervous when it comes to the regional competition. The worse the psychological quality, the harder it is to calm down completely in the fierce battle, and it is common to command transformation. It's nothing more than whether the heart is big enough and whether you can remain calm in the face of high-intensity pressure. Obviously, Ali's two Bellisums have not reached that level. If I remember correctly, you said before that Leaping Moon is a special move specially prepared for the annual Pokémon Performance Conference to be held tomorrow, right? Is that so? What's wrong? Ali nodded and asked Ash in confusion. The problem is here. It is because the competition prepared by Leaping Moon is too important to you, and it is also too important to Mimi and Hua Hua. This also makes them have extremely high expectations for this move. It's okay when practicing, but once they perform in front of others, they will be distracted unconsciously because of the fear of the consequences of failure, which makes them fail once. And the more they fail in public performances, the more they increase their inner tension and anxiety. So no matter how they train, they can't make greater progress. It's not that they don't work hard enough or don't have performance talent. It's just that they can't get over the hurdle in their hearts. Ash said the conclusion he had just drawn by observing and monitoring the emotional fluctuations of the two Bellisums in real time with his Super 17 ability. His analysis hit the pain point directly, and it made sense logically. Ali thought about it and found that it seemed to be just as Ash said. From the beginning of designing the Flying Moon, she had repeatedly emphasized the importance of this action to Mimi and Hua Hua, as well as its significance to the three of them. Presumably, this is why Hua Hua and Mimi had too high expectations for the Flying Moon and were too tired of the pressure. It was not like the previous training, but they devoted themselves to it wholeheartedly because of their love and enjoyment. Efforts mixed with too many purposes and a lot of expectations always show the effect of getting half the result with twice the effort at the critical moment. When they practiced the Flying Moon again, not only was the learning progress much slower than the previous performance, but the success rate was also not high. After getting familiar with it, the success rate in private has increased a lot, but when performing in public places, it has never succeeded once. She had thought that the set of moves she had designed was too difficult, and some of them were beyond the capabilities of Mimi and Huahua. Now it seems that it is not that the set of moves is too difficult, but that the psychological pressure on Mimi and Huahua is too great. Now that the problem has been solved, how can it be solved? She doesn't know how to solve the psychological problems of Mimi and Huahua in such a short time. At this time, she can only pin her hopes on Ash. Ash, do you think there's any way to overcome the psychological pressure of Mimi and Huahua? Although she asked this, Ollie didn't dare to have too much expectations and even didn't count on Ash. After all, Ash is only outstanding in the field of Pokémon battles, and he is not a professional Pokémon psychologist. It is actually amazing to be able to help him analyze the problem. In fact, she had expected that Ash could not help her solve the psychological problems of Mimi and Huahua, at least not in the next day. After all, this matter has troubled her, Mimi and Huahua, for a long time. Even if the most professional Pokémon psychologist comes, it will probably take a long time to slowly guide Mimi and Huahua back to normal. However, Ash's reaction once again exceeded Ali's expectations. There is a way. Ash not only has a way to solve it, but also has a lot of calendars. The simplest and most effective way is Ash assist Ghastly's amazing hypnosis. Let it dilute the importance of Flying Moon in the hearts of Mimi and Huahua from subconscious level. Let them subconsciously think that Flying Moon is just the simplest and easiest action in their performance. If they practice with this mentality, they can easily overcome the psychological problems caused by their excessive tension at this time. Is there really a way? Ollie was actually skeptical at this time, but Ash was kind after all. She nodded to Ash gratefully. Then please give it a try, Ash. I am grateful to you on behalf of Huahua and Mimi. Ash actually knew the doubts and concerns in Ali's heart. Normal people, even professional Pokémon psychologists. In this case, even if there's a way to solve it, it will take a long time to provide psychological counseling for Pokémon. But Psychic, as a special ability, is the most extensive and effective among the ability users, and it is absolutely unreasonable. Especially Ash, a Psychic that is completely inherited from the system and has no negative hidden dangers. It only needs Ghastly to help stabilize the minds of the two Pokémon when he performs hypnosis. It is also very simple to solve the psychological problems of Huahua and Mimi. The main reason why he does not use Hypnosis 447 himself is that Ghastly's attainments in hypnosis are unmatched. Even Mutwo has praised its attainments in this skill for many advantages. Under Ali's expectant gaze, Ash threw the Pokeball and released Ghastly. Then he told it how to act through telepathy. Then he walked forward and reached out to touch the little heads of Mimi and Huahua. In coordination with Ghastly's hypnotic fluctuations, Ash's eyes flashed with blue light, which quickly faded the importance of Leaping Moon in their hearts. After finishing, he smiled and clapped his hands. Lucky, the treatment process went very smoothly. Is that it? At this time, Ali's expression was extremely complicated, the kind that was difficult to describe in words. Even if she believed that Ash had great powers, she felt that he was just pretending in front of her at this time. She shook her head helplessly, but it was not easy to refuse Ash's kindness. She was ready to encore Leaping Moon. Whether it achieved the expected effect or not, it was better to tell Ash that there was progress. As for the psychological problems of Mimi and Huahua, they could only spend more money to ask professional psychologists for treatment in the future. Thinking of this, Ollie began to act. Mimi, Huahua, are you ready? Let's encore Leaping Moon. Mimi and Huahua nodded in response, and walked to the equipment they usually use for training in a calm manner. That demeanor was different from any previous practice of Leaping Moon, and they looked extremely relaxed. It was as if they were practicing the warm-up movements for the opening of the performance. The demeanor of the two Pokémon also made Ali's undoubted heart waver for a moment. Could it be that Ash just asked Ghastly to use hypnosis, and then reached out to touch Solation and really solved the problem of Mimi and Huahua? It's impossible. How can it be so simple? Ollie muttered in her heart. Rationally, she couldn't believe it at all, but in fact, she was still a little shaken in her heart. The main reason was that she hadn't seen Mimi and Hua Hua so calm for a long time. The current performance was clearly a careless attitude towards Leaping Moon. Note that the word not paying attention here is not a derogatory word, but a compliment. It means that Mimi and Hua Hua did not actually regard this technology as important, but just treated it with a normal mind. Isn't this the state they need most now? With excitement and trepidation, Ollie began to stare at Mimi and Hua Hua after giving the order. Mimi and Hua Hua completed the jump at the same time, with uniform and extremely graceful movements. They completed one difficult move after another that she had set in advance, and finally landed perfectly. All succeeded. At this time, Ollie's mind was filled with the joy of success. Although it was just training now, and Mimi and Hua Hua had many successful cases in training before, but she could be 100% sure and certain that Mimi and Hua Hua had indeed miraculously overcome psychological barriers with the help of Ash. As a professional street performance artist, her vision was naturally beyond doubt. This time, the moon leap was completed more perfectly than any previous one, and Mimi and Hua Hua were more confident and calm than ever before. This was a height that they could never reach in the past. The only explanation was that Ghastly's hypnosis and Ash's subsequent touch really helped them overcome their psychological barriers. Thinking of this, Ollie suppressed her excitement, bowed solemnly to express her gratitude to Ash, and apologized at the same time. Apologized for her previous contempt for Ash. Even if she didn't show it, just thinking about it in her heart, she felt that her thoughts just now were completely insulting Ash, a top Pokémon psychology master who didn't show his talent. That's right, although Ash only showed off a little bit of his skills with Ghastly, she couldn't even see the deep meaning in it. But for this immediate effect, all the top psychology experts in the Johto region, one by one, had to kneel down and kowtow to Ash to learn from him. At this time, in Ollie's heart, Ash has become a hermit, a master in the field of psychology. Ash was not surprised to hear Ollie's thanks, but Ollie actually apologized to him just because she had a presumptuous thought in her heart, which made him a little surprised. His recognition of Ollie has also increased a lot. To be honest, Ollie is a good person. Although helping Ollie's Bellissime team overcome psychological problems and enable them to successfully perform the difficult technical action, Leaping Moon, is a condition for completing the system task. But judging by deeds rather than intentions, Ash, as the main contributor, also accepted Ollie's thanks and apology. However, Ash never agreed with her saying that he was a master of psychology. In this regard, he had no accomplishments at all. The ability to quickly analyze the psychological problems of the Bellissime group and complete the treatment was mainly related to Ghastly and his own psychic. Apart from these powers, even if Ash could successfully help Ollie and the others, it would take a very long time. It would not be possible to achieve the magical effect that was seen immediately just now. What? Ash, you're not a Pokemon psychologist, so what did you just do? Ollie was very surprised to hear Ash's denial. She didn't understand. Ash's move just now had clearly surpassed those authoritative experts in the field of Pokemon psychology that she knew. Why was Ash still unwilling to admit it? Is it because Ash didn't know much about this matter and simply thought that there were many experts who were better than him? At this time, Ollie had already imagined that Ash was a mega genius who crossed over but didn't know how powerful he was. It's just a little trick of assist, not worth mentioning. Ash waved his hand slightly and didn't mean to continue to entangle on this topic. However, this attitude caused a storm in Ollie's heart. To be able to do this, it must not be a small trick. Just now, Ash cooperated with Ghastly's hypnosis to touch casually, and it didn't seem to have the special psychological suggestion gestures of psychologists. In other words, it is very likely Ash's special ability. And if you think about it carefully, the special ability that can cooperate with hypnosis must be psychic. 01411017 Philo 0943424440. Could be that Ash is also a powerful psychic. DOUT. She recalled the scene when they first met, when Ash easily caught her failed Bellism. Ollie took a deep breath in her heart. Psychic is a special ability that only very few people can possess. It is also very difficult to control. Those who cannot be affected by it and use it completely freely in her eyes are truly favored by heaven. She didn't expect to meet such a powerful person in street performance. And it was quite fate that she was hit by her Huahua's mistake. Is it that the world is too small or her luck is too good? Well, it should be her luck. With the rarity of psychics, it is hard to say whether each region can get 2 or 3 people. She was able to meet Ash in the small town of Dongmen, and even got her help, so that Mimi and Huahua's psychological problems were solved. She was definitely blessed by heaven. Knowing that Ash didn't want to go deeper into this topic, Ollie tactfully stopped talking about it. After expressing sincere gratitude to Ash again, she called her friend and helped Serena complete the registration for tomorrow's Pokémon show competition. As for the Pokémon that signed up for the competition, Sally didn't choose Fennekin, who had been with her for a longer time. In any case, Fennekin was the Pokémon partner with whom she had the best tacit understanding and was more suitable for participating in the show competition. Of course, Ash also planned to help Serena train her Fennekin before the game. Try to help it evolve before the game so that it can better exert its own abilities. Afterwards, Ash and his 3 companions rejected Ollie's enthusiastic invitation to stay at Ollie's house. Instead, they booked 3 luxurious private rooms in a hotel in Dongmen Town. Each of the 3 people had a room. Every time at this time, Ash would feel that it was extravagant and wasteful. He thought that the progress of the strategy for the 2 women had to be accelerated. Serena, get ready. Let's go and do special training for Fennekin. Ash said to Serena after he came to the room and put his things away. Serena nodded, full of expectation. Yes, I'll listen to you, Ash. He was still looking forward to the Pokémon performance competition that he would participate in tomorrow. However, Serena had a basic idea of his own level. He had never received any training in Pokémon performance before, and Fennekin had not received any relevant training. If he went to participate directly, he might end up with a consolation prize for participating. But Serena was not satisfied with just participating. Since he chose this path, he had to do his best. Although Ash was not a professional Pokémon coordinator, there was always something in common between coordinator and trainer. For example, Wallace, the champion of Hoenn region, was a Pokémon Master and a Pokémon Coordination Master. Ash is a Pokémon Master who has reached the top of 263 in the trainer journey and is comparable to ordinary champion-level trainers. Even if he studies the performance details of Pokémon Coordinator from scratch, he can get started and learn a relatively advanced realm in a very short time. Coaching her and Fennekin to participate in the realm performance competition held in Dongmen Town, that is definitely more than enough. Since the few people rented a luxury hotel, the hotel was fully equipped. There was even a Pokémon training ground specially configured for guests in the luxury suite. Ash and the other 2 simply took Fennekin to a training room, saving the trouble of finding a venue. Ash, just tell me what to do. Serena rubbed her hands and asked Ash with expectation in her big Cyanwood eyes. Ash touched his chin. In fact, as early as when he was at Ollie's house, he already had an idea about how to conduct special training for Fennekin. Fennekin's level was not high, and he knew very few skills, and even fewer skills that could be played in a variety of ways. Fortunately, as the Pokémon that has been with Serena for the longest time, Fennekin is not far from evolving into Braixen at this time, and only needs a few fierce battles. After consideration, Ash chose to design a set of contest combo performances for Fennekin. The movements must be simple and easy to learn, not difficult, and must be very performative. It is very suitable for Serena and Fennekin to learn quickly. As for the skill level requirements, it must be designed according to the level of Braixen, so that Serena can have a better performance in tomorrow's Pokémon performance competition. Ash immediately described his ideas to Serena in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Then he directed Fennekin, who had not yet evolved, to perform a castrated version. That scene immediately made Serena obsessed with it. Fennekin contest performance captured the hearts of Sunday and Serena, and their beautiful eyes turned into stars at the same time. Serena was even more confident. I didn't expect Ash to design performance movements so exquisitely, and Finnegan also had a talent in this area and learned very quickly. The castrated version that has not undergone multiple special trainings can be so charming, let alone the appearance after special training. Serena, who originally had little confidence in the Pokémon performance competition tomorrow, now has some confidence. As long as she can get Ash's help, she will be invincible. Finnegan, time is running out. Today we have to do both battle and performance training at the same time. Finnegan, hold on. Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile are your best Drew rivals. Let's encore, okay? Oh, great. You finally evolved into Braixen. So beautiful. After nearly 2 hours of high-intensity battle training, Finnegan, who was a little exhausted due to continuous training in the training room, finally lit up with a brilliant white light of evolution before falling down. Finnegan successfully evolved into Braixen. Although it evolved successfully, Braixen no longer had its elegant posture. Its tongue hung out of its mouth, and it was breathing heavily. This look was obviously like a Growlithe that was overheated. Serena felt a little bit reluctant when she saw this, but after seeing Teacher Ash standing aside with his arms crossed and a stern look, she could only harden her heart and encourage Braixen, who had just evolved successfully. Braixen looked at Serena, glanced at the big bad guy Ash with a look full of encouragement and expectation, and decided to stand up and continue the training of the performance session. At this time, the cold-faced instructor Ash still seemed unmoved on the surface and seemed very dissatisfied with Braixen's current performance. But in fact, he nodded secretly in his heart. Serena's Braixen has a very good talent and is also very smart in learning performance. He can always inadvertently show his charm as a fox. I can only say that this may be a common feature of the fox. In short, it is a perfect match for the conditions of the Pokémon contest. With this talent, coupled with hard work and the supervision of Ash, a strict teacher, Braixen improved very quickly. The performance trainer for the next few hours is comparable to the results of other Pokémon training years. Although it is definitely not as perfect as Ash thought, it is already very good. At least according to Ash's estimation, by tomorrow the top 4 of the contest is certainly not difficult, and the champion and runner-up are also possible. To put it bluntly, this is just a small-town exhibition match after all, and the scale is naturally not comparable to the real contest. Thinking of this, Ash looked at Braixen, who was almost exhausted, nodded under its grudge eyes, and said a rare affirmative word. You have performed very well. You are very talented. Take a break. Wait until the evening to train for 2 or 3 hours. It will be enough. When Braixen heard Ash finally let it rest for a while, he immediately put on a long, live expression. Then he lay on the ground without caring about his image. The previous battle and the performance of the 2 major trainings made it exhausted, especially the battle training, which almost drained it. Now it can finally rest. Braixen, are you okay? Serena touched Braixen's head with a distressed look. She had never seen Braixen perform at such a high level before. She even held him in her arms when she walked. Of course, it was not realistic to hold him after he evolved into Braixen. He's fine, just a little tired. Let him rest well, and then send him to the Pokémon Center for treatment. He will be able to fully recover his contest condition, Ash said to Serena. As a top Pokémon trainer, with Psychic, Ash has a very sharp vision. He can always find the right time to maximize Braixen's potential without hurting his body. Although he was exhausted, he didn't cause any hidden injuries. He was definitely a top-notch master of inch stopping. Yeah, thank you, Ash. Serena took the initiative to hug Ash. She was no longer uncomfortable with the physical closeness with him. It must be said that she, a pure rookie who just debuted, was able to receive personal instruction and personal supervision from a trainer of Ash's level. If it were anyone else, they would never even think about it. Even in dreams, it depends on whether the person talking in his sleep has such a brain hole. Serena, don't be shy. Don't worry. I will definitely not peek. At night, after going out for dinner and sending Braixen to the Pokémon Center for treatment, Ash and the other two finally returned to the hotel. As the relationship between the two quickly heated up, Serena, who knew what was going to happen at night, seemed quite shy. Although she was about to be eaten up by Ash, every time she thought about what might happen at night, Serena was numb. Soon, all the lights went out, and the two figures entangled together under the nightlight. Considering that Serena still had to participate in the performance competition tomorrow, the two went to bed early. There was no conversation all night, and the next day, when the three woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. Although Serena looked a little haggard compared to before, at least walking was definitely not a problem. So Serena was just a little bit worse in the mental contest condition. What happened last night was a bit of a supermodel for her, as a very traditional Stephanie who even adhered to monogamy before being with Ash. She was still a little embarrassed to devote herself completely to Ash, the boy she loved. But since she had already broken through this boundary, there was no need to be shy in the future. Besides, although her body was a little uncomfortable, it was also very wonderful. Recalling some embarrassing scenes, Serena's face turned red. "Let's go. Sunday, Serena. Let's go downstairs for breakfast and then go directly to the venue of the Pokémon show contest." Ash looked at the time and found that it was just after 8 o'clock. According to Ollie's introduction yesterday, the start time of the Pokémon show contest was at 9:30, which was quite sufficient time for several people to have breakfast downstairs. Yeah, the two girls nodded in succession and then released their Pokémon to have breakfast. Ash symbolically released Pikachu, Totodile, and other Pokémon to show off. Compared to the outside world, Ash's Pokémon now think that Pokémon Home is the real paradise. Seeing Serena's slightly pale face, but full of spring between her eyebrows, Sunday's eyes were full of doubts and curiosity. Being stared at by her like this, Serena couldn't help blushing, and her big cyanwood eyes rolled at Ash coquettishly. Reaching out from behind, he touched Ash's waist and accurately controlled the soft flesh. But he never really wanted to use force, just twisted it lightly twice, more than expressing his punishment for Ash's misconduct last night. Punishment. Knowing that it is necessary to maintain interest with his girlfriend, Ash cooperated with the expression of pain, immediately sent a hidden look to Sunday, and then made a fake move to beg for mercy to Serena. Serena laughed and released her delicate hand on Ash's waist, which was considered to have taken over the matter. "Sunday, your eyes are not right. Please give me flowers. Did you not sleep well last night?" Ash looked at Sunday again and laughed bitterly. "I can only say that if you want to enjoy the blessing of having two wives, you must work hard. It is a long way to go." In the restaurant on the first floor lobby, Ash and his group of 3 handsome men and beautiful women attracted the attention of other guests in the restaurant. The female guests' eyes were mainly focused on Ash's handsome face. The male customers looked at Serena, who had their own characteristics but was a first-class beauty, and Sunday's hand holding Ash's arm, and the jealous green light in their eyes was about to turn into substance. It could be said that they stared at Ash without concealing it. Why can others have 2 such high-quality girlfriends at a young age, while there are still single dogs who are neither high nor low at their age? They are not convinced. Sure enough, those who show affection will be severely punished. At this moment, many people's eyes have become a little crazy. It was okay to have a normal look of appreciation, but for those who looked at him with resentment or covetousness, Ash always stared back. As a psychic, even if he didn't use psychic deliberately, the mental pressure he could bring to them was considerable. Ash's mental power was too strong, making him look particularly aggressive and majestic when he stared back. The people he swept over were like mice being stared at by a cat, and they were frightened and unable to move. A single look directly controlled them for a long time. They couldn't help but sweat coldly on their backs, as if they were being stared at by the abyss. They couldn't help but be surprised at Ash's origins. How could a single look frighten them so much that they sweated profusely? After Ash's eyes swept over, everyone's stiff bodies gradually regained consciousness. They quickly buried their heads under the dining table, not daring to raise them at all, for fear of causing disaster. Ash was definitely not simple to have such a terrifying look. and ordinary people should not take the initiative to cause trouble. Okay, Ash, let's go over and eat. Serena seemed to be used to the scene in front of her. After all, the same thing had happened a lot during the trip. Most of the time, it can be easily solved with just a look from Ash, just like before. If it doesn't work, then just take another look. As for taking action, they're really not worthy. Ash nodded and pulled the two girls to order some special delicacies of Dongmen Town. Ash and Serena fed each other, and the atmosphere was so sweet and ambiguous that Sendai on the side said that he was still a step slow. It seems that he has to be bolder in pursuing Ash in the future. However, the atmosphere in other places except their table was quiet and a little scary. Even many people had finished eating long ago, but they were still sitting at 313 as if they wanted to wait until Ash left before leaving. The main reason was that Ash's controlling look just now was too scary, which made him feel a little uneasy. Even if the probability of leaving early and provoking Ash was extremely low, they didn't want to take the risk. Especially those who had shown obvious malice towards Ash and his party. They wanted to put their heads into the plates and dared not raise them. It was not until Ash and his party finished their meal and left together that the atmosphere in the restaurant relaxed a little. The Pokémon Performance Competition is an annual event in Dongmen Town, a town that performs Pokémon. The venue is located on the stage of the central square of Dongmen Town. When Ash and his party arrived at the square, it was already crowded with spectators and contestants. Ash successfully mixed into the contestant channel with Serena's identity as a contestant, avoiding being squeezed in the crowd like those ordinary spectators. After passing through the contestant channel, the three of them came to the rest area, where they met yesterday's acquaintances. Trainer Ollie of the Bellossom group. At this time, she and the two Bellosoms were in high spirits. Obviously, after being enlightened by Ash, the two Pokemon's contest conditions were very good. Ollie, you're here too? So early. After seeing Ollie, Sunday and Serena hurried forward to greet her. After all, we've been preparing for the competition for a year, so we should always take it a little seriously. Just now I was looking for you, wondering why you haven't come yet, and the entry for the 3-cut contestants will be closed in a little while. Ollie said with a smile. After greeting each other, Ash and the other two simply sat together with Ollie and waited quietly for the opening of the competition. And in the spectator seat, not far away from the four people, sat a fat man wearing a big gold necklace. The Pokemon next to him was the final evolution of the Johto region's 3 great Pokemon, Totodile for Alligator. But at this time, it was also wearing a pair of sunglasses, and its expression looked particularly cool, like the temperament of Crocodile. And around the fat man with the big gold chain were a few ordinary contestants who were flattering the fat man with the gold chain, and were extremely flattering. Several people in the group pointed at Ash and commented on him from time to time, and their attitude was particularly unfriendly. Sunday and Serena frowned when they saw the other party's appearance. Although they were a little far away, they couldn't hear what the big gold chain fat man and his lackeys were discussing. But from their wretched expressions, it was obvious that they were not talking nonsense. The originally very good mood was disturbed by a few completely irrelevant guys. They snorted and turned their heads away, simply not looking at the annoying faces on the opposite side. Because of Ash's superior psychic perception, he heard the conversation between the big gold chain fat man and his lackeys clearly. There was no dirty talk, otherwise Ash would have punished them long ago. After all, with his current ability, he could teach them a lesson without violating the Alliance laws. They mainly discussed the harsh words against the Pokémon performance itself, and they looked down on Ash in every way. As for the cause of the incident, it actually started with Ollie, who was sitting with them. Ollie's Bellossom group is actually a well-known trainer in Dongmen Town, which is famous for Pokémon Street performances. They had participated in the Pokémon Performance Competition before and achieved very good results. But this year's action stunt, Flying Moon, designed specifically for the Pokémon Performance Competition, failed repeatedly in public performances. This made everyone doubt Ollie's ability. The fat man with a big gold chain was one of them, and he was also a player who had participated in several Pokémon performance halls. Discrediting others can obviously give him higher reputation, satisfaction, and build enough confidence. As for Ash and the other two, They were just affected because they sat next to Ollie and seemed to be talking to her happily. Ash, actually that guy's name is Ai, and he's also a well-known street performer in Dongmin Town. The guys next to him are all his new apprentices. They were eliminated by me in a Pokémon performance competition before, and they have always been at odds with me. At this moment, Ollie, who noticed the gazes of Ai and the others, came forward and whispered to Ash, with a hint of apology in her words and eyes. In her opinion, Ash and the others were all implicated by her and were quite innocent. It turned out that they were all old rivals, which made sense. A flash of understanding flashed in Ash's eyes, and he shook his head at the same time to indicate that Ollie didn't need to care about it at this time. In competitions, strength is enough. Before, Ollie might not have much hope of winning against Ai. But after he helped solve the psychological problems of the 2.3 Bellisum combination Mimi and Huahua, the technical action, Flying Moon, designed specifically for participating in this competition, could be successfully performed. Then the championship is a sure thing. It is not a problem to defeat the fat guy with a big gold chain named Ai, and let alone Ollie. Even Serena may be able to defeat the opponent. After emergency training, Serena and Breakson relied on their outstanding performance talents and Ash's exquisite action design. The overall performance is definitely outstanding in this Pokémon performance competition held in Dongmin Town. It is estimated that it is only slightly worse than Ali's Bellisum combination, Flying Moon. It will definitely go far in this exhibition competition. Next, please welcome the next contestant, Ai, and his partner for Alligator. As time passed, the contestants in the contestant lounge were called by the host outside to perform. Soon it was the turn of Ari's old enemy, the fat guy with a big gold chain, Ai. Ai, surrounded by his apprentices and lackeys, walked out of the lounge with Feraligatr in a heroic and high-spirited manner. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the lounge triumphantly with applause that could penetrate the lounge. This time, his Pokémon performed exceptionally well, and the content of the performance was much stronger than that of the usual practice. He is currently ranked 10th among all the contestants who have appeared. According to his guess, there may be contestants who can surpass his performance in the future. It can only be said that this is also thanks to Ali's self-defeating and insisting on letting her two Bellisums perform Flying Moon. If not, he would probably have to be worried for a while. And as long as Ali doesn't give up Flying Moon, she will definitely lose today. In other words, in this Pokémon Performance Conference on 17, he will most likely get his best result in history, that is, the championship. And he won the championship by stepping on the head of Ali, his old rival who once defeated him and made him look humiliated. At this time, he can be said to be in high spirits, with a particularly bright smile on his face, like a blooming old chrysanthemum. He sat directly on the lounge chair and puffed out smoke proudly. Seeing Ollie and Sunday, Serena, and the other two were secretly upset, and they wanted to punch his hateful fat pig face twice to vent their anger. Next, please invite the next contestant, Serena, and her Pokémon partner Breakson to perform. About half an hour passed, and after several contestants were called away, it was finally Serena's turn. Serena was a little nervous when her name was called. This was her first time to perform Pokémon in public. It can even be said that it was her first time to perform with more audiences besides Ash and other friends. If she said she was not nervous, she must be joking, especially at this moment when the fat man with a big gold chain, Ai, who made her feel extremely uncomfortable, achieved an extremely amazing result. At this moment, Serena wanted to fight for her reputation, surpass Ai in points, and fight a beautiful counterattack. She was also worried that she would not perform well and embarrass herself in front of Ash. After all, Ash spent a lot of energy to teach her and breaks in contest performance experience. If she failed to achieve good results, or even messed up, she would definitely feel extremely guilty. It's okay, Serena. Believe in yourself and fully trust Breakson. Ash saw Serena's inner tension at this time and immediately reached out and pinched her little face. Then he launched Psychic to quickly calm Serena's slightly agitated mood, so that she would not perform abnormally due to excessive tension. Yeah, I will do my best, Ash. Serena nodded heavily and imitated Ash's usual way of cheering her up and made a cheering gesture. Then, with Breakson, who was also full of expectations and fighting spirit in his eyes, he left the lounge and walked towards the contestant channel. The fat man with a big gold chain looked at Serena and Breakson beside her leaving, snorted, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Although he is just a Pokémon Street performer, he has a lot of experience and is not unfamiliar with Pokémon in other regions. Naturally, I know that Breakson is the evolved form of Fennekin, one of the 3 Fire-type Pokémon in Kalo's region. Generally speaking, the 3 Pokémon are unique to each region and are determined by their respective regional alliances and bred to rookie trainers. In other words, this trainer who was sitting and chatting with her old rival Ollie was actually a rookie trainer from Kalo's region. But for some reason, she went to Johto region to start her own travel adventure. Outsider or rookie trainer. These 2 labels were clearly slapped on Serena's head. This made I unable to take Serena seriously. Although Pokémon Street performances are somewhat close to juggling, the technical content is definitely not as good as the online coordination trainer participating in the contest sponsored by the Alliance. But the technical threshold is still very high, at least for a rookie trainer like Serena, who knows nothing. If any random person could win a prize in the Pokémon Street performance competition, then Dongmen Town would not be famous throughout the Johto region for street performances. At this time, after ice analysis, he had already 127 identified Serena as a cannon fodder. Only Ollie could make him a little more serious, but it was just a little bit of cheering up. After all, before the start of today's competition, he also heard that Ollie and her Bellissime team still planned to perform the stunt Flying Moon in this competition, and before this, they had never succeeded in performing in public places. Although he also heard that Ollie and the 2 Bellisimes performed the Flying Moon repeatedly in training yesterday, but as a senior street performer, he also knew that the difficulty of training and performing on stage was completely different. Now he just waited for Ollie to fail in the competition show and get a pitiful low score. And if he didn't use this trick, it would be impossible to win him with the old trick based on his super performance today. At this moment, Ye, who felt that he had won the match, had a smug smile on his fat face, and his already pitifully small eyes seemed to have narrowed into a slit. However, Ash and the others sitting opposite him were not paying attention to him at all, but were staring at Serena and Breakson on the big screen on the broadcast stage. Oh, Ash has long said that we should treat it with a normal heart and believe in ourselves and Breakson. On the other side, Serena, who had already walked through the contestant channel to the stage, patted her chest with her little hand. She calmed down her emotions silently in her heart, and the panic in her eyes completely disappeared, replaced by absolute calmness. The reason why she was able to control her emotions so successfully was that Ash's psychic played a big role. The most important thing is to participate, believe in yourself and Breakson, and believe in Ash's teachings. As long as you can fully demonstrate what Ash taught yesterday afternoon, it will be a success. Thinking so in her heart, Serena breathed a long sigh of relief. Breakson, are you ready? Woo! Breakson called twice softly, and then came to the center of the stage from Serena's side, standing there with an elegant posture, waiting for Serena's next instruction. Breakson is a Pokémon that most people in the Johto region have never seen before, and is both elegant and charming. It immediately attracted the attention of the audience and judges. Judging from his appearance, Breakson has already received a very high impression score from them. Many times, the first impression is very important. At this time, they have begun to look forward to Breakson's next performance in their hearts. Breakson, Ember! Following Serena's order, Breakson reached behind him, took off the wooden stick stuck on his tail, and then spit out a small ball of ember from his mouth. Condensing ember on the top of the wooden stick, forming a ball of flames, but not causing damage to the wooden stick. Breakson's wooden stick is similar to Marowak's bone meringue, which is not a body part, but better than its own body parts. The flames created by oneself will definitely not cause any damage to it. Breakson was seen waving the wooden stick in his hand, and at the same time jumping up with light steps. When the flames on the top of the wooden stick passed through the air, they left a bright flame trail. Those flame trails were depicted as a big fox smiley face. Some of them are similar to the emoticons in the world where Ash lived in the previous life, which can be said to complement Braixen's temperament. This performance captured the essence of street juggling art, and many spectators secretly ordered to buy it. This alone was enough to get a medium score, and with Braixen's elegant posture and image, there was no problem with a medium to high score. Looking at Serena's pretty face and Braixen, who had never been seen before, it was obvious that they were Pokémon performing artists who came from other places to participate in the competition. The competition held in Dongmen Town could actually attract more street performers outside the Johto region. This also made the judges participating in the competition very proud and unconsciously improved their good impression of Serena. The psychological impression points rose rapidly, and even at the same level, they were more willing to give Serena and Braixen a higher score. This mentality is easy to understand, similar to Ash's previous life. When some Huxiao people looked at foreign nationals expressing their recognition of their country, they would unconsciously add a few points of goodwill to the other party. Braixen, Flame Charge. Braixen's performance was far more than that, although it was just a performance routine that Ash thought of in a very short time. But it was definitely not that simple, otherwise it would be Ash's face. In order to let Braixen learn Flame Charge, he even bought a learning machine. After all, it is basically impossible for Braixen to learn Flame Charge by his own understanding at this stage. At this time, Serena gave another order, and then many fireballs appeared on Braixen's body. The fireballs gathered together and covered Braixen's body with a flame gauze. Then Braixen, wrapped in the flame gauze, put a little force on his feet and turned into a stream of light and sprinted towards the front of the stage at a high speed. Until he was about to leave the stage, he stepped heavily on the ground, and the whole Pokémon flew into the air. 014110017 Philo 094352420. The flames on his body also swirled, forming a flame fox spirit about 5 meters long that enveloped Braixen. When a flame fox spirit rose to the highest point, it bloomed like fireworks, forming a rain of fire all over the sky. Then Braixen gracefully descended from soaring in the sky with a rain of fire all over the sky and stood at the forefront of the stage with elegant movements, accepting the cheers and shouts of the audience like a fire Pokémon. This is definitely an unforgettable and wonderful performance. In the lounge, Ash's eyes flashed with surprise. Braixen's performance has completely exceeded his expectations. In this way, there is a good chance that the championship will be in his pocket. Serena's Braixen just completed a series of technical moves, which was the complete version originally designed by Ash, and it was a high-difficulty performance without any castration. Originally, it used Flame Charge to fly into the sky, accompanied by the Flame Fox Spirit, but it was not able to master it until the end of the performance training. Ash originally thought that Braixen's performance on the stage would be the same as the one at the end of training yesterday afternoon. Although he could still get a high score, the viewing and difficulty would be greatly reduced. He could get a high score, but he would definitely not be able to win the championship. But Braixen's wonderful performance just now gave Ash a big surprise. I think Serena secretly practiced with this little guy and spent a lot of energy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to perfectly present the performance moves he expected on the stage. Ash could also understand why Serena was so nervous before going on stage. It is true that as a rookie trainer performing for the first time, it is natural to be nervous. But Serena is not an ordinary person after all. Besides, before coming to Johto region, she also accompanied Ash on a month-long trip and watched countless exciting Mega Pokémon battles. For a small scene like Dongmen Town, she really didn't need to be so nervous. It turned out that she wanted to give Ash a surprise and let him see the most exciting and perfect performance. I was so nervous because I was afraid of failing and disappointing Ash. After coming to the conclusion, Ash looked at Serena with a gentler look. Although from Ash's perspective, there were still some minor flaws due to the lack of proficiency and many of the movements were not connected smoothly. But considering that Serena had only such a short training time, this performance was already perfect. The extremely enthusiastic cheers and shouts from the audience/judges under the stage also proved this point. In the end, Serena and Breakson got the highest score so far as expected. The previous highest score of the Big Gold Chain Fat Man was much higher. It is no exaggeration to say that it was a comprehensive crush. At this time, Serena's little face had become red because of excitement, which looked cute. She did not expect that although she had extra training last night, the results were still not ideal, but after a night's sleep, Breakson's performance today was so outstanding, and it was much better than when they finished training in the evening. Almost all the audience and judges were impressed at once and gave them extremely high scores. At present, it is temporarily ranked first, although it is only temporary, but it makes her feel that she has already won the championship. This was the first highlight of her Pokemon trainer career. This feeling was amazing, as if the whole person was sublimated and the head was dizzy, which was wonderful. If I had to compare the 600 episodes with something, I guess only when I did those embarrassing things with Ash could I feel better than this moment. Serena was confused, and at the same time, she understood why Ash loved Pokemon battles so much. Even ordinary trainers who were not very interested in this would definitely not be able to resist the taste of it in such a warm stage atmosphere. When Breakson saw that it got the highest score in the field with Serena, a glimmer of joy flashed in the narrow and charming fox eyes. He bowed to the audience with an elegant gesture, and then came to Serena calmly with the small wooden stick in his hand. Looking at Serena, who was almost knocked unconscious by the excellent results, his face was full of smiles and pampering. Holding the confused Serena's hand, he helped her walk for the player channel to the lounge. At this moment in the lounge, the big screen broadcasting the performance of Breakson and Serena on the stage and their final scores was full of astonishment in the eyes of the fat man with a big gold chain. He didn't expect that Stephanie, who was labeled as cannon fodder by him, Fee, at the beginning, would perform so well. Not only did it greatly exceed his expectations, but it also directly snatched away his first-place throne. The championship trophy that was set in stone actually missed him, which made him a little confused for a while, and his mood quickly turned from sunny to cloudy. Those who didn't know looked at his gloomy face, and it was because his wife at home was cheating outside, and the novice apprentices around him were also good at observing words and expressions. Naturally, they could see the abnormality of the fat man with a big gold chain and could only stand beside him in silence. No one dared to come forward to comfort him, so as not to touch the bad luck of the fat man with a big gold chain. Although the fat man with a big gold chain lost miserably in the game with Serena, but in the end, he is still a well-known street performer in Dongmen Town, a town famous for Pokemon street performances. It is not easy to become his apprentice. Not only do you need to pass the assessment, but you also need to pay a high apprenticeship gift. The key is that this apprenticeship gift cannot be returned. If they offend the big gold chain fat man at this time and deliberately target and hide their shortcomings in the future teaching, then wouldn't their gifts be in vain? It's not necessary to use the gloomy and depressing atmosphere on the big gold chain fat man's side. Ash's side is jubilant, and the only thing missing is the gongs and drums. Serena, congratulations, you have achieved such a good result. As a good sister, Sunday is sincerely happy for Serena. Serena just came back and was hugged by Sunday, who went up. The scene of the two girls hugging each other is very loving. Sunday, it's all thanks to Ash and Breakson. To be honest, I'm still a little confused. Yeah, Ash, you can reward yourself tonight. As for Breakson, who also made great contributions, you can reward him with more delicious food later. Sunday nodded in agreement. Breakson's performance on the stage just now was much better than the training yesterday afternoon. Sister Sunday. Hearing Sunday say that she would reward Ash in the evening, Serena was shocked. Her cheeks were flushed and her head was buried deeply. She didn't expect Sunday to be so direct and knew about the relationship between her and Ash. Miss Sunday, judging from your tone, you also want to reward me at night? Seeing the atmosphere becoming more and more awkward, Ash spoke quickly. He changed the topic to Sunday and gave her a warning look. But there was no threat in Sunday's eyes. She chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you tonight." Seeing that Sunday was so aggressive today, and because Serena was standing next to him, Ash could only admit defeat. "Congratulations, Serena. You should also work hard, Ollie." As a Pokemon Street performer with a good level, Ollie's eyesight is also not low. Naturally, she can also see how Serena and Breakson's performance just now was. It can be said that Breakson has reached the limit of what she can do at this level, and even exceeded her expectations of a perfect performance. This level of performance should not even appear at the Pokemon Performance Conference held in Dongmen Town. Instead, it should be performed at a real contest. Even if I had specially prepared for she had great confidence in the high-difficulty Moon Leap move designed for the Pokemon Performance Competition. But at this time, Ollie also inevitably felt great pressure. If she just performed the Moon Leap normally, it would be basically impossible to beat Serena and Breakson. Although the difficulty of the two moves is not much different. But Breakson's Flame Fox soaring into the sky and the rain of fire at the end brought too much visual impact to the audience. Choose the lightning that exceeds the leap. Moreover, Breakson, one of the 3 major Pokemon in Kalo's region, is also a very rare Pokemon in Johto region. In this regard, it has a great advantage over Bellisum, which is the final evolution of Oddish and looks pretty enough but is a bit common. It is no exaggeration to say that even before she went on stage, she already had the sign of failure. At this point, is it only possible to try to increase the difficulty of Leaping Moon? But they have never rehearsed before. Can Mimi and Huahua really withstand the pressure? After all, Leaping Moon still relies on Ash's help to be successfully performed. The success rate of rashly trying Leaping Moon's more difficult technical moves on this stage is terribly low. Did she really want to take this chance? If she really failed in such an important occasion, would the psychological problems that Mimi and Huahua had just recovered reappear, or even be more serious than before? How could she have the nerve to trouble Ash to heal her Pokemon at that time? At this time, Ollie was also in deep entanglement. Ash's psychic, which was almost always deployed, naturally detected Ollie's emotional fluctuations. As if he had thought of something, he shook his head and did not try to influence Ollie's decision through himself. The road is walked by oneself, and he has helped the other party enough. If Ollie tried more difficult technical moves to win the championship, he would have nothing to say. At most, he would introduce the contact information of the top Pokemon psychologist through Professor Oak's Pokemon introduction to her afterwards, and he would definitely not help her personally. After all, if Ollie really chose to challenge difficult moves, it was for his wife Serena's championship. If she failed to snatch the championship that his wife had easily won by trying a difficult move and still wanted him to help clean up the mess, that would definitely be impossible. There is no such good thing in the world, and Ash has never been a kind-hearted person. Suppressing the thoughts about Ollie's abnormality in his heart, Ash stood up and took Serena, who was smiling happily, into his arms and hugged her and lifted her up high. He kissed her rosy cheeks a few times. "Well done, Serena. Congratulations. And Breakson, I will give you a snack when I go back." When congratulating Serena, Ash did not forget the proud little fox who was following Serena. Serena could get such a cliff-like high score, but it was inseparable from the little guy's secret extra practice last night. Woo-woo. Breakson was a little shy and timid after receiving the rare praise from Ash, the cold-faced instructor. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he seemed to be saying that he was still far from being an excellent contest performance Pokemon. Sunday, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She should have had more chances than Serena, but she was the first to get there. He thought to himself that he must defeat Ash as soon as possible. After Serena came back, time slowly passed. The contestants in the lounge were called out one after another to perform their own performances. During this time, Ollie was like an outsider who was separated from Ash and the other two. She sat there, staring at her hands with a confused look, and occasionally stretched them out to gesture. She was obviously in a deep tangle of emotions. Mimi and Huahua beside her were so worried that they cast concerned glances at her. Let's invite the next contestant, Ollie, and her partners Mimi and Hua. At this moment, the host's broadcast came from outside the lounge. Ollie suddenly raised her head, and the confusion in her eyes disappeared. Mimi, Hua, let's go. It's time for everyone to watch our flying performance. At this time, Ollie finally made up her mind not to temporarily increase the difficulty to challenge more difficult actions. Instead, she honestly used Flying Moon to complete this Pokémon performance competition, is to give them an explanation for their previous efforts, and at the same time avoid guilt for Ash's previous help to her. Please give flowers, though. Of course, the most important thing is to give an explanation to the audience who have never witnessed the complete and successful Flying Moon in the street performance before. Don't mention the results, just talk about the heart. 5 minutes passed, with thunderous applause and the second highest performance results in the audience. Ollie and Mai Wall walked in from the lounge with smiles on their faces. Although they lost this time, they had a very rare transformation in their hearts. Perhaps they will achieve much higher achievements next time they meet. After accompanying Serena to receive the championship trophy of the Pokémon performance competition, Ash and his team said goodbye to Ollie and Mai Wall and set off for Violet City. On the way, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding! Mission completed. Help Ollie's Bellisum combination breakthrough performance action, Leaping Moon. Task completion reward. 100 W points. Any Pokemon level plus 5 points balance. 734 W selected Pokemon. Little Lugia level increased from IV.45 to IV.50 in the tense mission reward phase. When Ash saw the reward level given to Lugia, he was somewhat disappointed. I wanted to watch Mutwo complete the ultimate transformation. Now it seems that with the total number of Pokemon, it is still too difficult to give the level of the task reward to the Pokemon I specify. Of course, it is gratifying that this level reward was finally given to little Lugia, who has the same potential as Mutwo to become a level 1 god. This little guy is not very interested in Pokemon battles, and he is not very interested in ordinary rivals. The key is that the Pokemon required for each level of a level 1 god is several times that of ordinary Pokemon. This level upgrade is also a rocket-like rapid upgrade for it, which is still very beneficial to it. If Ash accompanies it to find wild Pokemon for it to fight all over the mountains, it will probably take a lot of time to reach the level of this task reward. Continue the journey. Ash and his 3 companions have successively experienced the towns where the legend of Cat Thief Hachi is spread in the original plot. Since Team Rocket was directly beaten away by Ash and his companions in Pinsir Forest last time, they don't know where to work to pay off their debts. The incident of them pretending to be Cat Thief Hachi did not happen. Ash and his 3 companions only stayed in the town where Cat Thief Hachi's legend happened for 1 day before continuing their journey. On the way, they met a Snubbull who enjoyed an extremely luxurious life, and the children visited the luxurious manor of Snubbull's owner. Then they found a little Stantler in Stantler's Park who was lost from the tribe to protect himself. It was also the one that Ash, Misty, and Xiaojing's first-generation trio encountered in the original plot. Because the talent of this Stantler was really 960 normal, Ash and his 3 companions had no intention of taming it. Ash immediately used Psychic to calm its emotions, and then sent it to the Pokemon Center and handed it over to Nurse Joy. It can get the best treatment from Nurse Joy, and after the treatment, Miss Chi will release it back to the forest to find its partner. After experiencing these stories, the 3 continued to set off. On this day, Ash and the other 2 came to the foot of a snowy mountain. Ash, it seems to be very late. I see there's a Pokemon Center over there. Why don't we spend the night in the Pokemon Center tonight? Sunday looked up at the sky and found that a black light had been reflected on the distant horizon. It will not be long before night falls. Sunday, who happened to catch a glimpse of a small wooden Pokemon Center at the foot of the snowy mountain in the distance, suggested to Ash. Serena heard this, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Since leaving the luxurious manor of Snubbull's owner, the group has been camping in the wild. Although the accommodation conditions cannot be too bad with Ash's Psychic, it is still inferior to the real hotel and the soft big bed. Looking at the expectant eyes of Sunday and Serena, Ash smiled and nodded. Of course, no problem. Let's spend the night in the Pokémon Center today. Great, great, I want to take a nice bath. Both girls shouted excitedly. Then, the three of them walked towards the wooden Pokémon Center in the distance. On the way, Ash did not forget to use Psychic to the maximum extent to search all the situations around the Pokémon Center. If you remember correctly, in the original plot, Ash met Chikorita, the first-generation Jealous King, who was ambitious and wanted to replace Pikachu near this Pokémon Center. This little guy had many highlights when traveling in the Johto region in the original plot. Although the problem of being jealous can never be changed, the flaws do not cover the merits, and is not a big problem. It has long been on the list of Pokémon that Ash must capture. Now that he has come here, he must not miss it. In a blink of an eye, Ash used Psychic to find 3 places that met the physical characteristics of Chikorita. Ash's mouth curled up slightly. Without a doubt, his Chikorita must be one of them. Ding! Trigger the plot mission. Use the Johto region Pokémon to defeat Chikorita and capture it. Task completion reward. 1,000,000 points. Top quality Miracle Seed. After carrying it, the power of Grass-type skills will increase by 50%. Just then, the familiar system task prompt flashed through his mind. Ash's eyes showed joy, and he took the task without hesitation. Since leaving Dongmen Town, Ash has not been able to trigger the mission. Now, it is finally triggered, and the reward is the top quality Miracle Seed Master, with Chikorita plus 1,000,000 points. Such an opportunity must be seized. In fact, with Ash's own ability and the extraordinary talents of the Pokémon in the team, it is still very likely that he wants to become a Pokémon Master. The system is a shortcut for him. Since there's a shortcut, why not take it? Ash can achieve his current achievements so quickly, and about 70% of it is due to the credit of the Gold Finger. The system must be used well. Moreover, this mission coincides with his expected goal. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hello, Nurse Joy. Please help us check in. When they arrived at the Pokémon Center, Ash and his 3 companions went straight to Nurse Joy's counter. Okay, please show me the Pokémon Pokédex. Nurse Joy tucked her hair around her ears because she was too busy to do it, straightened her hat, and said to Ash and his 3 companions with a gentle and enthusiastic smile. Here. Nurse Joy took the Pokémon Pokédex handed over by Ash and his 3 companions, entered the information, and then said, Do you need 2 rooms? Nurse Joy, who regarded Ash and his 3 companions as traveling companions, asked subconsciously. Ash has 1 room for himself, and Sunday and 2 people share 1 room. It makes perfect sense. Nurse Joy, please prepare 3 rooms for us. The kind with comfortable beds. Sunday and Serena blushed one after another. Nurse Joy immediately showed an expression of, I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Stephanie's intuition told her that these 2 little Stephanies probably have an unspeakable relationship with Ash. When traveling, it is normal for 2 Stephanies to be together, unless both women have something that is inconvenient for each other to see at night. Then Nurse Joy's curious eyes turned to Ash. Suddenly, she didn't dare to think about it any further. Are these children so mature now? They are just at the age of starting a trip, and they are already in love. It seems that both Stephanies are interested in Ash. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's really not simple. Nurse Joy resisted the desire to gossip in her heart, quickly completed the check-in procedures for the 3 people, and then handed back the Pokémon Pokédex of the 3 people. The formalities have been completed. Just go straight up to the 2nd floor and turn left. Thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. Nurse Joy waved her hand nonchalantly, and after Ash and the other 2 went upstairs, she finally couldn't hold back any longer. The teenagers nowadays are much more playful than they were back then. Tonight will probably be a big fight. At night, Ash gently pushed open the door and walked to Serena's door quietly. Since Sunday lived opposite Serena, he dare not make too much noise. After confirming that the door was only half closed, Ash was about to push the door open when the door behind him suddenly opened. Ash, what are you doing? Turning back, he saw Sunday in pink pajamas with her hair hanging naturally. At this time, there was a sly light in her beautiful eyes. "Ah, Sunday, are you still awake at this time? I don't know why I can't sleep because I think of you." There was a bit of captivate in Sunday's tone. "What do you mean you can't sleep because you think of me?" It seems that he understood what Sunday meant, so he didn't pretend anymore. In fact, when he first saw Sunday at the Pokémon school during his trip to the Kanto region, Ash was impressed by her beauty. The main reason why he didn't take action was because she was a little arrogant at the time, and then after completing the intimacy task with her, he couldn't get together with her because of various trivial matters. This trip to the Johto region, when he confirmed that Sunday would pass, he had already included her in the girlfriend list. "It's still early. Let's go to my room and sit down. I just need to ask you about the details of the Pokemon battle. Ash, Serena should be here no later than this hour and 3/4. When mentioning Serena, Sunday's tone obviously carried a bit of resentment. "Okay, there's really no rush." Ash, who couldn't stand Sunday's big watery eyes staring at him, followed her into the room. He stretched out a white and slender little hand to close the door. Then there was an expected battle, and in order to treat the two women perfectly, Ash also took out all his strength. A few hours later, late at night, everything was silent. Ash put on his clothes and looked at Sunday, who was sleeping soundly in the quilt with a few traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He reached out and touched her little head. "Have a good rest. I will never let you down in the future." Standing up, Ash slowly walked out of the room, and, after closing the door, "Tisk idiot." Sunday on the bed slowly opened her cute big eyes, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A night of silence, early the next morning. Ash got up early, and, under the surprised eyes of Nurse Joy, he went to Stuffed Cheeks, the cafeteria of the Pokémon Center, and then packed some food before going upstairs again. This is totally unscientific. Could it be that this boy didn't sneak into the two Stephanie's rooms in the middle of the night? Otherwise, how could he get up so early? The key is that he still looks so energetic, without any signs of loss. Could it be that they really just took a rest yesterday? Nurse Joy scratched her head in confusion, with a somewhat incredible light in her eyes. On the other side, Ash brought breakfast to Sunday in Serena's room, and he didn't rush to wake them up, especially Sunday, who must have had a harder time the first time. Ash just quietly waited for them to sleep until they woke up naturally. What surprised Ash was that Sunday and Serena woke up at almost the same time. Although she looked weak, she still forced herself to wash and eat and followed Ash and Serena downstairs. After saying hello to Nurse Joy, she left the Pokémon Center. Watching the backs of Ash and his 3 companions leaving, especially Sunday, who walked a little unnaturally. Although she had no relevant experience, Nurse Joy, who knew a lot about physiology, naturally knew what was going on. Apparently, last night was not as uneventful as she had guessed, and it seemed that the battle was very intense. "Hiss, this boy's body is too strong." Nurse Joy took a breath of cold air, feeling that the physiological knowledge she had learned throughout her life was strongly impacted. "This is totally unscientific. Ash, shall we continue to Violet City?" After leaving the Pokémon Center, Sunday took Ash's arm and leaned softly on Ash, almost turning into a koala and hanging on him. Today, after noticing the abnormality of Sunday's walking posture and the fact that Ash came very late last night, Serena also guessed that something probably happened between Ash and her. Originally, Serena thought that she would feel a little sad, but she didn't expect that her mentality was so peaceful. Just let it go and treat Sunday as a family member. Yes, that's right, but there is something to do before that. Ash smiled and nodded, and then carried her on his back amid her exclamation. "What else do you need to rely on? I know you worked hard last night. If we continue to travel, it may affect our health, so let it serve as a means of transportation for a while." The 3 of them went to the 3 Chikorita locations near the Pokémon Center that he detected through Psychic yesterday. He called them points A and B respectively. He went to points A and B in order, and the 2 Chikorita Row 23 leaves he saw were just ordinary individuals of the same species. They did not match the characteristics of Chikorita in the original plot. You know, Chikorita tied with Bulbasaur, who Ash had trained for a year during the capture battle. The level of Bulbasaur at that time was already very high, and it could defeat even normal Venusaur. Being able to tie with Ash's Bulbasaur, even if Bulbasaur at that time did not go all out, was enough to prove that Chikorita was unusual. It was definitely not comparable to the Chikorita at points A and B. But despite the disappointment, Chikorita is a Johto region Pokemon after all, so it still has some status. Although Ash himself doesn't like the purple Pokemon, it doesn't mean that Sunday doesn't like it either. Sunday commanded Golem to quickly defeat this Chikorita and subdue it. Although it can't be used as the main Pokemon in the future, it's also good to invest resources in training it as a second-team Pokemon. With expectations, Ash and his party finally arrived at the point. And here, a bright-haired Chikorita was lying on the grass and lazily basking in the sun. The moment he saw this Chikorita, Ash suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. That's right, it's this Chikorita, Jike. Chikorita, who was basking in the sun, had already noticed the approach of Ash and the other two, but just lazily raised his eyelids, glanced at the three people, and ignored them. Because he lives near the Pokémon Center and is also a very precious grass-type Pokémon in the Johto region, Chikorita has become accustomed to the confident look of the trainer who is determined to get it and even doesn't care. It has been able to live safely in the wild near the Pokémon Center with a huge flow of people in the past and has not been captured until now, relying on its strong strength. Those trainers who wanted to capture it before were beaten to a pulp and fled in panic. Ash, this Chikorita looks very abnormal. It should be the one you're looking for, right? After witnessing Chikorita's performance, Serena and Sunday couldn't help but ask Ash. Chikorita's size and appearance are no different from the Chikorita they saw at points A and B before, but its body color is obviously brighter, and its mental contest condition is completely different. The two Chikoritas we met before would show panic when they saw them. The one in front of us seemed slow to react, but in fact it was full of confidence and didn't regard them as a threat at all, so it didn't bother to react. From this point alone, it is not difficult to judge that this Chikorita is not simple. Perhaps taming this Chikorita is what Ash mentioned before leaving for Violet City. Yeah, you guessed it right. Ash smiled and nodded to Sunday and Serena, then slowly walked towards Chikorita and stretched out his hand. Hello, Chikorita. My name is Ash. I am a trainer from Pallet Town in Kanto region, and I am now traveling to become a Pokemon trainer. I want to invite you to embark on a journey with me and climb the peak of glory together. Please have a battle with me to capture Pokemon. Jike. Chikorita ignored Ash's outstretched hand and was obviously not interested in traveling with him. Living near the Pokemon Center, it has heard such things countless times from other trainers and has long been completely immune to them. The only thing it is interested in is the upcoming battle with Ash to capture Pokemon. I stopped lying down in the sun and stood up from the grass, shaking the long leaf on my head. The whole Pokemon looks full of fighting spirit and confidence. Fighting? It likes fighting the most. Ash was not surprised to see Chikorita's amber eyes filled with fighting spirit and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. In the original plot, Nurse Joy of the Pokemon Center specifically mentioned that Chikorita was extremely belligerent and unwilling to admit defeat. It basically beat all the wild Pokemon wandering around the Pokemon Center, and sometimes it didn't let go of the Pokemon of passers-by trainers. Even if it was rival, which was much stronger than Chikorita, it dared to provoke it without hesitation. After being defeated, it began to wait for the injury to recover, and then continue to challenge the next time until it successfully defeated the opponent. A complete Pokemon fanatic. It was only after he met Ash in the original story that his personality changed and his attention shifted to Chikorita. He was always thinking about competing with Pikachu for favors, and he was not as focused on fighting as before. I wonder if this is a major loss. But this problem no longer exists in front of Ash now. After all, even Pikachu, who hates entering the Pokeball the most, is now living well in the Pokemon home. In addition, Ash is a top-notch waterkeeping master. He can handle the harem properly. So how can he not handle a small Chikorita? He wants to transform all of Chikorita's jealousy into a driving force for internal improvement. In Ash's view, the reason why Chikorita in the original story is so jealous and repeatedly competes with Pikachu for favors is simply because he is too idle. After all, the silly guy in the original story is a famous on-the-spot player and basically doesn't like Pokemon training. Every time he waits until he fails, he will rush to train for a period of time to improve himself. Even with this, they were able to get the top 16 in the Kanto Regional Conference and the top 8 in the Johto Regional Conference, purely because the Pokemon partners in their hand have outstanding talents and potential. Even with a small amount of training, they can still achieve very good growth, coupled with the full support of the first-generation Father Xiaojing and the occasional coaching of Misty. Otherwise, let alone surpassing their rival Gary, they're slightly inferior to those more ordinary trainers. At most, they're slightly stronger than those insect catchers who cannot get Earl Dervish's 3 major Pokemon without paying a huge alliance breeder fee. Chikorita, your rival is it. It is decided that it is you. Prepare to fight Inwangwa. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Ash reached for his waist and took out Feraligator's Pokeball. Pokemon, Feraligator, level, IV.32. As the red light flashed, a Pokemon that looked more majestic than the previous Croconaw appeared in everyone's sight. It was actually Feraligator. When did Croconaw evolve quietly again? This is too fast a coincidence. At this time, when Sunday and Serena saw Ash's Feraligator, a strange color flashed in their eyes. Good money. You should know that Ash's Totodile and their Cyndaquil and Chikorita were basically captured in New Barktown at the same time. The time difference was only about 1 or 2 days at most. As a result, when their Cyndaquil and Chikorita were still in the baby bus stage, Ash's had already evolved into a large crocodile. But this is not right. Remember that Totodile just evolved into Croconaw after defeating the baseball player Stephanie Casey's Chikorita last time. It stands to reason that Ash should wait until they have passed through half of the cities before he can train it into Feraligator. But we haven't even got our first gym badge yet. He has already trained a starter Pokemon in its final form. If they hadn't seen Ash capture Totodile with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed that this Feraligator was the little cod from before. Feraligator should be the one who has the most say in the doubts of Sunday and Serena. At this moment, its eyes were full of fighting spirit, and it looked like it was determined to win this battle. Just last night, it was suddenly released from the Pokemon home by Ash. Then after feeding it some delicious, colorful candies, its level began to rise rapidly. It directly broke through the critical point of evolution, successfully entered the elite level, and evolved into the final form of Feraligator. As the saying goes, a man dies for his friend. Ash is so good to it. It must perform well and win this victory beautifully. That's right. Ash made a temporary decision last night after he tired Sunday and Serena. Find an open space, clear all the remaining low-level rare candy in the system space, and raise Croconaw's level to the elite level of IV.30, allowing it to successfully evolve into Feraligator. It just came in handy today. Pokemon, Chikorita, level 4.28. It has been able to live near the Pokemon Center for so long without being captured by past trainers, and it often challenges powerful wild Pokemon nearby. Chikorita's level is as expected, reaching IV.26. Although I don't know what happened, Chikorita, which should have evolved into Bayleaf at IV.16, has not evolved until now. But for most rookie trainers, it is already very powerful. It's just that it seems a little weak when facing Ash's Feraligator now. At this time, Chikorita looked at Ash's Feraligator with a serious face and full of fear in his eyes. As a starter Pokemon, Feraligator not only completely surpassed it in level, but also evolved to the final form. The reason why evolution is called evolution is that when this magical phenomenon occurs, Pokemon will complete a complete transformation, and the Pokemon species' strength will also be improved. Therefore, The gap in strength between the two sides is still quite large, and this gap is difficult to make up even with attribute restraint. This may be the most difficult battle it has ever encountered. However, Chikorita did not show any intention of retreating. In the original plot, after Ash sent Bulbasaur to no avail, he then sent out the powerful Old Spray. As a result, Chikorita still launched the attack fearlessly. This unyielding fighting spirit destined it not to retreat at the last minute. At this time, Chikorita, knowing that its strength was at a disadvantage, did not hesitate to launch the attack first, wanting to take the lead. The long leaf on its head swung, and dozens of blade-like leaves appeared out of thin air, fiercely attacking Ash's Feraligatr. It was the grass-type's group attack, Trick Razor Leaf. Although the power is normal, it wins in terms of extremely fast release speed, high enough attack frequency, large range, and not easy to dodge. As a first-hand probing skill, it is very popular among grass Pokémon, and it is also Chikorita's forte. Seeing Chikorita attack without hesitation when facing Feraligatr, which is much stronger than itself, without fear, Ash's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he nodded repeatedly without leaving any trace. Apart from Chikorita's jealous personality, this fighting spirit is undoubtedly what Ash likes the most. In the original plot, it was a bit unfair for Ash to follow such a trainer who worked hard for 3 days and slacked off for 2 days and only knew to cram when something happened. This matter, in the hands of any trainer who has a plan for his future and attaches great importance to Pokémon training. The achievements that can be achieved are far beyond the original plot Ash. Not to mention that after the Johto region trip, he directly became a member of the Pallet Town Pension Association. It would be fine if it was other Pokémon, but it is too regrettable for Pokémon like Chikorita, who has a strong fighting spirit and obvious covet, for strength. But now that it is him, he is destined not to let the talents of Pokémon, such as Chikorita, be buried. Instead, it will be cultivated reasonably and scientifically. With the power of the Assist System's cheat code, Ash can even help it reach the peak beyond its ability limit. For example, before the battle to conquer, he, as Chikorita said, worked toward becoming a Pokémon Master and climbed to the top of glory together. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash focused on commanding Feraligatr to fight the enemy. Feraligatr Aqua Jet. After receiving the order, Feraligatr sent out a low growl, and water gushed around him, and he rushed towards Chikorita with a high splash. On the way, he defeated all of its Razor Leafs and hit Chikorita with one blow, knocking it out directly. Then, in Chikorita's painful expression, Feraligatr opened his mouth and launched another Hydro Pump attack. When Chikorita couldn't dodge, he hit it directly. It lost its ability to fight. Well done, Inly Crocodile. Ash smiled in surprise and stepped forward to pat Feraligatr's head. Feraligatr stretched out his claws and scratched his head, looking very embarrassed. Okay, let's go back and have a good rest. Ash put Feraligatr, who had evolved twice and whose eyes were still full of wisdom, back into the Pokeball. Then he took out a blank Pokeball from his waist. He walked forward and gently tapped Chikorita, who had lost her fighting ability and fainted on the ground. With a flash of red light, Chikorita was put into the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook gently for a moment and finally regained its calm, which also showed that Ash had successfully captured it. At the same time, the familiar system prompt in his mind also confirmed this point. Ding! Complete the plot task. Use the 3 major Pokémon in the city region to defeat Kikuba and capture her. Task reward: 1 million points, top quality Miracle Seed. After carrying it, the power of Grass-type skills will increase by 50%. The item reward has been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time, unconsciously, through the accumulation of task rewards. The total points have reached over 8 million again. When a system store is refreshed next time, I believe he can get a lot of points. It would be best if he could get all the items at once. As for the top-grade Miracle Seed, it naturally belongs to Chikorita. Pokemon: Chikorita, Grass. Level: IV.28. Qualification: Gold. Ability: Lush, when the physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of grass-type skills is increased. Skills: Tackle, Growl, Poison Powder, Razor Leaf, Magical Leaf, Synthesis, Parasitic Seed, etc. Carrying items: None. After seeing the system rewards, Ash opened the attribute panel of Chikorita with a thought. Excellent potential, as he expected. In the original plot, Ash captured quite a few Pokémon with gold potential. Chikorita's performance is very good, but compared with the legendary Pokémon or mutant Pokémon in Ash's team, the gap is still not small. Ability is a move that can increase the power of grass-type skills when the physical strength is low. It is a good skill. It can be exchanged for higher output when the health is low. It has all the skills it should have, which are basically normal skills that Chikorita can master at the same level. It is worth mentioning that, since there is no process in the original plot where Chikorita is trapped in the snowy mountains, and Chikorita goes through many things before being recognized by Chikorita, Chikorita's intimacy with Ash is definitely not as high as in the original plot. After all, he simply conquered the other party through fighting. But it doesn't matter. Ash will take action. Didn't he just get the top-quality Miracle Seed through the task of conquering Chikorita? You know, even Suicune couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. So Chikorita naturally can't be an exception. Ash, congratulations. You successfully conquered Chikorita. After seeing Ash put Chikorita's Pokeball back to his waist, Sunday and Serena came forward to congratulate him. Just now, when Chikorita faced Ash Feraligatr, whose level and strength were far above it, he still showed a brave and fearless appearance, which surprised both of them. The evaluation of Chikorita has risen to a new level again. Some Pokémon have extremely high talents, but their personalities are useless. Even if they have excellent talents, they are still wasted. Not only are they extremely difficult to breed, but their performance in battles is also unsatisfactory. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a Pokémon that Ash has taken a fancy to. Now the three of us have captured Chikorita, Ash said to the two girls with a smile. Speaking of which, he and Sunday each have 2 Johto region Pokémon in the trio. Ash's are Feraligatr and Chikorita, and Sunday's are Cyndaquil and Chikorita. It seems that we have to continue to pay attention to the news of the 3 Pokémon in the future and find an opportunity to strive for the 3 Pokémon to gather the 3 Pokémon in Johto region. After all, it is a region Pokémon. Who would not like it? Even Sunday, a noble lady with a higher vision, has captured 2. If I capture 1 more Totodile, I will be perfect. I can take them to the Silver Conference. Not to mention Serena. She doesn't have too many requirements for the attribute combat power of Pokémon. The only thing that can limit her to capture Pokémon is her own ability. In fact, this is also the reason why most trainers are limited to specializing in one attribute. Pokémon attributes are different, and the corresponding training methods required are very different. Normal trainers must not have the energy or financial resources to train Pokémon of various attributes. But Serena and Sunday are not ordinary trainers, and they are accompanied by a Pokémon Master like Ash. The Pokémon they have now are basically the breeder plans formulated by Ash. Even Sunday, whose own ability is not bad, has to admit that Ash's understanding of Pokémon is really amazing, which she can't compare with at all. For Ash, whose ability is not inferior to that of a true champion trainer, helping to formulate a training plan is not a big deal. So it is no problem to capture more Pokémon with several attributes. As for Ash himself, he naturally needs to complete the big and small Pokémon lineup of the Johto region. The big Pokémon here naturally refers to the 3 sacred beasts. For the small Pokémon, he currently only lacks a Cyndaquil. The Cyndaquil he captured in the original plot is very good. When he encounters it, he could just capture it. In this way, the Chikorita incident has come to an end for the time being. Ash and the other 2 continue to move towards Violet City. Seeking Flower 00 at night, I didn't have a heart to toss Serena and Sunday, who had already endured too much at the Pokémon Center. Ash waited for the 2 to fall asleep, then turned over and made himself a cup of cold tea. After suppressing his anger, he got out of the tent and went to an open space near the campsite, reaching out for the 2 Pokeballs on his waist. "Come out, Feraligatr. You too, Chikorita. Since we have all got the props, we must use them on our Pokemon and improve their strength. It is a waste to keep them in the system." A white light flashed. Feraligatr and Chikorita appeared in front of Ash one after another, but they showed 2 completely different attitudes towards him. Feraligatr stared at Ash with eyes full of wisdom as usual and rushed towards him, but was stopped by Ash, who was well prepared with Psychic. Although he has the physique of a mega rookie, he doesn't want to be hit by the evolved Dolly for no reason. As for Chikorita, like Suicune, who was just captured by Ash, he maintained an attitude of neither intimacy nor alienation. At the same time, he glanced at Feraligatr, who defeated it and helped Ash to successfully capture it, and he was a little unfriendly. It seems that he wants to challenge Feraligatr again here tonight. Its character is very unyielding. When it lived in the wild near the Pokemon Center, it would wait for the injury to recover after losing the battle and then start the next challenge without stopping until it succeeded. Now, Feraligatr, who defeated it in the capture battle, has become its next target. Looking at Chikorita, who kept a safe distance of more than 5 meters from him, although his eyes were calm, he was not close at all. Ash shook his head slightly without leaving a trace. All Pokemon in the team, including Mutwo, Suicune, Zapdos, and Lugia, have full intimacy. Chikorita seems a little out of place in this group, but it doesn't matter. Just spend resources. Ash, let alone Pokemon resources, are never lacking. Ash flipped his hand and took out the top-grade Miracle Seed, the reward he got when he completed the task of catching Chikorita during the day from a system space. Chikorita's eyes had changed visibly. He stared at the top-grade Miracle Seed in Ash's hand and couldn't move his eyes away. Although he had not seen the power of top-grade attribute objects like Suicune. However, as a Grass-type Pokemon, it instinctively felt the unprecedented Captivate power from the top-grade Miracle Seed. At this time, Chikorita looked at the top-grade Miracle Seed in Ash's hand, and then looked at Ash's other hand that was waving at it. The whole Pokemon fell into deep contemplation. He took a step forward, thought for a while, and then took it back. This repeated dozens of times. Ash was not in a hurry. He just watched quietly, waiting for Chikorita to make a decision. The captivation power of the best items with the corresponding attributes has been personally tested by a series of powerful and rare Pokemon, such as Zapdos and Suicune. Even legendary Pokemon can be captivated, not to mention the current Chrysanthemum. Ash is very confident in the appeal of the best Miracle Seed. Ye Xuan. As expected, Chikorita finally made a decision after hesitating for several minutes. It walked in front of Ash with a pretentious and reserved step. It looked at the best Miracle Seed in Ash's hand with a covetous gaze, and almost said, "Give it to me." In Chikorita's covetous gaze, Ash smiled and handed the best Miracle Seed to Chikorita to carry. Like Suicune, after getting the best Miracle Seed and experiencing its magic, Chikorita's intimacy with Ash suddenly increased to nearly full value. And the look at Ash also became intimate. No Pokemon can escape the captivate of this attribute's top-quality carrying item, and the really fragrant warning never gets old. Chikorita, who got the top-quality Miracle Seed, felt that his strength suddenly increased a lot. The long leaf on his head had a long-lost feeling of fullness, and a huge amount of grass-type energy was filling the leaf and the green protrusions around his neck. At this time, Chikorita, who had received a wave of enhancement and greatly increased his strength, looked at Ash's Feraligatr with full confidence. He felt that the time to challenge Feraligatr again was ripe. He was eager to try and was about to attack Feraligatr, but he was blocked by Ash's psychic barrier that rose up in an idea. Feeling the high-intensity psychic on Ash, Chikorita looked at Ash, who had become its trainer, with horror, and his heart was extremely shocked. For the first time, his curiosity about Ash overwhelmed his desire to challenge Feraligatr for revenge. With light steps, it circled around Ash's feet again and again, and from time to time, it put its nose to Ash's trouser legs to smell, as if it wanted to confirm whether Ash was a human trainer. and not a white monster or other Pokémon. A human trainer actually has the power comparable to Pokémon, and in some ways even stronger. This is really incredible. But if it was Ash, it didn't seem so exaggerated. At this time, Chikorita remembered the scene he saw in the Pokémon home after being captured yesterday. Originally, he thought that the most powerful rival for Alligator that defeated it in his life was the trump card Pokémon in Ash's hand. But when he moved into the Pokémon home, he found that the rival for Alligator was nothing. Like it was almost at the bottom. Above for Alligator, there were countless powerful Pokémon. There was even a human-shaped Pokémon that looked very mysterious and gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. It even made Chikorita feel like he was staring into the abyss the moment he saw it. He couldn't even think of resisting. It was normal for Ash, a trainer, to be able to subdue such a powerful Pokémon. Thinking so, Chikorita easily convinced herself to accept Ash's identity as a psychic. He was also very happy. After all, the stronger Ash's trainer is, the better for Pokémon like them, isn't it? After stopping Chikorita, Ash turned his head and looked at Feraligatr and took out the water energy crystal that had been stored for a long time from the system space. It was one of the energy crystals that he got from Galuta's spaceship after solving the problem. Because it happened to be a water type, he simply took it out to upgrade Feraligatr's level and strength. Feraligatr shook his tail and walked close to Ash, his expression obviously a little excited. It was nothing. It had just received Ash's gift a while ago and evolved from Croconaw to Feraligatr at the speed of light. Its strength was increasing rapidly like a rocket. When Ash called it out of the Pokémon home, it originally thought that he wanted it to have a fight with Chikorita. After all, it felt that Chikorita had a special political intention towards it when it was in the Pokémon home. However, as a former defeated opponent, Feraligatr did not pay too much attention to it. If Ash nodded this time, it would naturally be happy to teach Chikorita well. What it did not expect was that after a few days, it could actually receive Ash's gift again. According to many Pokémon in the Pokémon home, Ash has always been fair in training all Pokémon. It is rare for a Pokémon to receive gifts many times, so it seemed particularly excited at this time. Okay, digest this energy crystal as soon as possible. Nodding, Feraligatr swallowed the energy crystal, and a layer of faint blue light appeared on his body. Then the aura on his body began to rise steadily, directly jumping from 4.32 to 4.39. This energy crystal is really a good thing. Seeing that Feraligatr had risen by 7 levels after swallowing the energy crystal, Ash couldn't help but brighten up. As a treasure not produced by the system, the effect of this thing is really amazing. When he thought of Gilyuda, the prodigal son, who made more than 20 crystals to use as fuel for his spaceship, Ash couldn't help but feel angry. So many good things. It would be great if they were left to me. The next morning, after lunch, Ash and his team headed to Violet City. On the way, they did not forget to train the lower-level Pokémon in the team. Although the level of the Pokémon was not upgraded, they still gained a lot of practical experience. And Ash also developed a special training plan for Kartana, Chikorita, Feraligatr, and other Pokémon. Among them, Ash's Chikorita has the most introverted personality and strong talent, so the intensity of the training plan is naturally the highest. For one reason or another, the intensity of Sunday and Serena's Chikorita has dropped a lot compared to Ash's Chikorita. However, low intensity does not mean that they have slack off, but their abilities actually only support them to maintain this intensity of training plan. Otherwise, it will be more than worth the loss. After training all the way and shivering, Ash and his team of 3 came to Cherry Grove City, which is the only way to Violet City. In the suburbs of Cherry Grove City, there is a clear river. The river is very long. Standing on the ground and looking far away, you can't see the edge at a glance. The width is normal, only about 5 or 6 meters, slightly stronger than a stream, but still far from a real big river. 17. In this river, there are many quagsires. Ash, look, it's a quagsire. There is no water and ground Pokémon in the Kanto region. I really want to capture one. After seeing many Quagsires living in the river, Sunday's eyes lit up and he shouted happily. Then he pulled Ash's sleeve and couldn't wait to go forward and capture one. As Sunday, who aspires to become a master of all attribute Pokémon, the combination of Quagsire's water and ground attributes is really good, and it is difficult to be completely restrained in actual combat. So even though the species strength of a Pokémon like Quagsire is not high and is far inferior to the 3-starter Pokémon, Sunday still wants to capture one. He immediately wanted to take out the Pokeball to fight and capture a Quagsire with good qualifications, but was stopped by Ash. Wait, Sunday, any questions? Ash. Sunday gave Ash a puzzled look. Look at the sign over there. Ash pointed to the sign standing by the river in the distance. The sign said that all Quagsire and Wooper in this river are prohibited from being captured by any trainer. This is a special rule of Cherry Grove City. The people of Cherry Grove City believe that the place where Quagsire lives represents clean water quality and regard Quagsire as the symbol and mascot of Cherry Grove City. Therefore, Cherry Grove City has also introduced this regulation. In the original story, when Ash and his first group of 3 came to this river, they were almost arrested by Officer Jenny for illegally capturing Quagsire. Fortunately, Ash and his group called Professor Oakentime, and he came forward to explain and save them from jail. The only thing to blame was that Ash and his group were too careless at the time and didn't notice the bright sign standing by the river. What is that, a sign? Sunday saw the sign in the direction of Ash's finger, stretched out his hand, and scratched his head, wondering. The sign was 100 meters away from them. Sunday didn't have the extremely abnormal physical fitness like Ash and the abnormal vision that came with Psychic. He could only vaguely see that there seemed to be a sign standing over there. Yeah, Sunday, why don't you go up and take a look at the situation? Ash nodded and said to Sunday. With doubts, Sunday went up to check the content of the sign. Then, she patted her breasts with her slender hands, which were no longer ordinary as before, but had already begun to show their pointed corners under Ash's development. She looked very scared. It was a good thing that Ash reminded her just now. Otherwise, she didn't notice the warning card. If she had captured the Quagsire in the river directly, she might have been wearing Officer Jenny's limited edition silver bracelet. Although she knew Ash well, she would definitely not sit idly by, and she would eventually take off the silver bracelet without any harm. But as the eldest daughter of an ancient Kanto family, she didn't want to be caught as a criminal in the Johto region. She is a completely legal citizen. Ash, it's a good thing you have me. Otherwise, I would have caused a disaster just now. Ash shook his head nonchalantly. In fact, if you were a little more alert, you should have noticed that these Quagsires can't be caught easily. Hearing this, Sunday put his hands behind his back a little embarrassedly, looking like he knew he was wrong, but at a loss. What Ash said was right. This river is about 10 kilometers away from Cherry Grove. The city is very close, and it only takes a few minutes to walk. It can be said that it is on the edge of the town. Under normal circumstances, there may be wild Pokémon wandering in places so close to the town, but there is absolutely no wild Pokémon habitat. Even if there is, it is extremely vigilant. After all, for those trainers like the Insect Catcher, who have no way to get Earl Dervish Pokémon from the Alliance, these wild Pokémon in the suburbs of the city with a high safety factor without going deep into the wild are the best targets for capture. And the Quagsire in this river looks so leisurely. Seeing Ash and the other 2, they don't even show any signs of vigilance and are still playing and fighting there. Just think about it for a while, and you can feel how wrong it is. This look is clearly the same as the Pokémon in the protected areas of Dratini and Magikarp that they captured in the Kanto region. Relying on the fact that human trainers can't do anything to them, they're always fearless and leisurely. Sunday, these although there is no way to capture Quagsire, is still okay to get close to it. Looking at Sunday, Ash said with a smile, "Is that so? That's fine. After all, it is a Pokémon I have never seen before." Sunday was a little disappointed at first, but then he cheered up again. Even if Quagsire cannot be captured, it is also great to get close to it. But these Quagsire are Pokémon protected by Cherry Grove City after all. If you rashly contact them, will Officer Ginny misunderstand that you want to capture them, causing unnecessary trouble? This makes Sunday a little worried. Let me tell you, the Quagsires living in this river in the suburbs of Cherry Grove City have a ritual every year, which is to look for their favorite spherical objects on the streets, and then bring them to the upper reaches of the river to hold a special ceremony under the moonlight. Then put the spherical objects you like into the river and let them float down the river. It is said that the owner of the last spherical object that floats down will have good luck for a whole year. At this time of year, people will try every means to take their spherical objects from the Quagsire and hope to be the last one to float down in the hope of getting good luck for a whole year. It should be these few days, Ash explained to Sunday with a smile. Mysterious ritual. Sounds so interesting. Yes, Ash. Let's prepare some spherical objects that Quagsire likes. Serena also nodded in agreement, her eyes full of yearning for new things. Girls of their age are always curious and yearning for such mysterious events with romantic colors. No problem. Let's go to Cherry Grove City to rest now. There was no reason for Ash to refuse his wife's request. He smiled and nodded immediately, and then brought Sunday and Serena to Cherry Grove City to accompany them to buy those beautiful spherical objects. As for Ash himself, he was not very interested. He would not let Quagsire take away his GS ball for this so-called good luck in the year like in the original plot. It made a lot of chaos. Ash, this one is beautiful. I want it. That one is not bad either. Buy it. On the streets of Cherry Grove City, Sunday and Serena and the other girl were like butterflies in a bush. They looked here and there, looking very happy and lively. Because the annual mysterious methane ceremony was approaching, the shops and stalls in the streets and alleys of Ye Xuan Market were filled with all kinds of balls. Water balls, air balloons, stone balls, iron balls, glass balls, etc. There were even some merchants who openly sold round street lamps. The skin of those bosses was slightly dark, and I wondered if they were close relatives of those guys who liked to buy for free in Ash's previous life. And Sunday and Serena were lost in the dazzling world of various balls in the streets and alleys, and pulled Ash to buy a lot of spherical objects. Hideki was rich and strong. Ash has no shortage of money, nor does he lack the experience of carrying things and shopping. Of course, he waved his hands and made his two wives happy during the day, so that he could feel more comfortable at night and go shopping without blinking. His arrogant attitude made passers-by look at him sideways. Ash looked at the generous card swiping action, carrying large and small bags on his body without any sign of fatigue. And the two girls, Sunday and Serena, who were as beautiful and agile as butterflies in the flowers beside him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this boy deserved to have two such beautiful girlfriends. He was handsome, rich, strong, and healthy. Which little girl wouldn't be confused? When Sunday and Serena were keen on buying footballs, Ash was also watching the game. Of course, he was simply watching with a critical and appreciative nature. After all, Sabrina, a slightly mature older sister wife, was not there. There were only cute wives like Sunday and Serena who were between lowly and girl. Although it didn't affect Ash's happy time at night, he, who was once a loyal fan, still had some regrets. At present, because the Quagsire mysterious ceremony is approaching and almost all the residents of Cherry Grove City are appearing on the streets, Ash watched a very exciting game of baseball. It was not until dark that the owner, who was still not satisfied, found 10 hotels to stay. In the next 2 days, the three stayed in the hotel room to study the great topic of the origin of life. It was not until the third day that the three came down from the hotel when they saw from the balcony that there were already Quagsires on the street below looking for spherical objects that satisfied them and were ready to take them away. Along with them, there were also spherical objects of various materials, models, colors, and uses that were bought on the streets of Cherry Grove City 2 days ago. Everything was available, and the main point was to bloom in all aspects. The country bumpkins who came to the city were dazzled and lingered in front of the small stall set up by the owner Ash and refused to leave. They always felt that this one was good, and that one was also good. After picking and choosing for a long time, they finally chose the ball they liked the most. They jumped and walked toward the river in the suburbs. Ash, let's go too. Follow those Quagsires. Sunday and Serena, holding Ash's arm, followed the Quagsires and came to the riverbank in the suburbs of Cherry Grove City. Here, there were also many Kangs whose balls had been taken away by the Swamp Master. According to convention, after getting the balls, these Quagsires would go upstream and hold a mysterious ceremony facing the moon at a place upstream tonight, and then put the balls back into the river and let them float downstream. The next morning, citizens could take their balls and fish them out. In order to avoid missing out on good luck, citizens usually choose to camp by the river. The three of Ash also followed the local customs and set up a luxurious outdoor tent and settled down temporarily. Ash, do you think we can get good luck for the whole year? I'm looking forward to it. At night, Serena, who was exhausted and panting, forced her eyelids to fight, snuggled in Ash's arms, and said to Ash in a soft voice, "Of course, I'm lucky. I'll give it to you and Sunday this time." Ash smiled and touched Serena's little head. And not long ago, he said this to Sunday. Sometimes luck can be manipulated. Anyway, tomorrow's Sunday, and Serena will definitely get the most enviable thing in this ceremony, the so-called good luck for the whole year. It's not difficult for him to achieve this goal with Psychic. After a night of silence, Ash got up a little earlier than usual in the morning of the next day, in addition to welcoming the ball taken away by the Quagsires. It was also because of the system task prompt that suddenly flashed in his mind. Ding, without using external factors to interfere, helped Sunday and Serena get a year of good luck in the Numida ritual, Xiao Jehoer. Task reward, 100 W points, top quality mystic water. After checking the task, Ash was a little confused. If there is no external interference, it means relying on luck and let Sunday Serena's ball taken by Quagsire float down last. Only in this way can the task requirements be completed and the top quality mystic water reward be obtained. If the luck is worse, I am afraid it will not be completed. After thinking about it, Ash still took the task. If luck alone can make the two women get a year of good luck, then he will not intervene. This will not only make the two wives happy, but also get the task reward for free. If it doesn't work, anyway, the task can't be completed, so he simply intervened. Using Psychic to help Sunday and Serena get a year of good luck, there's nothing wrong with it. In this case, the only pity is the task reward. Top quality mystic water. I can only say that when it comes to really trying his luck, he is still very nervous. Sunday, Serena, get up. I think our ball is about to float over here. Standing at the door, Ash used Psychic to wake up Sunday and Serena, who were still a little dazed because of being too tired. Woo! In their respective rooms, the two beautiful girls rubbed their sleepy eyes and hummed with unknown meanings. They woke up from their sleep reluctantly, and then quickly realized what would happen this morning, and they suddenly smelling salts came over. They quickly got up, changed their clothes, washed up, and pulled Ash to the river. At this time, many citizens of Cherry Grove City had gathered at the riverside. In addition to those whose carefully prepared spherical objects were picked up by Quagsire, there were also some who came to watch the fun. The entire riverside was surrounded by water, and Officer Jenny had to blow the whistle all the time to maintain order to avoid uncontrollable vicious stomp incidents. Ash and his two friends were unwilling to compete with others, so they chose to find a remote shore far away from the crowd, and sat on the soft and comfortable grass and waited quietly. Anyway, there was no need to rush this thing. Success or failure still depended on luck. If his luck was a little worse, then his system task reward would definitely be gone. 100. It's here, it's finally here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone looked up the river. A spherical object with only a vague outline, floating on the river in the distance, was seen drifting down the water. People who saw this scene were all excited, staring at the calm river surface, waiting for their own luck to come. Clearly, Ash found that Serena and Sunday beside him reached out to hug his arms, and their hands became slightly stronger as their owners became excited. This is my ball. Hey, this should be mine. How come mine is missing? Can anyone help me find it? It's a blue ball with flowers printed on it. As the waiting people got their luck one by one, in Ash's psychic perception, the emotions of Sunday and Serena beside him became more and more nervous. Ash smiled slightly wrapped his arms around the waists of the two women, and then patted them on the back to comfort them. Beg. Then he unfolded Psychic and went upstream along the river. As early as yesterday, he had memorized the psychic fluctuations of the spherical objects taken away by the Quagsire. After exploring for a while, Ash's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The Quagsires encountered a total of 5 spherical objects yesterday, which means that the Quagsires picked up a full 5 spherical objects. At this time, 2 of them have already mixed in with the main group and have long been lost in the crowd, while the other 3 are far behind and even seem to be moving forward together. Are the 3 of them going to get the biggest luck of this year's Cherry Grove City Quagsire ceremony at the same time? His luck is too good. Ash raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously a little surprised. In all conscience, considering the requirements of the task, he has never done any secret operations, just relying on luck. Could it be that this is also related to the effect of his Son of the Sea title that can be favored by Pokémon in the sea? Although this one in the suburbs of Cherry Grove City is just a river, no matter how small the stream is, it will eventually flow to the sea. The more Ash thought about it, the more he felt that there was a prop. After all, among hundreds of people, only the 3 of them stood out with the spherical objects taken out by the Quagsire and stayed at the end, and even seemed to be moving forward together. The probability is so small that it is much more difficult than Ash winning the first prize in the lottery in his previous life. Apart from the role of the title, Ash could not think of any other reasonable explanation. Hey Ash, look, that's ours. While thinking, the 2 cannon fodder balls mixed in the large group had also floated down. Sunday and Serena, who had been staring at the river and did not dare to relax at all for fear of missing anything, found it and immediately pulled Ash's arm excitedly. Ash nodded and did not continue to use Psychic. Instead, he chose to follow the local customs and walked into the river with Sunday and Serena to fish out the 2 balls. Although the river in the suburbs of Cherry Grove City is very long, it is not wide or deep. Even for young people like Sunday and Serena, who are much shorter than adults, the deepest part of the river is only a safe water level below their necks. In addition, with Ash by his side, the safety factor is directly maximized, and there is no danger of being washed away by the river. After fishing out their own balls, Sunday, Serena, and Ash returned to the shore together, looking very satisfied. Although they did not get the biggest fortune of the entire Quagsire ceremony, they were the last ones to float down, and they were considered to have good luck. This already made them quite satisfied. However, they did not leave directly. At Ash's reminder, they also wanted to see who would get the biggest fortune. About 10 minutes later, under the nervous and expectant gaze of the people, the 3 balls hanging at the end almost moved forward at the same time and slowly floated down. 3. Is it actually 3? At this time, everyone was a little stunned. This was a situation that had never appeared since the Quagsire ceremony in Cherry Grove City. Compared with others, Sunday and Serena were even more confused, because these 3 balls that floated down at the same time looked very familiar to them. They were the 3 leather balls that they bought at a boutique in Cherry Grove City 3 days ago. Sunday's was white with black patterns, Serena's was red with blue patterns, and Ash's was pure black. Because they were all their favorite colors, they remembered them deeply. Especially when the 3 balls appeared together, they recognized their origins at the first time. Are the 3 of them the luckiest? Or 3 of them together? This is too exaggerated. Look at the expressions of the 3 strangers. Could it be that these 3 balls belong to them? Then they are the luckiest. The citizens also seemed to find that something was wrong. It would be fine if the 3 balls fell together, but they happened to belong to this stranger? Sunday and Serena couldn't help but be surprised. This is too coincidental, too lucky. Wasn't it true that Ash used Psychic to make them happy? In fact, there was no need for this. They were already very happy to be able to participate in this grand ceremony, like just now. There was really no need to get the biggest share of luck. Facing the confused and questioning eyes of his 2 girlfriends, Ash spread his hands innocently. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything behind the scenes. It's just that we are so lucky. Sunday and Serena didn't doubt the truth of Ash's words. After all, it was just a small matter, and with Ash's personality, he would never lie about it. Since Ash said so, the two girls withdrew their inquiring eyes and looked at the 3 balls that were about to float down with great excitement. Their eyes had already turned into stars full of surprise. The greatest luck belongs to them. This is a whole year of good luck. It's really good. Ding! Mission completed. Without using external factors to interfere, helps Sunday and Serena get the Quagsire ritual a whole year of good luck. Task reward: 100 W points, top quality mystic water. The proper reward has been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. Amid the envious eyes of everyone, Sunday and Serena picked up the 3 balls representing the greatest luck. Ash's mind also flashed the prompt message of the system mission completion in due time. The envy of others, the happiness of his girlfriend, and the joy of receiving the reward for completing the mission, 3 emotions mixed in Ash's heart. It made him feel like he drank a glass of iced juice in the dog days of summer, which was very refreshing. Pulling the 2 girlfriends who were still immersed in joy and had not come back to their senses. Ash returned to their respective tents where they camped last night. Psychic deployed barrier to cover the tents of the 3 people, isolating everything from the outside world. The 3 of them changed their clothes that had become wet from fishing for the balls, and then took down the tent and packed it up. Carrying their bags, they continued to move towards Violet City. Come out, Blastoise! At night, Sunday, who looked quite brave because of a whole year of luck, and Serena arrived. Ash came to an open space outside the campsite and took out Blastoise's Pokeball on a whim. He released it from the Pokemon home connected to the Pokeball. Cammy. After being released, Blastoise looked at Ash excitedly. Having been called out by Ash a few times to increase his strength, it knew very well what would happen next. There were many Water-type Pokemon in the team, and after Ash got the top-quality Mystic Water during the day. It was also after a long period of consideration, hesitating for a long time between Blastoise and Feraligatr, that he finally decided to give it this top-quality Mystic Water. Blastoise, the final evolution of Squirtle, had been accompanying him since he started his journey from Kanto region. In fact, Blastoise was the second Water-type Pokemon he captured, joining the team only after Flash Milotic. But Ash failed to equip Blastoise with the best Mystic Water he got several times in a row. Although he is currently training Feraligatr, Ash still decided to give it to his old friend Blastoise. Sometimes you still need to be a little sentimental. Moreover, Ash's team doesn't actually need to rely on Feraligatr or Blastoise to complete certain special missions. Above them, there are many elite champions and even legendary companions. It doesn't matter if a mere top-quality Mystic Water is a little less cost-effective for Blastoise. Ash is happy. Moreover, among the 3 Pokemon in Kanto region, Blastoise received the least attention from him, and the same is true for the number of times he has been strengthened. Charizard is treated like the system's favorite son, needless to say. Bulbasaur had carried the top-quality Miracle Seed and taken the Speed Potion early on, and while maintaining his juvenile form, his strength was much stronger than the final form of his peers. It was completely a totem-level Pokemon. Only Blastoise was always miserable and did not receive too many resources. Now that he finally had the top-quality items he could carry, shouldn't he equip him with them first? Under Blastoise's excited and expectant eyes, Ash raised his hand and took out the top-quality Mystic Water that he had just received during the day and had not yet warmed up from the system space. After carrying it, the power of Water-type skills increased by 50%. For a pure Water-type like Blastoise, whose most skills are also Water-type Pokemon, the increase was huge. Cammy. Blastoise was particularly excited after being equipped with the top-quality Mystic Water by Ash. At this moment, it only felt several streams of heat surging in its body, and it was splashed with unprecedented vitality. Blastoise used Hydro Pump on the stone in the distance. 0. Ash intended to test the power of Blastoise's skills after being equipped with the top-grade Mystic Water. He pointed to a 3-person-high stone in the distance and gave Blastoise a command. Cammy. Blastoise called out in a low voice, and then clasped his feet tightly on the ground. The two huge gun barrels on the back protruded from the tortoiseshell again. Energy surged at the gun barrels, and two huge and thick high-pressure water jets suddenly sprayed out. They hit the boulder in the distance that Ash had chosen as the target. Crack! The boulder, which was 3 people high and weighed dozens of tons, was directly blown away by Blastoise's high-pressure hydro pump. There were some teeth-grinding, crackling sounds in the air. Then, many cracks began to appear on the surface, spreading rapidly like a spider web. And in a blink of an eye, they covered the entire boulder. With a clearer and more audible, tooth-grinding cracking sound, the boulder suddenly broke into pieces. The power is really good. Ash nodded slightly when he saw this scene, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. Cammy. Blastoise intuitively felt the difference in the power of the moves before and after the equipment of the top-grade Mystic Water, and also shouted happily, and at the same time cast a grateful and respectful look at Ash. Okay, go back, Blastoise. Have a good rest. Ash smiled and nodded, took out Blastoise's Pokeball again, and put it back. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days passed. On this day, Ash and his party finally arrived at the outskirts of Violet City. The outline of Violet City can be seen on the distant horizon. As expected, it is the location of the first gym in the Johto region. The city is much larger than Huaji City, Dongmen Town, and the like. From a distance, it looks like a giant beast leaning over the horizon. Violet City, we are finally almost there. Looking at the outline of Violet City in the distance, Serena said happily. Sunday also looked cheering and jumping for joy. It has been a while since Ash completed the Silver Conference registration in New Bark Town. Although he has been on the road, he has not challenged the first gym. Sunday is a little anxious for Ash, and she also needs to collect the 323 set of badges to participate in the hall. Now that they have finally arrived at Violet City, where the Violet Gym is located, Sunday can't help but breathe a sigh of relief and pulls Ash's sleeve and suggests, Ash, why don't we go challenge Violet's gym directly? Or do you want to rest for a night and go tomorrow? Let's go directly. Ash nodded, and he was also a little impatient to challenge Violet's gym. Ding! Trigger the plot mission. Use all flying Pokemon team to defeat the gym trainer in Violet City. Obtain the Zephyr badge of Violet Gym. All main song Pokemon must be registered. Worker. Task reward. 1.5 million points. Top grade Sharp Bird Beak. Flying skills power increased by 50% after Pokemon carries it. One of the 3 bird Pokemon in the battle is randomly increased by level +5. Just then, the system mission prompt appeared in his mind. Use all 3 Pokemon to defeat the gym leader. You can still get so many rewards, it's a good buy. Since the 3 of them are not tired at the moment, there's no need to rest and take down this gym directly. Then rest for a while in Violet City, so that you can have more fun. After walking for about 10 minutes, the 3 of them finally entered the interior of Violet City. After catching a wild old man on the side of the road and asking him about the location of the Violet Gym, Ash and the other 2 came to the Violet Gym in the western suburbs of the city. The entire building of Violet Gym is shaped like a tower, and its shape is very similar to the taller mushroom in Plants vs. Zombies. It is quite unique, and it is different from all the gyms that Ash has challenged before. Is this the Violet Gym? It looks a bit strange. As the eldest daughter of an ancient family in Kanto, Sunday, who has seen the appearance of almost all the gyms in Kanto, looked up at the tower and couldn't help but say, each gym has its own characteristics. Sunday, you should have heard of Cinnabar Island. Ash said with a smile. Ash, are you referring to Blaine's Cinnabar Gym? Sunday immediately remembered which gym Ash was talking about. After all, among all the gyms they have challenged, the Cinnabar Gym built on magma is qualified to be said to be more bizarre than the Violet Gym. The answer is correct. Congratulations, and you will have an extra meal in the evening. Ash snapped his fingers, meaning something. Sunday's face immediately turned red, and even though she was a big lady, she couldn't stand it at this moment. Ash's bold words. Add additional meals, that's the most annoying thing. Serena couldn't help but cast a look at Sunday. She wouldn't help Sunday this time. Or rather, they couldn't handle it together. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go to the gym. Seeing Sunday's fearful look, Ash could only reluctantly withdraw the reward. Sunday breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, which had already taken shape. Holding Ash's arm, she followed him all the way to Violet Gym. After a while, the three arrived at their destination. Disappointingly, the door of Violet Gym was closed at the moment, and it was obviously not within the reception hours. Ash, the gym owner doesn't seem to be here. Should we find a place to rest first and come back next time? The start was not smooth, so Serena couldn't help but frown slightly, and then suggested to Ash, "It doesn't seem like it's rest time today. Why isn't the gym leader of Violet here yet?" "It's okay, Serena. The gym leader will be here soon." Psychic perception spread out. Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Are you three here to challenge the gym? Sorry to have kept you waiting." Before Serena could ask, a young man's hearty voice came from a distance. Looking up, a man with a hoot-hoot on his shoulder appeared and soaring in the sky, and he was flying a glider towards Ash and his friends. The man's glider skills were very proficient. It took only 1 or 2 minutes for him to stand steadily in front of Ash and the other two. He folded up his paraglider and introduced himself to them with a smile. "Hello, everyone. I am Faulkner, the gym trainer of Violet Gym, who aspires to become a bird Pokémon Master." "Hello, Gym Leader Faulkner. I am Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto region. These two are my companions, Sunday and Serena from Kanto region and Kalos region respectively. It is a courtesy to reciprocate." Seeing Faulkner so polite, Ash also nodded and introduced himself to him. "Kanto region? Kalos region? How did the trainers from these two regions get together? However, now is not the time to think about such things. You three have come from far away. I guess you want to challenge the Silver Conference in Johto region. I wonder which ones want to challenge Gym 0.8. Faulkner smiled even more when he learned that Ash and the other two were not locals in Johto region. It has been a long time since he met people from other regions. Region's Gym Challenger. I wonder what kind of bird Pokemon he will see this time. It's really exciting. As the Violet Gym trainer, Faulkner's travel career is very short, and the farthest he has been is the Hoenn region. He has seen the local home bird Tailo and praised its tenacious fighting spirit. Determined to become the strongest bird Pokemon trainer, he cast his expectations on Serena, who is the least likely to fight in a gym among the three. Kalos region. I wonder what kind of magical bird Pokemon there are. Master Faulkner, the challengers are me and Sunday. Serena's goal now is to coordinate the trainer. Do you think it's convenient to accept the challenge now? Ash pointed at the two women and said to Faulkner, "Yes, it's convenient. Of course it's convenient. Please follow me." Although he was somewhat disappointed that Serena didn't fight, the professional gym trainer's cultivation made him adjust his mentality immediately. Faulkner said hurriedly, and then opened the big door of the gym. He led the three people along the outer perimeter of the tower and came to the gym battlefield on the top floor. Because he specializes in bird Pokemon, the upper limit of Faulkner's Violet Gym battlefield is blue sky and white clouds, and there is no height limit at all, so that the specialties of bird Pokemon can be maximized. Therefore, the battlefield is set on the top floor of the entire tower, which is also a major feature of the Violet Gym that distinguishes it from other gyms. "Master, you are here. There are staff waiting at the battlefield at all times." Seeing Faulkner and Ash and his group of 17 people coming here, he hurried forward. These two people, Ash and Sunday, from the Kanto region, are today's challengers. Please check Joshua out of the venue and arrange the battle as soon as possible. Faulkner instructed the staff in a gentle tone. "No problem. The venue has been inspected once 2 hours ago, and the gym battle can be held at any time." "That's great. Ash Sunday, shouldn't we give you some time to rest now?" Faulkner nodded slightly, then cast a querying look at Ash Sunday and asked, "Let's start now. I'm just looking forward to it. Let's listen to Ash and start directly." Ash, who was thinking about finishing the gym battle quickly, completing the task and getting the reward, and then finding a place to stay, said with joy when he saw they didn't need any other preparations and could start directly. Sunday also followed suit. "Now, Sunday, the challenger from Kanto region, will fight against Faulkner, the trainer of Violet Gym. The battle rules are 3v3. When all three Pokémon of one side lose their ability to fight, they will be considered defeated. During the battle, the challenger can change Pokémon, but the gym trainer cannot. The gym trainer will release Pokémon first. Now the battle begins. As the referee announced the battle rules, Sunday and Faulkner stood on both sides of the battlefield. Challengers from Kanto region. It seems that they can look forward to the civil war of Pidgeot. Faulkner thought secretly in his heart, and then patted his shoulder. Then he will be the first Pokémon I send out. Get ready for battle, Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot. After receiving the command, Hoot Hoot chirped, and then flapped its wings to the battlefield, waiting for its rival to appear. It's decided to be you. Go ahead, Kalava. That's right. The first Pokémon sent by Sunday was Kalava. She has been cultivating Cyndaquil carefully all the way and has defeated countless wild Pokémon. Its current level is much higher than Serena's Bayleaf. Many Sundays who have never had a serious Pokémon battle looked at Faulkner on the opposite side with excitement. Faulkner, who originally had high expectations, had a slight flash of disappointment in his eyes. Not to mention seeing the bird Pokémon from the Kanto region, she even sent out the three major Pokémon from the Johto region. Although Kalava is a very good Pokémon, he has seen it several times in the rookie he has fought recently. Even the final evolution form of Typhlosion has been beaten. If possible, he would naturally like to see the civil war between flying Pokémon. Considering that both Sunday and Ash are Pokémon trainers who came from Kanto region, Johto region must not be their first region to travel. Since he is not a rookie trainer, there is no need for him to test Pokémon with too low level. This Hoot Hoot is the Pokémon in his second team, with a level of IV.35. The reason why it has not evolved yet is because it carries an Everstone. Hoot Hoot versus Kalava. A fierce battle is about to start. Kalava, who is lower in level than Hoot Hoot, is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Relying on the air advantage, GG makes Kalava suffer a lot. However, Sunday is an experienced and talented Pokémon trainer. Although Kalava is so passive, she is not anxious at all and remains calm. Ash, do you think Sunday's Kalava can win? Serena clenched her hands and stared at the two Pokémon in the field. Since the three of them started traveling together, the Pokémon battles that she watched the most and felt most at ease with were naturally Ash's. Ash basically won with a large advantage every time, but she didn't watch Sunday's battles very often. At this moment, she was a little worried. Don't worry. Sunday was also a very good Pokémon trainer in the Indigo Plateau Conference where I won the championship. As soon as Ash finished speaking, the field was forced into a desperate situation, and the Fire Rock 590 Rat Fierce Fire ability, which consumed a lot of physical strength, broke out. Sunday also seized the opportunity to launch a real counterattack. The crazy fighting style of almost exchanging life for life forced Faulkner and his to retreat step by step. In fact, although the Kalava's skill of exploding fierce fire is very powerful, it also means that its physical strength has reached its limit. Faulkner, who failed to see this, chose to temporarily avoid the attack. This retreat was exactly what Sunday wanted. What followed was Kalava's crazy flame wheel attack. During a failed dodge, Gu was directly knocked out of the field by Flame Wheel Kalava. He lost his ability to fight without any suspense. Hoot Hoot lost his ability to fight. Kalava won. After hearing the referee's words, Serena happily waved her fist and cheered. So cool, Kalava. Sunday's command was just right. Ash smiled and added, under the level disadvantage, Sunday's Kalava had to firmly grasp the time when the fierce fire broke out if he wanted to win. In Pokémon battles, the underdog often combines various factors to affect the final result. And Sunday patiently waited for Kalava to burst into fierce fire and seized this fleeting opportunity to win. Very good command. Come back, Hoot Hoot. After praising Sunday, Faulkner took out the Pokeball and took Hoot Hoot back. His expression also became visibly serious. Just as he guessed, the Ash and Sunday, who came from the Kanto region, were not ordinary trainers. It's your turn, Zato. A white light flashed, and Xatu, who claimed to have the incredible power of future sight, appeared. The attribute combination of psychic and flying. Pokémon Xatu, level IV.37. There is no doubt that this Xatu is also a Pokémon in Faulkner's second lineup from the level. Facing Xatu, Sunday calmly took back Kalava and sent out the second Pokémon Gengar. Pokémon Gengar, level 47. Attribute Restraint, plus a huge level disadvantage. Before Xatu could show off his style, Gengar directly hit him with a big brick. As the eldest daughter of an ancient family, Sunday's Gengar not only has red qualifications, but also has been trained very well. He basically didn't give Xatu a chance to resist. Seeing Sunday's difficult victory in the first game, and now directly defeating rival, Serena seemed to have reacted. Sunday's strength is much stronger than she thought. The last Pokemon battle was so difficult, mainly because Kalava was a Pokemon she had just captured recently. Because Sunday's strength far exceeded his usual level of reviewing challengers and issuing badges, and the Pokemon she used did not arouse his interest. In the third battle, he was defeated quickly as expected. He directly awarded her the badge of Violet Gym. Congratulations, Sunday! The first battle was a victory, and the gym badge was directly won. At this time, Serena and Ash came forward to congratulate her. Sunday looked at Ash and smiled. It's your turn next. I'm looking forward to seeing you fight with Faulkner's gym students. At the other end of the field, Faulkner stood in place and said to Ash, Ash, it's your turn for the gym challenge now. At this time, Faulkner no longer had much expectations for him. Get ready for Battle Noctowl. Pokémon Noctowl, level IV.38. After the battle with Sunday, he sent out the Pokémon Noctowl from the second lineup to lead the battle. It's decided to be you go Butterfree, because the task of challenging the Violet Gym requires that the 3 Pokémon used must be flying type. The first Pokémon Ash sent out was Butterfree, the first Pokémon he captured after embarking on his journey. Butterfree, who hadn't fought side by side with Ash for a long time, came to the battlefield, and his eyes were full of excitement. Although it is indeed a flying-type Butterfree, Faulkner's expression was a little subtle at this time. When it was Ash's turn, he did send out a flying-type Pokémon, but Butterfree is also very common in the Johto region, and even a little bit common. The Johto region and the Kanto region are actually on the same continent, and in history, they were once collectively referred to as the Kanto region. Except for some Pokémon, many Pokémon are also common. For example, the bug-type Pokémon Caterpie, which is common on the street, and its evolution Metapod in Butterfree. It is almost a standard Pokémon for those bug-catching boys in Johto region and Kanto. When it was Ash's turn, he did send out a flying-type Pokémon. Yes, it's just that the type is a little too common. However, soon, Faulkner's slight disappointment was shocked by the momentum displayed by Ash's Butterfree. He felt that Butterfree's momentum was stronger than his second team's main Pokémon. Faulkner silently withdrew some of his contempt. He had to admit that he had just barked a little loudly. Butterfree is indeed very common, but Butterfree that can be the main force of gym trainers is not common. It is even rarer than the so-called 3 major Pokémon. Where did Ash capture this relatively rare Butterfree? He actually cultivated it to its current level. Is it possible that this Butterfree is his Earl Dervish Pokémon? Faulkner couldn't help but secretly guess in his heart. Bug-type Pokémon are famous for being easy to raise, but the price of raising them is weak fighters. At present, it seems that Ash's Butterfree has nothing to do with weak combat power. Even if its own talent potential is outstanding enough to reach the current level, it is absolutely inseparable from Ash's dedicated training. For this kind of common Pokémon with inherent disadvantages, it is much more difficult to train it to a high level than those rare Pokémon. TSK. The young people nowadays are really amazing. It's so young that it has a Pokémon like the main Pokémon of the gym leader and Butterfree, which is extremely difficult to train to a high level. Not simple. At this time, Faulkner's appreciation for Ash was raised to the highest level. At the same time, he officially regarded Ash as a true rival. Butterfree, Sleep Powder, send Noctowl to the end. Ash looked at the owl, who was intimidated by Butterfree's aura that far exceeded it, and commanded Butterfree. The level gap between the two Pokémons is not small. In addition, as one of the Pokémon that has followed Ash for the longest time, it has often sparred with Ash's other Pokémon in the Pokémon home. There is no doubt about its combat capability. Scale Powder skills are Butterfree's forte. Restricting or controlling enemies through various large-scale Scale Powder skills is also Butterfree's position in Ash's team. It immediately gave a soft cry and then flapped its wings gently. Sleep Powder, which was shining with a different spirit in the sun, surrounded the owl that was just about to take off. After a not-too-intense aerial battle, Noctowl was trapped by Butterfree's string shot in the chase, and then defeated directly by Air Cutter. Noctowl lost its combat ability. Butterfree won. Please ask Gym Trainer Faulkner to replace the next Pokémon. Noctowl contest fell down, and the staff acting as referees outside performed their duties conscientiously. Raised the flag in his hand and announced that Noctowl lost the village. Ash, you are very strong, so I should show my true strength now. The next Pokémon I want to send out is this one. Get ready for battle. Flying Dodrio. Faulkner took off the Pokeball hanging on his waist, his eyes full of tenderness, and it can be seen that he really likes bird Pokémon. This love is probably similar to the love of most single-attribute specialized trainers, such as Ash's girlfriend Misty in the Cerulean Gym. Her love for water Pokémon is also pure. What? Flying Dodrio, is it true? Outside the field, Sunday and Serena, who were spectators and cheerleaders of Ash, couldn't help but show surprise. Although Dodrio has flying type, its flying type is actually the same as Gyarados, and it cannot fly. Could it be that Faulkner's Dodrio has some magical features that are different from ordinary Dodrio? Flying Dodrio. Ash's mouth twitched slightly. Even though he was prepared, he couldn't help but feel dizzy when he heard the name Faulkner gave Dodrio. This is only in the Pokémon world. In his previous life, Faulkner was definitely the leader of the telecom fraud. It's really amazing to call Dodrio's excellent jumping ability flying. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a trainer with the soul of flying. I'm afraid that even the Dodo will have to admit defeat when seeing Faulkner. According to what Faulkner said, Growlithe can take off. After all, the well-trained Growlithe has a pretty good jumping ability. Ash glanced at his two girlfriends who were already frightened by the veteran fraudster Faulkner, decided to give them a thorough education on Pokémon knowledge after returning. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash reached for his waist and took out Butterfree's Pokeball. Come back first, Butterfree. Butterfree, who was still on the field, turned into a red light and was taken back by Ash to the Pokémon home connected to the Pokeball. Faulkner was immediately confused. He deliberately took out his first lineup of main Pokémon just to compete with Ash's Butterfree head-on, but Ash actually took it back directly. Doesn't Ash know that the Dodrio he played in Ye Xuan is far from being comparable to the Noctowl that gave away points before? Faulkner was full of regret. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have kept it secret in the first battle. He should have revealed the truth to Ash directly. Well, Faulkner thought that Ash had misjudged Dodrio's strength because of the previous owl. Seeing Ash taking Butterfree back, I thought that Ash was going to send out a Pokémon with the same level as Noctowl to fight him. For most trainers, gym battles are a rare opportunity for Pokémon to gain combat experience. He can understand why Ash would do this. But his Dodrio is really not something that a normal Pokémon can handle. Pokémon, Dodrio, level IV.53. The Dodrio sent by Faulkner is already the second strongest among his main Pokémon. The level has reached Elite, which is quite powerful. Looking at the main Pokémon of all gym owners in the entire Johto region, it is also of a medium to high level. In the original plot, this Dodrio is also on par with Ash's Pikachu, whose level has increased a lot after traveling through the Kanto and Orange Islands regions, and whose strength has become very strong. He even had the upper hand for a while, but in the end, Pikachu, who had an extremely high combat IQ, used his cleverness to dodge the fatal attack, and then defeated him with a Thunder. At this time, Faulkner, who had already misunderstood Ash's purpose, was about to remind Ash and give him a chance to change Pokémon B. He swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. As for the reason, it was very simple. That was the second Pokémon sent by Ash. At this time, opposite Dodrio in the field, a large bird of prey with a majestic appearance, strong wings, and sharp claws was flapping its wings to allow itself to hover in the air. Pokémon, Pidgeot, level, V.52. This raptor is not any other Pokémon. It is the final evolution of Pidgey, the home bird of the Kanto region, which Faulkner likes the most, and is also bred as the ultimate trump card Pokémon. The key is that this Pidgeot looks much larger than his trump card Pidgeot, and is also particularly strong. The whole Pidgeot looks extremely brave. If his Pidgeot is compared with Ash's Pidgeot, the difference is probably that of Pidgeot and Pidgeotto. Hiss! Faulkner stared at Ash's Pidgeot and couldn't help but take a breath. Is Ash's Pidgeot really Pidgeot? Or does Pidgeot have an evolution? Remember that there was a big shock in the Pokémon academic community a few months ago? Faulkner didn't know what it was exactly, but he only knew that many Pokémon familiar to the public actually have a new posture that is superior to the final evolution form. At this moment, he seriously suspected that Ash's Pidgeot was not actually Pidgeot's form, but Pidgeot's Mega Evolution form. But in a blink of an eye, he overturned his guess. If I remember correctly, that mysterious Mega Evolution form is only a temporary form, existing temporarily. This one of Ash just came out of the Pokeball and looked like this, obviously not like it. Faulkner was a little confused, and it was no wonder that he had such doubts. The Pidgeot he cultivated was already a relatively large individual in the entire Pidgeot group. However, compared with Ash's Pidgeot, it was still a bit like a small net meeting a big net. The elite Dodrio of IV.53 was a little higher than the Pidgeot Ash sent out at the moment, but the momentum was suppressed by the opponent. This can't be blamed on Dodrio. After all, the intimidating size of Pidgeot alone is full of oppression. Dodrio's size is a pure weak posture in front of it, and looks very thin. However, judging the strength of Pokémon by its momentum alone is obviously not accurate. Faulkner was indeed frightened by the size of Pidgeot, but he still had confidence in his Dodrio and aroused a stronger fighting spirit in his heart. The unique Pidgeot, what a wonderful rival. Ash really brought him more and more surprises. Dodrio, show some courage, use triangle attack after agility. Faulkner, who knew that he was in a gym battle at the moment, had no time to be shocked or confused. He quickly put aside the questions in his mind and commanded Dodrio to attack. Even though the size of the two sides seemed to be quite different, as his main Pokémon, the core of the team, he was still ahead in terms of level. He couldn't be defeated like Hoot Hoot just now. Toot, toot, toot. Dodrio is indeed a strange Pokémon with 3 heads and their own weird ideas. After receiving the order from Trainer Faulkner, the 3 heads gave their own responses, and the content of the responses was different. The head on the far left had obvious fear in his eyes, and it was obvious that he didn't want to fight with Ash's Pidgeot. The 2 heads in the middle and on the right seemed a little scared when they saw the size of Pidgeot, but they were still ready to faithfully execute Faulkner's orders. 2 votes against 1 vote. The head on the far left could only choose to follow the other 2. Dodrio's strong and powerful legs stomped on the ground fiercely. The whole Pokémon was like normal, and it flashed several times before attacking Pidgeot. At the same time, the beaks of the 3 heads opened, and huge energy was accumulating in the beaks. Pidgeot increased the altitude, use Hurricane. Facing the aggressive Faulkner and Dodrio, Ash gave orders slowly. Pidgeot let out a high-pitched cry, and then flapped its powerful wings, stirring up a strong wind. The whole Pokémon soared up, and in the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of meters high. This was a height that Dodrio could not reach no matter how hard he jumped. Then, Pidgeot in the air flapped its wings again, and a terrifying gust of wind attacked Dodrio. As a last resort, Dodrio could only use the triangle attack that was being accumulated in advance to hit Pidgeot's Hurricane. The intention was to reduce the damage of Pidgeot's attack as much as possible by using the counterattack. Unfortunately, despite the similar levels, Pidgeot's skills are far more powerful than Dodrio's. Not to mention that Dodrio's triangle attack was hastily launched before it was fully accumulated, which was completely useless. Hurricane was only slightly suspended for a moment. Then, there was the spectacular scene of Twister destroying the parking lot. The raging hurricane swept past, and Dodrio was already covered in wounds and panting violently. Pidgeot, in the battle, used Brave Bird. Dodrio, Double Edge. The two Pokémon started the final head-on confrontation. The flames on his body turned into blue energy, and Pidgeot swooped down at high speed and fiercely collided with Dodrio, who was attacking him. Bang! In the center of the field, two figures collided violently. Dodrio then screamed, flew backwards, and fell heavily on the field. This battle ended with Pidgeot's Brave Bird winning, and Dodrio had lost his ability to fight. The 3 heads and a total of 6 eyes all turned into mosquito coils. The whole bird lay on the ground on its side, with scars all over its body. This battle with Pidgeot was really fierce. Faulkner sighed when he saw this scene, and was quite surprised at the same time. As a bird Pokémon Master, he could see at a glance that Ash's Pidgeot had assisted Tailwind when he just used Brave Bird. This also means that Ash's Pidgeot can actually keenly capture the changes in the wind field, which is a realm that his trump card Pidgeot can't reach. There is no doubt that even if his trump card Pidgeot is a little higher than Ash's Pidgeot, apart from the difference in individual strength caused by the size difference, if they really fight, it is very likely that Ash, the Pidgeot, will not be the rival. In terms of controlling the wind field alone, Ash's Pidgeot is far superior to him. At this time, Faulkner has fallen into an indescribable shock. Speaking of which, he is the gym leader, and Ash is the challenger. Why does it seem that the situation has reversed now? Why does it feel that he is much weaker than Ash in terms of Pokémon strength and trainer ability? Looking at his face and figure, even if Ash is not a rookie trainer who started traveling this year, he should be a trainer who has been traveling for 2 or 3 years at most. That asterisk. Speaking of what a bear it is to start traveling for 2 or 3 years. He has already begun to be complacent after training 2 elite Pokémon, thinking that he is a trainer with outstanding talent. Shame, this is really too shameful. Thinking of this, Faulkner decisively stopped the embarrassing memories. He took a long breath and glanced at Ash, who looked calm and normal, with the eyes of a monster. Then he took out Dodrio's Pokeball. Come back first, Dodrio, you've worked hard. After taking Dodrio back into the Pokeball, Faulkner rubbed the Pokeball with his fingers and hung it back on his waist. 0-0. The defeat in this battle was not unfair. In front of a Pidgeot that controlled the wind field, Dodrio's weak level advantage was basically negligible. It can only be said that he was taught a lesson by Ash today. In the past, he, as a gym trainer, taught the trainers who came to challenge him. This time, he was taught a lesson by Ash, the challenger. This is really a reversal of the heavens. But after all, the opponent was a Pidgeot that controlled the wind field, so he didn't have any dissatisfaction. Dodrio loses his ability to fight. Pidgeot wins. Please ask the gym trainer to replace the next Pokémon as soon as possible, outside the field, until Dodrio was taken back into the Pokeball by Faulkner. The referee, who was obviously a little surprised, remembered to announce the result of this battle. It can't be blamed on him for not being professional, but the scene just now was really too shocking. Who would have thought that Ash, as the challenger, would take out the trump card Pokémon that was much larger than their gym leader and much stronger than Pidgeot? It was also the main Pokémon Dodrio who suppressed the gym leader throughout the game. What a fierce challenger. For a moment, even he was a little dazed. Who was the gym leader and who was the challenger? Who was Ash? At this time, the referee was filled with curiosity. So can Faulkner's Dodrio fly? At this time, Sunday and Serena, who were spectators and cheerleaders of Ash, still have such a question in their minds. In the previous battle, they stared at Dodrio with wide eyes just to see how Dodrio would fly. The result disappointed them greatly. Dodrio did not show the ability to fly until the end of the whole battle. Their curiosity was not satisfied, and they felt like being scratched by a kitten's claws. They planned to ask Ash after the battle whether this Pokemon could fly. If it could, how did it fly? Just to satisfy their curiosity. You know, Ash is a 1,000-year-old Ghastly with special hypnosis that can create a realistic illusion. 320. Ash only needs to transmit the image to Ghastly's mind through psychic, and then it can be perfectly materialized through the hypnosis illusion. Outside the field, Faulkner, standing opposite Ash, reached for his waist with a serious expression and took out his trump card Pokemon Pidgeot's Pokeball. It seems that this last battle is a civil war between Pidgeots. It is just right to see how big the gap is between his Pidgeot and Ash's Pidgeot through this civil war of equal strength. Faulkner was excited and a little uneasy. This mentality is like a college student who is clear and united when showing his design to the mentor. I expect to get constructive advice from the mentor, but I am afraid that I will not do well and will be looked at as if I am a fool by the mentor. However, Faulkner, who wants to have a civil war between Pidgeots with Ash, is destined to be disappointed. Ash's task is to use the 3 flying Pokemon in the team to complete this Pokemon battle with Faulkner. Pidgeot, which had already appeared once and defeated Dodrio cleanly, obviously would not stay to fight Faulkner's last Pidgeot. Wouldn't that mean the mission would fail? Come back, Pidgeot! Almost at the same time as Faulkner released his Pidgeot, Ash also took out the Pokeball and took his Pidgeot back. Faulkner, what's going on? What happened today? He just wanted to start a civil war between Pidgeots, but Ash didn't even give him a chance. It's really not going well. While being confused, Faulkner also had some expectations in his heart. What kind of Pokemon will Ash send out next? As the finale, is it possible that this unknown Pokemon is stronger than Pidgeot? Carrot, add dash to a plus. No, absolutely not. Ash is not that abnormal. This Pidgeot is already elite level, and the level difference is not much with his trump card Pokemon Pidgeot. No matter how Ash looked at it, he had only been traveling for 2 or 3 years at most. How could he have a Pokemon stronger than the elite level Pidgeot? But if the final Pokemon was not as good as Pidgeot, why did Ash take back the Pidgeot, which did not consume much energy? At this time, countless questions lingered in Faulkner's mind like a mess of strings. It made his whole expression a little tense. In Faulkner's confused and puzzled eyes, Ash slightly closed his eyes and reached out to touch the Pokeball hanging on his waist. Come out and stretch your muscles, Aerodactyl. Accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from ancient times, a shocking figure appeared in the battlefield. Transformation, Aerodactyl. Faulkner's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. What on earth did he see? Aerodactyl. That was the ancient soaring in the sky totem. Hasn't it disappeared into the long river of history as time passed? How could it appear here again? And it looks completely different from the Aerodactyl restored by the authoritative researchers of Pokemon research through fossils. It looks more fierce and domineering, which perfectly fits his fantasy of Aerodactyl, an aerial totem from the top of the food chain in ancient times. At the moment of seeing Ash Primal Aerodactyl, Faulkner was inevitably deeply shocked. His mouth was wide open, enough to fit an egg, and he couldn't look away for a long time. Even if he aspires to become a bird Pokémon Master, Faulkner still inevitably felt envious after seeing Primal Aerodactyl, a perfect flying Pokémon. It would be great if he could also capture an Aerodactyl. It's hard to imagine that a gym trainer who specializes in bird Pokemon will be shocked by bird Pokemon sent by challengers one day. At the same time, outside the field, the referee's performance was even more exaggerated than Faulkner's. The whistle in his mouth fell unconsciously. If it wasn't for the rope at the end, it would have fallen to the ground. At this time, he stared blankly at the Primal Aerodactyl above Ash's head and didn't know what to say for a long time. The referee of Violet Gym is not just an amateur. Even if he is a normal in the talent of trainer, he at least has a good understanding of Pokemon. After all, in addition to the challengers in this region, there are challengers from other regions from time to time. If they can't even recognize what Pokemon the challengers are using, it would be too outrageous. At this time, the calmest people at the scene, besides Ash, were Sunday and Serena, who followed him on the journey. After all, Ash even captured Suicune, one of the 3 sacred beasts, so it's not that surprising to see Aerodactyl. so 0.4 was quite calm at this time. He even admired the expressions of Faulkner and the gym staff who acted as referees with interest. He was quite proud in his heart. This powerful and rare Aerodactyl was captured by their boyfriend Ash. Even among the rare Pokémon captured by Ash, it was far from the most shocking one. But they had not seen Aerodactyl much. After all, Primal Aerodactyl had spent most of his time in the Pokémon home since being captured by Ash. As one of the top predators 10,000 years ago, it was known as the soaring in the sky totem. It only needed to wait for its dormant memory to awaken, and it never lacked the so-called practical experience. Therefore, there was no need for Ash to make a training plan for it. Ash, if I'm not mistaken, this Pokémon should be Aerodactyl. Faulkner, who was standing opposite Ash, finally closed his mouth that was so wide open that an egg could fit in it because of surprise. He asked Ash stutteringly. Hearing this, Ash nodded. Yes, but not completely. Ash's answer made his CPU burn up all of a sudden. What does yes, but not completely mean? Then is Ash's Pokémon an Aerodactyl? This guy is a little different from the normal Aerodactyl. It becomes like this because of some special circumstances, but it should still be an Aerodactyl. Ash saw Faulkner's doubts, thought about it for a while, and gave Faulkner his own answer. How can Primal Aerodactyl, after the Mage evolution into a normal form, not be Aerodactyl? So that's it. Faulkner nodded 17 times, not quite understanding. Regardless of whether he understood or not, it was always right to show that he understood. Then let's continue our game. Of course. Ash nodded slightly, and then looked at Faulkner's Pidgeot in the field. Pokémon. Pidgeot, level, IV.58. Faulkner's Pidgeot is well-trained, unlike Ash's Pidgeot, which is difficult to explain scientifically because of the potion that breaks through the genetic restrictions and uses other props. Compared with normal Pidgeots, it is simply a world of difference. The level has reached LV58, and in terms of level alone, it is even close to the champion-level Pokémon. It is worthy of being the trump card Pokémon of Faulkner, the owner of the Violet Gym, and it seems that V.58 is not the limit of Faulkner's Subsong Pidgeot's potential. With Ash's current system blessing and the eyesight that is not inferior to that of Pokémon Breeder Master, Faulkner's Pidgeot's talent potential should have reached the threshold of the elite level. If it continues to strengthen its training in the future, it may not be impossible to become a champion-level Pokémon. Help Faulkner to take a step further in the position of gym trainer. In the original plot, although Ash released the Pidgeot before setting off for the Orange Islands trip, the two Pidgeots could not be directly compared. But judging from Ash's reaction when he saw Faulkner's Pidgeot is actually larger than Ash's Pidgeot in the original plot. And Ash's Pidgeot has the potential to be elite level when captured. It is not surprising that Faulkner's Pidgeot has the possibility of breaking through the champion level. But potential is only potential after all, and it is not so easy for normal Pokémon and trainers to realize this talent potential. The time and energy required are also beyond imagination. After all, normal trainers' Pokémon does not have Ash's system cheats. Even if there is no reward for issuing tasks, there is a convenient hidden benefit that within the potential range, as long as enough combat experience is accumulated, the level can be unconditionally upgraded. For normal, it is easy to upgrade in the early stage, and the closer to the potential limit, the greater the difficulty of upgrading. Faulkner and his Pidgeot can already feel that feeling now. Ash estimated that even if they did not go astray, it would take another 5 or 6 years for Pidgeot to fully realize its potential. For example, there are many reasons why the Kanto Elite Four, such as Watari and Lorelei, have many elite and champion-level Pokémon at a relatively young age. First of all, their trainer talents are outstanding enough, and with the deep foundation of the forces behind them, they can have better ways to quickly stimulate the potential of Pokémon. Another reason is that the potential of the Pokémon they have captured is even more outstanding. It is much easier to upgrade a Pokémon with level 3 God potential to the champion level than a Pokémon with only champion potential to the champion level. After all, the closer to the potential limit, the more difficult it is to upgrade. In addition, some special means are indispensable, such as attribute energy crystals. Although attribute energy crystals are rare, they cannot be used for a long time during the entire process of Pokemon Breeder. But if you use it when you're stuck in the level shackles, you can really achieve twice the result with half the effort. Greatly reduce the time required to cultivate Pokemon. This is also the main reason why they can have many elite, champion-level Pokemon and become one of the region Elite Four at a young age. To put it bluntly, it is the dual blessing of talent and background. This also reflects the rarity of attribute energy crystals. Speaking of which, when completing the task of Lugia, the god of the sea, on Shamudi Island, Ash brainwashed the Pokemon collector Gilyuda and made him his subordinate. He also seized a lot of attribute energy crystals from his special airship, and now there are still many lying in his backpack, and he has not had time to use them. If he remembers correctly, 2 of them are rare dragon-type energy crystals. Why not find an opportunity to use it? The Dratini captured in the wild wilderness area has now evolved to Dragonite at 617. With its outstanding talent, it has reached the peak of the elite level. And as Ash's Pokemon, it can enjoy the hidden benefit of being able to directly upgrade its level after accumulating enough combat experience. Quasi-God Pokemon have always been late bloomers, but Ash's Quasi-God's growth curve has also been changed. At the same level, they certainly need much more combat experience to upgrade one level than normal Pokemon. And the level to complete the final evolution is quite high, and some individuals with insufficient potential may not even be able to evolve to the final form in their lifetime. Ash's Dragonite not only has excellent talent, but also has no bottleneck period, so it has been upgraded all the way to the peak of the elite level. However, there is still a long way to go to complete the critical leap from elite to champion. It just so happens that Ash has the corresponding Dragon-type crystal in his hand. After challenging Violet's gym, he will speed up Dragonite and promote it to champion level as soon as possible. A quasi-god Pokemon with 600 species strength, champion level strength. In the future, you can also let Dragonite show up more in gym battles or other battles to show its excellent combat power. At least it must be at the same level of strength as Charizard and others, and not afraid of any rival, so that it can kill all sides. Not only the elite Dragonite, the little Lugia entrusted to him by the Shamudi Island Sea God Lugia should also improve its strength. There are also flying-type attribute energy crystals that Ash harvested. When the time comes, he will arrange for little Lugia. After all, he promised to let little Lugia appear at the Silver Conference. The current level of little Lugia is indeed a bit low. Even though he has strong talents and his physical strength and endurance are all at the first level God level, he may still be a little powerless when facing the Pokemon of those seeded players. Don't fight against the ordinary Pokemon of rival at that time. Otherwise, it will be a big joke. Things like legendary beasts should either not be used, or they must be used to crush the game. Otherwise, it will be boring, and the prestige of legendary Pokemon will be wasted. He suppressed his thoughts and plans for the future. Ash turned his attention back to this game. Aerodactyl, Agility, then used Giga Impact to take out Pidgeot. Ash's Aerodactyl had reached the champion level when he was captured and took the potion of atavism. His current strength is only stronger than when he was first captured. It's easy to deal with a quasi-elite Pidgeot. Ash was too lazy to use more tactics and just used a mindless takedown to solve everything. Primal Aerodactyl has 2 abilities, Hard Claws and Stone Head, which are skills that affect itself. There are no side effects at all, and there is no psychological burden to use them. Pidgeot, Agility, get out of the way. At this time, Faulkner of Primal Aerodactyl rival, who already knew that Pidgeot could never be Ash, quickly commanded Pidgeot. Realizing the gap, although he had no hope of winning, he still wanted to fight Ash's Aerodactyl for a while longer in the last battle with a flying speed that was more than 2 Mach higher than Pidgeot, in addition to making it easier for him to save face and not be killed instantly in all 3 games. This is also a great opportunity for Pidgeot. In a gym battle, he can face Aerodactyl, a soaring in the sky totem from ancient times, who is far higher than himself, and even one level higher without life-threatening. For Pidgeot, who is now approaching his potential limit, and the difficulty of each level increase is incredibly high. This is definitely a rare opportunity. Once he can successfully grasp it, perhaps there will be a smooth road ahead. Therefore, in this battle, the longer Pidgeot can hold on, the better. With a flying speed of more than Mach 2, there may be a chance to deal with Ash Aerodactyl. After all, there's a saying that no matter how powerful a move is, it is meaningless if it cannot hit rival. However, Faulkner, who is full of calculations, was destined to be disappointed. At this time, he was shocked to find that the flying speed of Primal Aerodactyl was far from being as clumsy as its size. Fast. It was too fast. So fast that his Pidgeot could only see the afterimage of Primal Aerodactyl. This is almost beyond the limit speed of Mach 3. This is impossible. Pidgeot is the fastest flying Pokémon except Dragonite. Why is Ash's Aerodactyl flying faster than his Pidgeot? You should know that his Pidgeot is already a gifted existence in its own group. The result is that it can only follow Aerodactyl and eat exhaust. At this time, Faulkner's mind was blank. Faulkner was also confused by his trump card Pokémon Elite Pidgeot. At this time, Pidgeot was surprised, and its eyes could hardly catch Primal Aerodactyl in agility. There was a storm in his heart. In the past Pokémon battles, it always relied on its speed advantage to beat rival. Even when facing rival, which is slightly stronger than it, it can still have the upper hand in terms of speed. Even if it loses in the end, it can still delay the battle and make it and trainer lose more decently. However, the situation today is reversed. Primal Aerodactyl is not only much stronger than it, even its proud speed is left behind by a longer gap. This makes Pidgeot feel a great sense of gap. Unfortunately, before it can savor the loss, a sharp pain hits its head and spreads all over its body in an instant. Before it can realize anything, Pidgeot's wings have stopped flapping, and it falls straight to the ground like a kite with a broken line. It hit the ground, raising clouds of dust, and for a moment it was hard to see the situation in the battlefield. However, from the Primal Aerodactyl, who is still soaring in the sky, showing his domineering figure, it is a one-shot kill. Obviously, this is another clean and neat kill. Faulkner's Pidgeot was killed instantly by Ash's Primal Aerodactyl. He couldn't even dodge or counterattack. With his level and speed suppressed in all directions, it was a luxury for Pidgeot to delay for a second. Primal Aerodactyl speed of 150 species strength is no joke. After a while, the smoke and dust in the battlefield slowly dissipated. As expected, everyone saw a big bump on the top of Faulkner's Pidgeot's head, Li Qianzhao, and his eyes were wavy. Lying quietly on the ground, unable to move, it was obvious that he had lost his ability to fight. Pidgeot's fighting ability is low, and this gym battle is won by the challenger Ash from Pallet Town! The referee outside the field announced the result of the battle in disbelief. He also looked at Faulkner trump card Pokémon Pidgeot in horror, who was defeated without even a face-to-face encounter. He had never seen Pidgeot look so embarrassed. In the past, those who fell to the ground in this posture were always the Pokémon on the challenger's side. Even those powerful challengers who got the gym badge were only able to defeat their gym leaders. But the boy in front of him was different. His Pokémon, especially Aerodactyl at this moment, were really terrifyingly strong. Come back, Pidgeot, you've done a great job. Faulkner calmed down his fluctuating emotions and took out Pidgeot's Pokeball. He felt a little disappointed when he put the Pidgeot, who had lost his ability to fight, back into the Pokeball. He had originally planned to let Pidgeot last longer in the battle. He assisted the huge pressure brought by the battle with Primal Aerodactyl, whose level and strength far exceeded his own, and tried to reduce the obstacles to Pidgeot's future promotion as much as possible. However, he didn't expect that plans couldn't keep up with changes. He originally thought that Pidgeot's speed would be his advantage. It was completely defeated by Ash's Primal Aerodactyl, and the gap was so big that it was desperate. But now that things have come to this, he can't blame anyone. He was even a little glad that Ash let him see the true limit of flying Pokémon. Even if it wasn't for the fact that this was a gym battle, Pidgeot, who was a trump card Pokemon, probably couldn't even act as a rival between Ash and Primal Aerodactyl. What exactly is the origin of this guy, Ash? He has a powerful Pidgeot, the king of Pokemon. He even has a champion-level Pokemon, which is the best among champion-level Pokemon. It is an ancient Pokemon that has long been declared extinct in the academic world. This guy could be a trainer who has just started traveling for 2 or 3 years. It is simply against common sense. It is not scientific at all. Faulkner was completely numb, as if he was hit by Pikachu's Thunderbolt. As for the possibility that the Pokemon in Ash's hand was not cultivated by himself, but assisted by the elders in his family, Faulkner has never considered it at all, because both Pidgeot and Aerodactyl are too obedient and have a high degree of tacit understanding with Ash. This level of obedience and tacit understanding in battle can only be achieved by Pidgeot, who is cultivated as the main Pokemon in his Pokemon team. There is still a certain gap between the other main Pokemon. This couldn't be a Pokemon given to him by his elders. It was undoubtedly cultivated by Ash himself. Therefore, it was also what shocked and incredible him the most. As far as he knew, Cynthia, the female champion of Sinnoh region, had a very strong background and personal talent. When she became an elite trainer, she was much older than Ash now, BHDJ. He didn't know how Ash did it, but it didn't prevent him from marveling at his talent and achievements. Ash, this is a Zephyr badge. Please accept it as a proof of defeating me. It took a lot of effort to suppress his fluctuating thoughts. Faulkner took out a beautifully shaped Zephyr badge from his pocket and handed it to Ash in front of him. Thank you, Gym Master Faulkner. I will keep this badge well and make it play the greatest role at the Silver Conference. Ash nodded slightly and took the Zephyr badge handed over by Faulkner with a smile. He put it in the box he used to store badges, and then kept the badge box properly. Then congratulations in advance, Ash, for winning the Silver Conference, Faulkner said to Ash with a smile. After this gym challenge, he thought that with elite-level Pidgeot and champion-level Primal Aerodactyl in hand, Ash would be able to participate in this Silver Conference. The champion is naturally him, and no one else can help. Thank you for your good words. By the way, this booklet is also my little experience in cultivating flying Pokemon, and it is also the essence of my superb flying skills of Pidgeot. If you don't mind, please accept it, Gym Master Faulkner. Ash nodded with a smile, and then took out a thin booklet. This inconspicuous booklet made Faulkner's eyes almost glow green. He hurriedly took the booklet handed by Ash, and his look as if he had found a treasure looked a little childish. How could I mind? Thank you so much, Ash. After speaking, Faulkner bowed directly to Ash. Red Bean Paste, Private Marseille. It was basically a perfect 90-degree salute. Faulkner was not one of those rookie trainers who had just set out. On the contrary, as a gym leader with outstanding strength, he knew very well how precious the notes of experience were that could train powerful Pokemon trainers with excellent flying skills, such as Primal Aerodactyl and Pidgeot. Don't look at it as just such a small booklet. If it was placed outside, it would be a good thing that would make many people fight for it. Now, Ash actually gave it to him generously. How could he not be grateful? How could he not be worthy of a private Marseille of prostrating himself to Ash? On the contrary, if it weren't for the highest etiquette of his family, he would have wanted to express his gratitude more solemnly. At this time, Faulkner was extremely excited, although he let Pidgeot hold on for a while longer when fighting against Ash Primal Aerodactyl. Assisting the terrifying pressure brought by Primal Aerodactyl, the idea of clearing the obstacles to Pidgeot's subsequent improvement fell through. But the flying Pokemon training experience of a top boss like Ash is much more valuable than the so-called clearing obstacles and upgrading. This is a good thing that can increase Pidgeot's combat power. If he was not afraid that Ash would disagree, he would have wanted to be Ash's apprentice. Okay, Gym Master Faulkner, you don't have to be so polite. Ash quickly helped the bowing Faulkner up. No, this is what I should do. Compared with your help to me, Ash, this courtesy is nothing at all. And Ash, don't call me Gym Master Faulkner, just call me Faulkner or Xiaosu, otherwise I can't accept it. Faulkner waved his hands repeatedly, looking like he didn't dare to accept it. Ash didn't force him to see this. although what he gave was nothing to him. It was just the flying skills and concepts he got from the system. It was a note of experience of top breeder flying Pokémon. But for ordinary trainers outside, even a gym trainer like Faulkner is still very special. If it weren't for the fact that Faulkner also has a Pidgeot and is a very good person, Ash wouldn't have given this opportunity away. Well, it's just a little compensation for the brutal beating Faulkner had in 3 battles. If it weren't for the system's requirements, Ash might have given other lower-level Pokémon more experience opportunities. After all, gym battles are also a good opportunity to accumulate experience in fighting mid-level and low-level Pokémon. It's fun to bully noobs, but it's a crematorium for leveling up. Compared to gyms where you can get a lot of battle experience, the experience you can get from fighting wild Pokémon is much less. Ding! Complete the story mission. Use a team of all flying Pokémon to defeat the gym trainer in Violet City and obtain the Zephyr badge of the Violet Gym. All 3 Pokémon must appear. Mission reward: 1.5 million points, a superb Sharpbird beak. The power of flying skills is increased by 50% when carried by a Pokémon, and one of the 3 bird Pokémon in the battle is randomly increased by level +5. The item reward has been stored in the system space. Choose Pidgeot to upgrade from level 4.52 to level IV.57. At this moment, Ash suddenly flashed a reminder of the completion of the system mission in his mind. He was delighted and greeted Sunday, and Serena, who cheered and looked happier than he was to see him win the gym battle. The 3 of them left the Violet Gym with the courtesy of Faulkner and the gym staff. Ash, Faulkner said before that his Dodrio can fly. Do you think it's true? Walking on the streets of Violet City with Ash's arm around theirs, Sunday and Serena couldn't help but ask the questions that had been hidden in their hearts for a long time, expecting Ash to answer their questions. However, just after the 2 girls finished asking, they saw Ash looking at them with a rather strange expression. They all covered their mouths with their hands. What's wrong? Are the questions they asked stupid? Why did Ash look at them like that? Seeing the reactions of Sunday and Serena, Ash smiled and shook his head. Of course it can't fly. In fact, when Faulkner said that Dodrio could fly, he only meant jumping. It's just because Dodrio is a bird-shaped Pokémon, and his Dodrio can jump high enough so it can perform short-distance mimic flying. So that's how it is. I thought there was something wrong with the theory we learned before. After hearing Ash's explanation, Sunday and Serena nodded in understanding, as if they had suddenly realized something. In fact, they had already had some doubts in their hearts when they were at the Violet Gym before. It's just that Faulkner looked so confident, and Faulkner was the owner of the Violet Gym and was considered a mega elite among trainers. They were subconsciously fooled by his words. And in the battle between Dodrio and Pidgeot, Ash also used Pidgeot's aerial advantage to rise to a place in the sky that Dodrio couldn't reach. This also proves from the side that Dodrio can't fly at all. Why didn't they react at that time? Now that I think about it, it's too embarrassing. Fortunately, they didn't show it at the Violet Gym before, and it didn't matter that they were embarrassed in front of Ash. At night, they also showed more embarrassing performances, and Ash was a bad guy who always liked to hear people call him Baba. There are more things that are not worth telling to outsiders. At night, in a luxury hotel in Violet City, Ash covered the quilt for Sunday and Serena, who were easily captured by him and were already sleeping soundly. Then he appeared in the courtyard in a flash. He reached for the Pokeball at his waist and released Pidgeot. Pidgeot, come out. Pidgeot. Pidgeot, who came to the outside world from the Pokemon home, found that it was late at night. Knowing the team's routine, it seemed particularly excited. A pair of eyes widened and fell on Ash. Seeing Pidgeot's eager look, Ash smiled. He flipped his hand and took out the flying-type carrying item, the Super Sharpbird beak, which he had obtained from the Violet Gym battle mission during the day. Pidgeot, this is yours. Take it with you. In fact, since there are quite a few flying-type Pokemon in the team, Ash also decided who the Super Sharpbird beak would eventually belong to after some consideration. After all, Pidgeot is one of the earliest veteran Pokemon to be captured in the team. Since Ash set out on his journey, in addition to fighting, he has also been playing the role of a riding Pokemon. Hard work and great contributions. In addition, it is the most typical flying-type Pokemon, and most of its attack skills are flying type. Unlike other flying type Pokemon in his hands, it does not have many non-flying type skills. Therefore, after some consideration, Ash decided to assign the super sharp bird beak to Pidgeot. At this time, Ash handed the top quality sharp bird beak in his hand to Pidgeot. Seeking flowers 0141100 17 09 4392510. The top quality sharp bird beak in his hand looked like the beak of some mysterious raptor. However, it was very different from the brown-yellow color of the normal quality bird beak. The whole body was black, dotted with silver-white flares. Compared with the plain and simple normal quality sharp bird beak, it had a bit more mysterious and simple meaning. Hi! Pidgeot excitedly stretched out his head to rub against Ash, and then couldn't wait to carry the top quality sharp bird beak. The way to carry the top quality sharp bird beak was slightly different from other attribute carrying props. It was directly put on the beak of Pidgeot. The moment it was put on, the top quality sharp bird beak magically disappeared on the beak of Pidgeot. Then, white spots of flare also grew on Pidgeot's beak. It didn't look messy, but rather added a bit of mystery to Pidgeot. Ash, who saw this scene, couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. It's okay for a flying Pokemon like Pidgeot to have a beak, but what if it's Charizard or Aerodactyl, and they want to carry a superb sharp beak? The size and model don't match. If I can get a superb sharp beak in the future, I can study it carefully. Ash thought secretly in his heart, and then turned his eyes to the momentum of Pidgeot, which was greatly increased after carrying a superb sharp beak. The whole Pokemon added a bit of fierce and domineering aura. Pidgeot, use Hurricane at the sky. Pidgeot. Pidgeot screamed loudly, then aimed at soaring in the sky and shook his wings, easily raising a fierce hurricane. The clouds have cleared and the sun has appeared. The thick dark clouds that originally covered the sky were blown away by the strong wind in an instant, revealing a bright half-moon. Even if he was just standing next to Pidgeot, Ash's sleeves were still rustling in the wind. In addition, the trees on the ground were also tilted, and many branches were broken by the wind. This was just the aftermath of Pidgeot's hurricane skill. It is hard to imagine that if its target was the ground, the damage caused was simply unimaginable. Come back first, Pidgeot. Ash put the excited Pidgeot, whose emotions had obviously calmed down a little, back into the Pokeball. Then he released both Lugia and Dragonite at once. Pokemon, Lugia, level, IV.45. Pokemon, Dragonite, level, IV.57. Dragonite and Lugia are powerful Pokemon of quasi-gods, or even peak contest condition gods, and they are both late bloomers. After such a long period of training and fighting, their levels have not increased much. Dragonite has been with Ash for such a long time, but Lugia has not been properly upgraded since he was entrusted to him. According to the time they have been with Ash, their upgrade speed is only slightly faster than those of ordinary trainer Pokemon. Compared with the other Pokemon of 810 in Ash's team, there is basically no comparison. Who told them that they need much more combat experience than ordinary Pokemon to advance to the next level. But it doesn't matter, Ash will help. When they blew up Gilroda's airship and brainwashed him to accept it as a dog in the Asian islands, the attribute's secret treasures they obtained finally came in handy. The released little Lugia and Dragonite looked at each other, with surprise in their eyes. As Pokemon that have been captured by Ash for a while, and they often see other companions being called out in the middle of the night, their reputation and momentum have increased greatly when they come back. They also know the routine of Ash's team Pokemon. Just now, Pidgeot went out for a trip, and after returning, not only did the shape of the bird's beak change, but even the momentum seemed to be more than a little stronger than before. Now, this overwhelming wealth is finally their turn. Looking at the little Lugia and Dragonite who were excited and whose movements could not hide their excitement, Ash smiled slightly and then opened his backpack. In the backpack, the Ing attribute energy crystals were lying quietly inside. Since they were harvested in Galuda's airship fortress, Ash has been keeping them properly and has only used them once. Among the 5.5 energy crystals, 3 are dragon type, 1 is flying type, and 1 is thunder attribute. As for the remaining half, it is dark type. Among these energy crystals, even the most incomplete dark type secret treasure is a rare item that countless people would fight for in the outside world. Even a regional champion would be tempted by it. And Ash has 5.5 such items in his hand. In fact, if Gilyuda had not consumed too much energy when capturing the priest Molters and attacking Ash and his party, Ash might have a few more energy crystals in his hand. Gilyuda is simply a prodigal son. Fortunately, he has been brainwashed by Ash and accepted as a dog. Otherwise, he must be severely punished. After Ash opened the backpack, little Lugia and Dragonair looked at Ash's backpack with shining eyes. No, to be precise, they were staring at the dragon type and flying type energy crystals in the backpack. Even though they had never seen it before, the strong attribute power contained in the energy crystals still made them feel like covets from the depths of their instincts and genes. It was similar to the natural instinct of the Xia people in Ash's previous life, who couldn't help but want to plant all kinds of crops when they saw fertile land. But this feeling was much stronger than that. Don't worry, you won't be short of what you deserve. Ash looked at little Lugia and Dragonite with a smile on his face, and shook his head helplessly. But he could also understand this pure covet from the depths of genetic instinct. It was rare for the two little guys to be able to hold back the covet and still stand there obediently waiting for his distribution. If there were some Pokémon that were not close enough to the trainer or had the characteristics of an ungrateful Pokémon, Snatch must be going crazy at this moment. But this problem does not exist in Ash's team, where everyone has a high intimacy and regards trainers as more important than their own lives. Even the most brutal soaring in the sky totem Aerodactyl, who showed off several Pokémon in ancient times, behaved very obediently in front of him. Not to mention Dragonite and little Lugia, who are trainers who are relatively docile and close to humans. Although they are very anxious to be with Covet at this time, they still stay there obediently, just looking at Ash with pitiful eyes, as if to ask if it can be done faster. Dragonite, this is for you. I hope you can take this opportunity to break through the shackles of the champion level in one fell swoop. Lugia, this is yours. My requirement for you is to cross the threshold of the elite level. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem. Facing the expectant eyes of the two Pokémon Covets, Ash did not have the bad taste of teasing people. He directly took out 3 Dragon-type and 1 flying attribute energy crystals from his backpack. The little Lugia and Dragonite who got what they wanted smiled and held them with their wings and tails respectively. He took the energy crystals that he regarded as treasures and came to the open space on the side and began to absorb them silently. Just like people will eat when they are hungry, even if they have never seen or used them before. But how to absorb this attribute energy crystal is like an instinct engraved in the bones of every Pokemon normal. So the little Lugia and Dragonite, who didn't spend any time exploring, immersed themselves in the deep absorption of contest condition. Ash also sat on the side, his eyes always on the two Pokemon. At the same time, Psychic is fully activated. In his psychic perception, the breath of Dragonite and little Lugia is growing rapidly at an extremely impressive speed every minute and every second. 0.3. Obviously, with the help of energy crystals, their growth path has entered a short, fast lane. Ash has nothing to worry about Dragonite using Dragon-type energy crystals. Since Dratini, it has been a pure Dragon-type Pokemon. Now, even if it evolves into Dragonite, flying can only be said to be its secondary attribute, the kind that comes with it. Just like Charizard's main attribute has always been fire. But Lugia is different. In fact, Lugia's main attribute is its psychic attribute, and flying type can only be said to be its secondary attribute. It's just that Ash doesn't have psychic type energy crystals for it, so he has to settle for the second best and use flying type energy crystals to increase Lugia's growth EX. Since it is the second attribute, Ash doesn't know if this will have any impact on Lugia, but I think it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, although Lugia's main attribute is psychic, its exclusive skill Aeroblast is a flying skill. and its parent, the sea god Lugia, is also in charge of ocean currents. Even if flying is the second attribute, the difference in psychic as the main attribute should not be big. Using the second attribute energy crystal of the flying system to speed up Lugia's growth may be a good thing. Maybe it can also greatly enhance the strength of Lugia's exclusive skill, Aeroblast. Pokémon Dragonite, level IV.57, LV.61. As Dragonite absorbed 3 Dragon-type energy crystals in succession, its combat experience quickly increased, and its momentum began to rise like a rocket. From the original IV.57 to 4.61, spanning 4 levels from Elite to Champion, it seems that it has only increased by 4 levels. If it were an ordinary Elite trainer, it would probably take at least 5 years of hard work to achieve the same effect. Dragonite's actual combat power has increased several times on the original basis. After all, from IV.57 to IV.61, it is not just a simple level increase, and Dragonite has completed the leap from Elite to Champion. At this time, Dragonite is considered the elite among the elites in this Pokemon group. If it were placed in the wild, it would definitely occupy a large area and become a lord. However, in Ash's Pokemon team, which is full of monsters and abnormalities, well, it is slightly stronger than some Pokemon, but it is also limited, belonging to the bottom of the first echelon. Considering the potential, species strength, level, ability, and carrying items comprehensively. To be honest, Dragonite is still far behind. After all, there are not many items that Ash has obtained in the past that are suitable for Dragonite. As a result, except for Rare Candy and the current Dragon-type Energy Crystal, Dragonite has not increased its combat strength too much because of Ash's system cheats. Compared with his other companions who are abnormal and unreasonable, it seems a little weak. Fortunately, it is a quasi-god level Pokemon with a species strength of 600. Even if it has not undergone various strange enhancements like Pidgeot or Charizard, it can still occupy a place in Ash's team with its solid basic attributes. If it can obtain some magical props that it can use through system task rewards in the future, its future will be even more limitless. Its basic strength will be much ahead of other companions. If its strength is further improved on this basis, it will definitely be among the top in Ash's Pokemon team in the case of a battle of the same level. Dragonite is full of confidence in himself after the level increase. Pokemon Lugia, level IV.45, IV.48. On the other hand, the level of little Lugia is also constantly increasing as it absorbs flying attribute energy crystals. However, the magnitude is much smaller than that of Dragonite. After all, the former absorbed 3 pieces at once. You should know that the first level of the Elite level is much more difficult to upgrade than the current Lugia. In Ash's perception, Lugia's life breath and energy reaction are at least twice as much as before. It's a pity that although Lugia is at a lower level at this time, it is a divine beast after all, and it is a late bloomer among the late bloomers compared to Dragonite. So it was not able to be directly promoted to the Elite level as Ash expected. Let's go, Lugia. Let's go over there to test the water. Seeing the little Lugia dancing with joy, Ash smiled and waved at it. One person and one pet came to another open space. Lugia, the most powerful Aeroblast. Ash used Psychic to target an open space and surrounded it to form a semi-natural and semi-artificial shooting range, and then commanded the little Lugia. Luo. The little Lugia let out a loud cry, and then vibrated its wings, and the huge flying-type energy surged in its mouth. A terrifying Aeroblast gushed out. It bombarded the open space selected by Ash as the shooting range. In an instant, dust and smoke were seen flying. When everything was gone, the open space selected as the shooting range was seen to be cut down by 10 meters, and the soil in between had disappeared. Ash couldn't help but flash a strange color in his eyes. This kind of power that is enough to change the terrain in a small range is no exaggeration. At this time, Lugia, who is only level IV.48, has fully possessed the power of a true elite Pokemon. Coupled with the strong life source capital, it can definitely not lose to the elite Pokémon in battle, and the exclusive skill Cyclone is even expected to threaten the weaker existence of the champion level. This terrible combat ability is something that no other Pokémon below the elite level in Ash's team can do. Mutwo can't be counted because this guy is an outlier. Team Rocket Giovanni created it for the ultimate power, so it was born at the highest level. It must be said that the exclusive skills of the mythical beast are really terrifying. It is hard to imagine how magnificent it would be when the real sea god Lugia uses Aeroblast with all his strength. As the offspring of sea god Lugia, the talent of little Lugia as a first-level god has not yet been fully stimulated 207, and it will be difficult for it to reach the combat power of its parents' first-level gods in the future. After all, the real first-level gods have experienced the test of a long time, while humans have only lived for 100 years. If Ash told little Lugia's parents at this moment that he could train little Lugia to the same level of combat power as them within a few years, I'm afraid they would laugh to death. However, at this moment, Ash was really imagining that scene in his heart. Perhaps the props that he obtained through the system task to increase the level and increase the combat power may eventually make little Lugia more powerful than its parents. By then, he would have the opportunity to witness the grand scene of Lugia releasing Aeroblast in its heyday. Really, I think it's a bit far-fetched. Ash smiled secretly in his heart, then suppressed his thoughts and looked at the little Lugia, who seemed a little dazed and was obviously frightened by the effect of his Aeroblast. He couldn't help but smile and walked forward to touch its head. "What's wrong? Are you also surprised?" Facing Ash's touch, the little Lugia did not dodge at all, but instead pushed its head towards Ash's palm, enjoying the intimacy between the trainer and Pokémon. At the same time, he nodded. Ash was right. It was indeed shocked by the power of the Aeroblast he just released. Cyclone, although it was only learned with Ash's help and upgraded to level 4.48, it is not so proficient in using it. But the power and effect are already quite impressive. It is even more terrifying than the destructive power caused by Aeroblast when it just learned it, as described by its mother. It is 18 blocks away from the other ordinary skills it learned before. Reality is not a game after all, as a special skill of the Lugia family. Even though its power in the Pokémon game in Ash's previous life was not too outstanding. But in the real Pokémon world, the terrible destructive power that Lugia can cause when using Aeroblast is much stronger than using other skills. Why is its Aeroblast slightly different from what its parents described, and its power seems to be much greater? At this time, such a big question suddenly popped up in the little Lugia's mind. It couldn't hide the truth and hurriedly shared its discovery with Ash. Just now, little Lugia said that its Aeroblast is much stronger than when its parents just learned Aeroblast, about 30% stronger. As the gods of the sea, the talents and potentials of little Lugia's parents are beyond doubt, and they are definitely first-level gods. No matter how good little Lugia's talents are, it is impossible for him to surpass the former. That is to say, the difference in power between the two Aeroblasts is not caused by potential factors. Could it be? Ash, who learned this discovery from little Lugia, reached out and touched his chin, his brain working rapidly. Soon, he got a guess that could be used for reference and is relatively reasonable. The reason why the power of little Lugia's Aeroblast exceeded expectations and was unusual, maybe it is related to the absorbed flying energy crystal. Lugia is a Pokémon of Psychic and Flying type, in which Psychic is the main attribute and Flying is the second attribute. As a skill of the Flying system, if the Cyclone is used by the secondary attribute, it will definitely not be as powerful as the main attribute. The flying energy crystal that Lugia just absorbed may help it to upgrade its level. The more important function is to greatly increase the proportion of its flying secondary attribute. Although it does not make it become the main attribute, it also makes its power when using Aeroblast greatly improved. Hiss! Ash couldn't help but take a breath after coming to this conclusion. If this is the case, then the effect of the attribute energy crystal is far beyond his original estimate. just one energy crystal can have such an amazing power increase. I can't imagine how much the power of Lugia's exclusive skill Aeroblast can be increased compared to normal conditions after absorbing a few more flying-type energy crystals. However, according to Ash's estimation, it is difficult for flying to surpass Psychic and become Lugia's main attribute if Lugia continues to absorb more energy crystals. But it doesn't matter. He just needs the power of Aeroblast to be continuously improved. And if there's a chance to get the flying-type carrying item, the top-grade Sharp Bird Beak, next time, you can also let little Lugia carry it. Affected by the flying-type energy crystal, the power of the Cyclone is far greater than normal. On the basis of the original terrifyingly high power, the top-grade Sharp Bird Beak increases the skill power by 50%. This Cyclone must be earth-shattering. Ash has been looking forward to it in his heart. Soon, Ash told little Lugia his initial guess. Soon, little Lugia also seemed very excited. It also didn't expect that the flying attribute energy crystal can not only accelerate its growth rate, but also make its attack methods more outstanding. The only thing that makes it feel a little regretful is that according to Ash's speculation, even if 10 flying-type energy crystals are piled up, it is still not enough to change its main attribute to flying. Otherwise, the power of using Aeroblast will definitely be more terrifying. Little Lugia obviously thought greedily. Okay, let's stop here tonight and go back to rest Lugia! Exclamation point. It can be seen that little Lugia is a little greedy, and Ash can't help but smile helplessly. He patted its head, then took out the Pokeball and put it back into the Pokeball. Ash, who was in a good mood, called Dragonite out again. It was basically the same as little Lugia. Under Ash's command, it used the Dragon-type skills with greatly increased power with a confused look on its face. Only then did it react to the true use of the attribute energy crystal. Looking at the boulders that were as brittle as tofu dregs in front of its green glowing dragon claw, Dragonite was also very excited. Strong. This is really too strong. It feels that at the same level, it can beat many of its previous selves. At this time, Brother Dragonite, like the little Lugia whose strength level had been greatly improved before, was full of gratitude to Ash. It knew very well that without Ash's help, it would not have been possible for it to grow so fast. The fact that the mother has been in the wild area for so many years and still has a long way to go before evolving into Dragonite shows how difficult it is for a quasi-god Pokemon to grow. It has been less than a year since it was captured by Ash, and it has evolved from Dratini to Dragonite. This speed is something it never dared to imagine before. Okay, Zhao. If it had known that following Ash would have such great benefits, it would have just gone to the bite machine when Ash was fishing in the wild area, instead of just eating the bait and forgetting to bite the hook. If Ash hadn't caught it with Psychic in the end, maybe it would have missed Ash's fate. I can only say fortunately. At this time, Dragonite couldn't help but feel a little relieved when he recalled the experience of being captured by Ash. Fortunately, Ash is a psychic, and Ash is not the kind of trainer who follows the rules of the wild area in everything. Otherwise, it would not be able to become Ash's Pokemon, and it would not be possible for it to complete the growth path that other Pokemon of the same species would take decades or even a lifetime to complete in such a short period of time. Even so, it is not the limit. According to the estimation, when it absorbed the Dragon-type energy crystal just now, its body can still accept more energy bodies of the same type. To put it bluntly, this thing has greatly improved it, and it may even help him break through the shackles of his own talent, if Ash can invest more resources in it. It's a pity that there are so many outstanding Pokemon in the team, and I don't know if a little Karami like it can provide any help to Ash in the future. At this time, Dragonite thought of this problem and suddenly became a little worried. To be honest, there are several big brothers at the level of mythical beasts in the team, and there are not a few champion-level Pokemon. A quasi-god Pokemon like it, but with limited talent potential. If there is no help from Ash in this life, there is almost no hope of champion-level promotion, not to mention the road ahead. Similarly, the help it can bring to Ash is too limited. Even until now, it has not played a decent official game for Ash. It was only sent out to fight 1 or 2 battles when it encountered a passerby trainer or a wild Pokémon. This made Dragonite even doubt the meaning of its existence. Is the ultimate destination of its existence to be Ash's 617 mascots, filling the facade, but unable to bring more substantial help to Ash? How can it have the nerve to keep accepting Ash's unremitting resource supply and training? Otherwise, it should go back and talk to Ash, asking Ash not to put too much energy and resources on it. Instead, cultivate more and more talented companions. Anyway, it is now high enough, and it has completed the ultimate leap to evolve into Dragonite. The rest is to rely on hard work, and it can slowly improve to its potential limit. Although the effect is not as immediate as directly giving resources and cheating, it is subtle and visible to the naked eye. From now on, even if all resource supply is cut off, it will be released into the wild for normal training and fighting. Dragonite is also very confident that he can reach the limit of his talent potential and become a very powerful champion Pokémon. What are you thinking about, Dragonite? You should be happy that you have realized your talent with the ultimate leap. While worrying about gains and losses, Dragonite felt a slight blow on his forehead. It was Ash who turned on Psychic at this moment and keenly captured the changes in Dragonite's inner emotions through Psychic. He reached out and touched Dragonite's head with his hand that had just collapsed, and smiled and comforted him. Don't think about it. Your task is to train yourself well in the Pokémon home. As for talent potential, resource supply, and future arrangements for battles, those are things that I, as a trainer, need to consider. Don't worry, you will definitely be busy in the future. It is impossible for you to slack off in my team. Ash said it in a vicious way, just like a capitalist who exploits the bottom palu. It made Dragonite feel reassured. It is not afraid of anything, but it is afraid that Ash spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate it, but in the end, nothing can be used. He is already relieved with Ash's words. Whatever battle, just send it, and it will also do a good job in daily training. Not only must it complete the tasks assigned by Ash, but it must also continue to train on this basis. Become the king of the kings in the team. As for the problem of talent potential limitation, after getting Ash's promise and knowing that it can play its own value, it seems less important. I think it is not so easy to get a Pokémon that can improve the talent potential of Pokémon, even for the equally magical trainer Ash, begins.DJ. It would be best if there is one, but it doesn't matter if there is none. It is enough to make it not to be a Pokémon that only consumes team resources but does nothing. Dragonite's inner thoughts were very simple, but they were also the common thoughts of most Pokémon in Ash's team who had normal talent and potential, and who were not too outstanding in other aspects but had received gifts from Ash. Okay, Dragonite, let's stop here today. After stopping its wild thoughts, Ash put Dragonite back into the Pokeball. He then returned to the camping tent and fell into a deep sleep with his 2 girlfriends in his arms. The next morning, when Ash woke up, the 2 girls got up early for morning exercises and prepared breakfast. Subconsciously, he stood up and stretched, glancing at the mage bracelet on his left wrist. During this period, he has integrated all the mage evolution stone sets he got in the Kalos region into it. Considering that the mage bracelet can perfectly help Pokémon to mage evolve, Ash is also thinking about whether he should continue to expand his Pokémon home. It seems that he needs to pay extra attention to the Pokémon that can mage evolve, but he is not yet cultivated during the trip. Ash, get up and wash up quickly and come eat. At this time, the voices of Sunday and Serena outside the tent interrupted his thoughts. They have used a food-making machine to prepare all the food needed by Pokémon and breakfast for the 3 of them. They're sitting on the grass covered with a picnic square cloth, waiting for Ash to come over for dinner. I'm coming. Ash replied with a smile, then walked out of the tent, washed up, and walked quickly to the 2 girls. He put his arms around the waist of his 2 girlfriends and kissed each of them on their tender faces with their pretending to be disgusted. Then he sat down on the tablecloth. Come out, everyone, it's time to eat. Of course, while he was eating, Ash did not forget to pretend. Pikachu, Feraligatr, and other Pokémon were released from the Pokémon home. Although there is everything in the Pokemon home, and Pokemon never lack delicious food, if they are not released all the time, it will inevitably arouse the suspicion of the two girls. Ash also released 6 main Pokemon at this moment. He had been in the Pokemon home for a long time and wanted to go out and play with some Pokemon.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.